welcome to the second weekend of the 2026 Brawl Stars Championship live from Copenhagen. After explosive starts from East Asia and EMEA, we now have South America stepping into the spotlight to compete in their very first monthly final of the season. I'm Sunny, joined by Kenny and Reddy, and you guys are lighting up the desk already. Kenny, we had some wild upsets last year, wild moments. What was your personal highlight from last weekend?
I think for me, it has to be Guesty taking his first monthly finals. I mean, a lot of upsets last weekend, but EMEA was an absolute blast, and it was a treat to see the young man go 1-for-1.
This is my original thought, by the way. I'm not just copying what he says. Guesty going as far as he did, winning.
Unheard of.
Yes, alongside Angel Boy and Knob as well. Just a roster that I'm so happy to see succeed and win a monthly final.
Reddy, this is your first show of the season. How have you been and how are you enjoying this show so far?
It's been a really busy offseason for me, honestly. If y'all caught the preseason icebreaker, if you're looking forward to the SEA sub-region, I've been working really hard on that, so I'm ready to get into the BSC this year.
We want to have a look at just which matches are coming up next here in South America. We're starting things off here with Loud versus Ningam Segura. Nothing is safe, Kenny.
Absolutely not. And last year, if it's anything to go to show for it, 5 of the 6 monthly finals were won by SKC and Loud. I expect similar this year, but there are several other teams in the mix trying to change things up, slight roster swaps just to give themselves a chance. Eternal, of course, one of those teams with SKC that had a little bit of a trade right before our season started. Olimpo squad, this is previously A7, a team I'm really looking forward to. They had a successful second half of the year, but will they kick off 2026 strong?
Pretty much looking at Olimpo squad for that exact reason. This is last year's Alpha 7, and they almost made it to the last chance qualifier. Almost like a good reason to say that they should have gone there over Casa Brawl. Would they have beaten Crazy Raccoon? I'm not so sure. Those are your world champions from last year, but that's why I have my eye on them.
We had some wild moments last weekend already. Many upsets, many predictions in shambles. I'm really looking forward to today as well, but let's have one last look here at our East Asia bracket of February.
East Asia was awesome. I mean, you can see it in those quarterfinals there. Typically, the first name listed on that bracket, so Zeta Division, SKC, Reject, Crazy Raccoon, those are your upper bracket teams. Usually those teams win. Instead, 3 of the 4 got toppled in the early round. This paved the way for Zeta Division to have a very convincing road to victory. This is a team that I think people are going to fear, and on your screen, SKC, certainly one of those teams I had higher expectations for. Instead, it was Rival Esports taking a dub.
It was a really nice showing there for Rival Esports. Of course, they got this done versus SK Kalalis. Looked pretty clean, had the draft on point also.
Those were the best moments of East Asia. Reject losing despite us all saying they would take it. WWL were my favorite match of that weekend, actually. Caused a huge upset. It was a very close reverse sweep in the end. EMEA didn't fall short in terms of upsets either. We started out with CMM winning against SK Gaming, and in the end we had a new winner with Foot Esports picking up that new talent, that raw talent in Guesty, and they immediately rocketed him all the way into the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to say that I wasn't surprised. I mean, CMM are a team that have some solid players, but to beat a roster of SK Gaming, especially with a world champion on their side on opening day, opening match of the entire region, absolutely insane. I'm glad Coach Pedro isn't here watching these highlights. It breaks my heart for him on the sidelines. But nonetheless, I think SK Gaming have better days ahead of them. But for now, talk of the town. Foot Esports, beating a team like Humble, 2024 world champions and 2025 runner-ups, a big deal. I mean, we've talked about it enough, but it's just it's remarkable. It's remarkable that a rookie, his first season, he's done match arenas before, but the BSC is another stage, and the fact that he conquered that as well is crazy.
You say that we've talked about it enough because, look, folks, remember our profession. We're captain. We're not supposed to repeat ourselves, but it is literally that important of a story that Guesty has performed so well in his breakout performance and has partnered up with Knob and Angel Boy to do so. Angel Boy, really a fan favorite for years, but has not managed to put on the performance that he desired on an international stage, especially not even on the monthly final stage even.
I'm looking forward to see some more rookies pop up this weekend as well. I'm also looking forward to potentially seeing a new meta once more, because East Asia looked very different from EMEA. In East Asia, we had all those buffy brawlers very high up in the ranks, with Spike, Mortis and Frank being the most picked.
It's really curious to see Cordelia's in there too, because I think that's something quite contrasting to a lot of the other regions. I think sometimes this is a team decision of how they wish to play defense, corresponding with those bans as well. Several of those Buffy brawlers are going to show up, but ones that are really pesky and ones that I'm looking out for today as well. Mina, one of those non-Buffy brawlers. We have Shade as well. Pierce, you all have seen out of him, but Shade is such a menace. Ali, somebody in the same kind of lines as well that I'd be looking out to see.
And I love that in all those different regions, we actually have different metas so far. Whereas here, Buffy's showed up in both picks and ban phases. In EMEA, Mina, Pierce, and Otis have actually been the most played brawlers. So exciting to see to me already.
Something that we were talking about in the pre-show is that I actually kind of think that Mina's overrated because I think she relies a lot on like individual players on your team. In a team play sort of situation, it's a different story where like if you're on a stalemate on that lane, Mina's never going to be able to win a 1v1 in a team fight. Otis, another one that has been picked so frequently because he profits so much just in draft, right? Just generally a good brawler, never worth banning, so you're just going to see him a whole bunch.
And especially Mina sticks out there because she's one of those brawlers that have not received her Buffy just yet, but she has one of the highest win rates, has been banned out the most across both of the regions so far, Kenny.
80% is an astronomical number, by the way. I mean, that's absolutely insane. You're going to see it there. And somebody who plays like Angel Boy's hands, I'm fearing for my life. To your point, you have to be a good player, though. Mina is somebody that, at least at a casual level, you have to get adjusted to a little bit. These pros, best mechanical players in the universe. I mean, it just is what it is. They're going to be able to utilize her, exploit her, and take advantage. And I expect to see the same thing here today.
Yeah, like for example, if you watch the way that Angel Boy plays Mina, he's not really ever making the first move. It takes one of his teammates, Gestier, Nob, to get a kill, and then he capitalizes on it. Takes up all that space. A very like team play brawler, all about pressure. The brawler, sort of up there with like Kenji or Kaze in applying team pressure. That's the role that I expect to see it fulfill today. Will it be banned and picked as much? I kind of expect so. Every other region is looking at EMEA and East Asia specifically, the most performant regions, we'll say in Brawl Stars, to draw it from their drafts.
I'm thrilled to see some even different picks this weekend, to see Latham with their own idea of the meta. I'm even more excited for this. Make sure to put that in your calendars, May 15th to 17th. We're hopefully going to be there. I'm excited. We're going to Berlin this time, and it's a huge venue as well, with some of the best teams in the world.
I can't wait. I mean, Brawl Cup was one of my favorite things from 2025, and now we've brought it back, and it's bigger and better. BSC points on the line potentially too, which I think adds a little more stake, not just for your region, but how your team performs individually as well.
And this is the second time we already have a Brawl Cup, as we said. This time we're going even bigger, though.
Yeah, I'm excited for this to be a standalone venue as well. We'll finally have enough seats to fit all the Brawl Stars fans, because I know there's so many dying to get a seat.
Now we want to head straight into action here in South America. This is our first match of the day, and this is what we voted loud across the board from all four of our casters. We seem to be pretty aligned in terms of predictions here, except from the quarterfinal number 2. Why did you vote Olympus Squad here, Reddy?
I just feel like Olympus Squad, and we kind of said this before, that this is former Alpha 7, and I think there's a very good case to be made for them making it to the last chance qualifier over Casa Brawl, who eventually did make it there. And I sort of reference this, do you really think they would have beaten Crazy Raccoon? Hey, it's possible. And they had that hometown energy going for them as well. That's just why I decided to go with Olympus Squad.
Fair. I feel like the second one could be very close. The fourth one, though, is the one I'm looking out for, Kenny.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, despite being that lower bracket team, New Heights Gaming are a team that stand out to me. Perosi specifically is a player last year that was really impressive to me on his run during that postseason. And I think if he brings that energy to a new roster, it could potentially be really good too.
And now we don't want to have you wait a lot longer. We're heading straight into our first match of the day, first match of South America in your February monthly finals. It's Loud versus Ningam Segura, nothing safe. And one of those two teams we know very well. The other one, Ningam Segura, talk a bit more about those, Reddy.
Well, Ningam Segura, they're commanded by Tufa, who's such a storied player in Brawl Esports, competed back in 2019 for SSG Brazil. I remember him playing for INTZ in, 2021? Made top 4
Yes.
alongside Marcel, the inventor of the Protesto. I mean, and I've seen a lot of shorts of this guy just absolutely tapping people on Piper. So that's why I'm looking at him to make some plays, because I know there are a lot of eyes on him and there are a lot of people in the audience who love him.
That top 4 result is the best result South America have ever had on the world stage, and that was alongside several of the Loud players he's about to face off against. That team specifically had the first time that South America had made a quarterfinals since 2021, since that run. It had been that long since we'd seen them. And Loud, the team that this squad are about to face, is who they have to go up against. RDC, of course, going to be first day on the job. Tufa going to be pioneering a squad that I think is going to be massive underdogs in this situation. Loud were the #1 seed last year. These guys barely made it out of qualifiers. They're kind of on that cusp of being top 8 frequently. Is that enough to get a win in 2026? I'm not fully convinced yet.
So Tufa with some new players alongside him, he himself facing off against his old teammates back from 2021. They nearly didn't qualify. They were down 2-0 in their losers match against a pretty solid team themselves. They reverse swept them. Truly shows their potential, and that they have the grit to come back even in a situation like that really.
Pretty much. I think that these guys are very capable, right? Well, no, seriously. I think Ningam Segura can probably take a few games off of Loud. I think that Loud is obviously the expected winner here. They're the total favorite. I would be happy to see just a couple games taken off of them. Really, that's really my expectation, because I think that this is a pretty chalked matchup.
Let's look at the other side of the arena here. Yes, we have Loud. Yes, we have that team that completely reigned dominance over the region last year. Can they do it again today? If it is anything like last weekend, their first match, when we said one of the two teams will most definitely win, the underdog won. Just putting it out there.
I mean, 99 times out of 100, and even on the 100th, I'm still going to predict SK Gaming in that situation. It's the same situation here for Loud. Look, unexpected things happen. Crazy stuff happens. I think the world just needs to know that you have to take every opponent seriously, and I think Loud are no exception to that. Loud were the #1, but they didn't win the most monthly finals from this region last year. I think they still have a lot to prove on home turf, especially off the backs of their World Finals performance, making that quarterfinal stage, going in a thriller match against a team like Revenant X-Spark, which were top 4 in the world. I think they still want to show that the region is great, that it's got a lot of depth. I think Nimgum Segura are going to be a good test for them. It's a good first match, but to your point, Reddy, yeah, I mean, a game a set would be ideal, I think, for a squad like that. Loud, the expectation is to throttle their opponent here.
Well, consider this. If you're Loud, where's your destination? We want to win the grand finals. If you're Ningame Segura, you're focusing all of your attention just on this quarterfinal. So it is a preparation for a single match versus Loud's preparation for every single match they plan on playing today. And they're also led by different coaching staff now. They have Trekking as their coach, formerly their manager. I wonder what that staff change is going to imply for their performance as a team now.
Loud definitely had a good run last year. At Brawl Cup, they match 1 over Tribe, and then at Worlds, they became top 8. So we're definitely looking forward to this match. As you mentioned, Ningam Segura has less to lose, right? So these are our predictions for this first quarterfinal. Loud, let's see if they actually win and we actually get one of our predictions right. And I also want to know what you guys at home have voted. For everyone who didn't vote just yet, head over to event.brawlstars.com. You can still lock in your predictions for the upcoming matches and get some points along the way to get your icons and your pins and everything that's fun in-game.
I got to perform this week. Last week, I wasn't good enough. I need those pins. We have to lock in for SA. I got to come back tomorrow and I got to lock in for NA. The people at home, I'm sure you're the same boat.
We also handpicked our finest maps that we have in-game and we delivered them to you here. These are our maps for the quarterfinal #1. Starting things out with Hard Rock Mine, a good old classic, buddy.
I like Hard Rock Mine. I feel like, Brawl Stars' genesis happened on Hard Rock Mine, and the first ever brawlers were conceived on Hard Rock Mine. It is that ancient.
That's an advanced lore right there.
Yeah, no, I think it really does go deeper than that, and I'm hoping that Brawl Stars is going to enlighten us with what all went down in Hard Rock Mine to bring Brawl Stars to our light. Anyway, I'll finish waffling and sum up by saying yes, I think we'll see some classic brawlers here. A mix of the new stuff also, especially some things that were banned out. Wonder if South America is going to borrow from East Asia's playbook. Let some of those, really powerful things slip through and see how it shakes things up.
I'm sure over the website, most people have also voted for Loud. They have the fan support from almost the whole region. They're a stalwart presence in all of these finals, but honestly, it would be more fun if the underdog would make it through again, and our predictions are just completely in shambles this month.
Look, I'm either going to be right or I'm going to have fun. This is a win-win situation. Just keep that in mind, folks. We're going to get through this. We're going to have fun, or we're going to be right. One of the two.
No, I also think winning is fun, so I'm hoping that I'm correct on my predictions. I went off on a limb, I felt, with quarterfinal number 4, but New Heights Gaming seems like we all are in lockstep believing that they're going to win, so at least we'll go down together, and it'll be a net 0.
That is actually true and super interesting. We say quarterfinal number 4 is going to be the closest one, yet we all have voted for the same team. I think you just copied me, guys. Honestly.
No, I don't think so.
We're all independent thinkers.
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
That's
I mean,
why
if I copied your homework, I'd be missing a lot of it.
I made you believe you are an independent thinker.
I don't think you did.
You're beyond my comprehension.
Does she think he's serious?
I just stick to the
my level
Brawl.
is
I lock in for the Brawl Stars. That's all you get out of me. That's my profession.
What I already have mentioned before is that there's different metas are happening in all those different regions. We had many Buffy brawlers in East Asia, and then 3 non-Buffy brawlers at the top in EMEA. Last year it was Juju come out for Latam that was picked on every single map and mode, despite not really picked up by any other region. Who is it going to be this year? What's your secret brawler that you want to see at the top?
I don't really think there's going to be a secret brawler for this region, at least this month specifically. I feel like there's too much on the table for these teams. I think in the first month, everybody's trying to figure things out a little bit. I feel like those non-Buffy brawlers are still going to show up. The ones that I'm going to keep an eye on for that some of the regions were more prioritizing in bans and plays, and especially with the current map pool that we have, Shade and Alley, 2 assassins that I think teams are really pesky. Hard Rock Mine, which we just saw be that opening map, is somebody that teams are frequently banning, especially if they don't have that first overall pick. They want to get rid of them if they do have that first overall pick, because they're very pesky on that 2-3 turn.
I still think Juju's like kind of decent in specific situations, as long as you ban the annoying stuff, like get rid of Alley, get rid of assassins. You can still do that. You still got 3 bans to work with. It lets us hypercharge brawlers through, and also the Buffy brawlers. Everyone has a hyper. This is the meta of old. There's always going to be a hypercharge of some sort in Brawl Stars, some leading concept or ability that drives the meta. Though that does leave it open for the first pick team. You want to pick Juju last, generally speaking, but it could be worth the risk, because if you give your opponent a Buffy brawler, you can get one for yourself, maybe force him into an uncomfortable position. Something I observed in EMEA also was leaving Pierce unbanned for the first pick team, baiting people into first picking Pierce and then absolutely crushing them with, say, like spawners, for example.
Charlie,
so, yes, exactly. Charlie was one of the biggest things that appeared. There's something that I also expect to see today. As South America and North America, I expect them to copy the other regions that have come before them.
We have Globert as the newest brawler in the game at the moment. He's not open for this monthly final. Do you think he's going to be showing up a lot next month? Is he ranking quite highly in your personal tier list? Or would he not have been played anyway this weekend?
I've been watching EMEA scrims this week, and let me tell you, this guy's everywhere right now. They're obviously done with their monthly final. They can experiment a little bit. I've seen him a ton of places. Obviously, balance changes, if they do happen, can change my opinion. But right now, I think at a casual level, Globert is a little tougher to work with your bad randoms, if you will. However, if you're in team play, if you're all communicating actively, and you have a coherent strategy, I think Globert is great.
Pretty much like Jae Young, like strong support brawler that's also like really good offensively, and I expect that we're going to see him a lot in the ban phase and maybe not beyond that, because usually a brawler that you want to use your ban on because he's so strong.
Thank you, by the way, for your patience. We're still just waiting for all the players to get ready for their first match. One of the brawlers we talked about initially was Mina. You already mentioned Shade and Ellie are 2 other assassin brawlers that could show up quite often. Is Mina going to show up just as often in this region, where they tend to play more throwers, as we just discussed?
Yeah, I think so too. I think Mina's still going to show up at the top of lists as well. I mean, another assassin to throw your alls away is going to be the Creature of the Night. Mortis, I think he's a great option as well.
And now we won't let you wait a lot longer. We want to head straight into action. Hard Rock Mine, it is. Loud versus Ningam Sakura to kick things off here in the South American region. I'm super excited to see what they're going to show us here on Hard Rock Mine. The bans are already in. We have 2 Buffy brawlers banned out from the side of Loud. that already tells me that Ningam Segura has the first pick here. The number tells me the same thing. Spike and Rico are banned out here, and Shade, a brawler that you were looking forward to, Kenny, is unfortunately also out of the way.
Yeah, I expect him to be a frequent ban on this map. Ali, somebody that's going to stand out to me as well, since she did escape the ban phase. That was very common, especially in East Asia, EMEA. That's a mechanical brawler that can really thrive, and in this current meta of Brawl Stars, you just have to keep these aggressive brawlers in mind. I think that's partially why they're going to go with something like a Crow. I wouldn't say that's a standard first overall pick on this map, but it does well as a safe mid that has a jump away option if you really need to get to safety.
Looking out for Pierce here. Of course, it's left unbanned. Really strong mid on this map, but you got to watch out for Mortis. Sandy on the lane should be a strong option to also get rid of some of those spawnables. Pierce right through them, if that's the mentality. Here comes Pierce. And Sandy is going to be the preemptive reaction, it looks like, into Mortis. You usually want to reserve this as a later pick so your opponent can't react to it as hard, but it's going to be really tough. I've seen the Sandy matchup into Mortis before. I may have seen it in EMEA, actually, and it just looked absolutely miserable. Because you have a gadget, that's your only way of stopping it, really, because you're not going to kill him with all your shots. Every brawler has more HP now as of the last set of balance changes. So you can't three-shot him, you have to stun him, and that's on a cooldown.
And a good Mortis will know how to bait those gadgets out, and there he is. Very good shout from you here already. Mortis definitely one of the best brawlers you could pick here overall. Honestly, I'm so surprised to see him slip through the ban phase, and he's the 4th picked brawler here. Now, they're probably going to go with Crow mid here. We don't have any more mids to be picked up, as Pierce probably is going to be the gem carrier for the other side. What's going to be for lane? We still have Ruffs open. I always like him on a map like this one. Trunk would also be an option, but my first guess was correct.
Yeah, Ruffs makes too much sense, I think. Especially with Rico out of the way, now you still get that bounce shot brawler, and also you can enable that Mortis to go crazy. I'm curious what this left-hand side's going to ultimately do here. Do they match with something aggressive of their own, or do they beef up and get tanky? Because somebody like Colonel Ruffs is not going to deal lethal damage. Poison from Crow will be super frustrating to deal with, but it's going, yeah, I was going to say, it's going to be something aggressive and tanky. A big dog in Trunk is going to be able to eat up here.
Generally speaking, Trunk should be very viable into that Mortis. Something that you might even want to get rid of if you have a plan to play Mortis, just because he can heal up so much, has a bunch of HP, can still damage Mortis through a wall. Sometimes Mortis benefits quite a bit from using the gadget, the combo spinner, to damage through walls. Absolutely ridiculous that you can do that. By the way, damage someone through the wall with Mortis without even using a super. But here's the matchup. I think this is going to be pretty torturous for the Mortis. I think this was deliberately left open. The Mortis they knew was going to be coming.
Really looking forward to this one. Is it going to be another upset, or will Loud, the champion of this season, of this region last season, make it through once more? We'll find out today.
Loud top dogs of 2025, and now in 2026, it's a whole nother ball game. Ningam Segura around for that top 8 stage a lot. Rate of Foot, Tufa have been teammates before, but now they are facing off against one of the best this region has seen in a long time. Way to be pesky, not necessarily grabbing any kills, but dealing with that mid-gym carrier is a great start for somebody on the red roster.
How frequently do you see the Mortis get pushed this hard? We'll see Rate of Foot move in once more. He's just trying to cycle out that hypercharge. That is his MO. Even cycles the heal twice, but cannot get this one down on Firecrow. Firecrow deals with a little bit of that poison, but still hangs up high. That's how he's going to apply the pressure to Tufa. Firecrow also is being fed his hypercharge and super, but not before Rate of Foot gets it.
Firecrow's really made this right-hand side his home turf. Kyodog going to go down, but now Firecrow going to swing in, try and be pesky. This gives Adinho time to slowly collect these gems. Rate of Foot going to be tackling him once again, but Firecrow just has too much HP, and he is going to destroy Anubis as well. Hot start for Trunk.
Looks like a miscommunication, though, because we see Adinho and Kyodog both firing to the left, and Tufa was all the way over on the right side. A little curious, because they could have done some pretty serious damage to the gem carrier. But now they have that Sandstorm down. A bit of damage to scout out positions. They know that Rate of Foot is over here on the left side, but it's a fine matchup for Firecrow. They might be lacking some of that vision, though. Here comes Rate of Foot circling up towards mid. Hypercharge pop. Needs some big heals here. Cycles 1, 2, and gets the kill alongside Tufa. Bats forward, but does not have enough damage to get any gems toppled to the ground.
You started seeing this Creature of the Night is going to be a choice rather than just going for a combo spinner through a wall. It's because you can get pesky, escape, go through walls, especially in a mode like Gym Grab where Mortis has to be a big playmaker. I totally see why teams have started gravitating towards this.
8th gem for Edinho. That makes 9 for Loud. Tempo lead for them. They just need this next gem. It'll be headed the way of Tufa, but it's okay. Loud will get that countdown first, but they cannot afford to lose control. Radafoot is on his second hypercharge, and he has the super ready. Needs to make a big play. Firecrow and Edinho, Kyodog, they all escape here. 10 gems strong, but they still have to hold on to this zone. It's Tufa with 10 gems at the moment and a hypercharge and super if he needs to get in or out, or to take out an enemy gem carrier. It's a hypercharge now from Firecrow while Radafoot wreaks havoc on the back lines of Loud.
Crow in perfect positioning, now going to use that hypercharge jump for offense, and Radafoot cleans up the rest. Red roster, great job towards those end games there, knowing that they could entrust one gym carrier and let the other two get aggressive. That was something that Loud didn't have the luxury of. When you have a gym with all of your teammates, you can't really play bodyguard at that point. All of you have to be focusing on your life. You get a little more pensive, you can't push up as much, and I think that's why the red roster on that other end were able to explode towards the end game.
Gem Grab, it's a very tempo-based game mode. I use this word a lot in Gem Grab because that gem spawns every 7 seconds, okay? And when Mortis respawning is also on a timer, that means that he can afford to dive you and die as he's farming up his hypercharge, his super, and keeping you away from the gem that is rightfully yours because it spawned on your side. That is where Loud is falling apart here. They play this trunk into the Mortis reactively, and he's always on defense. He's not really usually able to get in the back lines like he has now, and he did early game number 1. So if Loud can hold on to this position for an extended period, then they're in a much better situation.
Yeah, much better start for Loud in this situation. Now they've got a Sandstorm to give Kyodog a little breathing room. Edinho even feeling aggressive. Does have 4 gems, but as a sharpshooter can still keep that distance, remain at an arm's length, and just take care of himself. Firecrow, though, all offense. He's going to be shattering Mortis this entire game with 11,300 HP and a circle of death. It's going to be really tough to win that. Even burns a gadget just to exhaust through that. Firecrow can just dash away, though. That's one of the benefits of his super.
Radafoot with 3 bats in a row. That's insane. He'll wrap around Edinho, and this is a terrible matchup for Edinho. Thankfully, Edinho knew to bring the right gadget and blast Radafoot away. Radafoot's fine with that, though, because Tufa and, Anubis over here will have the perfect positioning to hold on to these backlines. It is unfortunate, however, Edinho is just churning out damage, and without support, Radafoot cannot afford to dive in, but he's going to go for it anyway as soon as Tufa respawns. 1-2 sets of hypercharge bats out, but the second one whiffs, and he cannot keep up that momentum.
Firecrow there to escort his teammates towards that 10th gym, and now Loud just focusing on escaping with all the treasure. Tufa left-hand side, stunned for a moment due to the Sandstorm, has to back away. Not enough space to maneuver with, a full Loud roster, and they will match here in set number 1. 2 very different games. I think game 2 went much more swimmingly for Loud off that early game. Firecrow was able to get in positioning, and I think most importantly, Mortis just wasn't popping off like he was in game number 1.
Well, I want to point out that the start of the game was the same. It was just more extended in game number 2. Loud were able to hold on to that position for a much longer duration. That is their key to victory, is to get that lead early. This is their countdown timer to doom, is when Mortis gets that hypercharge. And when he finally did get the hypercharge, it was too late. He was forced to move because Loud had 9 gems. That is why Loud was able to win game number 2. I think Ningame Segura has a completely plausible reason to take game number 3. It's a much more relaxed start here. Or really a little tense, honestly. No big moves just yet. Firecrow's not on the right lane, but it's okay. Kyodog does have the stun. It's going to be a team up with Edinho to try and take down Radafoot. And it works out over there on the left side. Yuta also gets his first super off. It's a pretty good start for Ningame Segura, all things considered.
Felt like both teams were very timid off the start. They were sticking to the grass, and I think that's largely because they wanted to see which side was laning where. I imagine that Mortis feels comfortable pushing forward because Trunk is on the other end. Once Trunk revealed himself, that's when Mortis made a move. Right now, though, he doesn't have a choice. Deep in enemy lines, backed away by a gadget. And now just a single Mortis dealing with an entire army of Loud. Still holding on, doesn't get baited to use the super. It almost felt like Firecrow was waiting for it to use it. Really smart from both sides just to lure out the other.
You love the mental game where both of them are pretty much idle, just hoping that that ability is wasted. Not at all, however. And look at how this effective line of scrimmage has moved up for Loud. They're all over mid, but Edinho still has to be careful about Radafoot. Here come the bats, and the cycle all the way back. He does not want to die here. He'll have an opportunity to move over to the right side. It leaves his back lines completely exposed. Looks for 1-2 kills. Firecrow is in an excellent position. Radafoot has left his team for dead, and he misses the bats. Terrible situation.
Radafoot had a serious opportunity. With Firecrow on the other side, that was the opportunity to pounce. Instead, couldn't get the job done. Just a few missed mechanics, and it will cost them. Against a team like Loud, you simply can't afford mistakes like that.
No, and what you need is something similar to what Pierce is able to offer with his gadget, where he can blast Mortis away once. Usually, that's actually fine for Mortis because he can dash right back in, but it provides him a little bit of buffer time for teammates to respawn and then for him to be repelled the opposite way. For Trunk, however, he's able to heal, he's able to get in. You cannot ignore him, and he's still a really bad matchup for Mortis. That is why this brawler is typically banned if you know you want to play a Mortis, and I don't think Ningame Segura really wanted to give that away, so they kept it outside of the ban phase.
It felt like this was going to be a really good Trunk game, at least on paper, but I think it was a standout throughout the set as well. It felt like they didn't have a true answer, and I think that's part of the risk of running a 4-5 turn where you're not necessarily equipped to deal with tanks. Right now, it's all aggro and all tank. If you're not prepared for both of them, you're probably setting your team up for failure, especially if you're in the spot that Ningame Segura in. All three of those brawlers, excellent. Frequently show up on this map, but I just think that was a green light special for a tank, and Trunk fit perfectly.
We kind of were teasing the Mortis on the side. Reddy, specifically, you said, do you have to pick up the Mortis? He is so good on this map, and yes, he is, but they had the perfect answer to it with the Trunk. 14 kills on Firecrow in the end, the most DPS as well. Really worked out well for them, and as Kenny, as you already said, at the moment, it's all tanks, it's aggression. So even if you have that Mortis on your side, you need to be aware of any counter on their end, and it really seemed like Loud left Mortis open with a good reason. They knew exactly how to counter him.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed with the gameplay as well. I think Trunk had good matchups, but also the gameplay was just better, I think, towards the end game, especially than Mortis. And those are the two breakout players. Those are the standouts for your team. If you're not popping off, your team is most likely popping off either. Mortis had a great early game. Games 2 and 3 is where it really started to get away from him.
I do actually quite like what Ningame Segura showed us in that first game. Let's see if we're going to see more of that, if they might even be able to take a set. We're heading into Super Beach now. Willow is going to be picked up first. One of the best brawlers in the map here, most fun for me at least. But she has many counters to her already.
Yeah, basically anything that gets right on top of her, but she has ways to deal with that as well. It's why I love Willow so much on Brawl Ball and, you know, even in select bounty maps like Layer Cake, because she's a just incredible defender. Despite her being a thrower, it's not really the damage department where she excels. It's that she just has this legendary CC where you're able to mind control your opponent. You're able to get some goals scored off of that as well. Cordelius is going to be a similar mindset. You can take an enemy brawler completely out of the equation, really team play focused. And like I mentioned before, you can score a goal off of this.
Goal scoring mechanism, and also Cordelius deals with two things. Anti-tank is one of them, so they're prepping for that, especially with Shelly out of the way, Spike out of the way. Some of these higher damage dealing, or specifically anti-tanks, are now out of the equation. So they're going to take their pick early. I imagine they're going to be running the gadget that allows Cordelius to jump, because this will allow them to pounce on something like a Willow. And now they're going to pair this with aggro. I'm a little surprised Kenji comes in this early in the draft, but it's not a bad brawler. I'm just surprised to see it on a 2-3 turn specifically.
Just as surprised as you, honestly, Kenji. This early, let's see with what Loud will reply now. I do like the Willow. They already have probably the best thrower to deal with anything aggressive. So even against the Cordelius and Kenji, she should be fine with a good gadget and a well-timed super. Now second pick from Loud. Otis could now go to the side of them, still left open. One of the most picked brawlers also in last weekend's rendition. And Pierce is going to be the brawler they play in mid. And on a map like Super Beach, you can super shot almost from the middle line into the opponent's goal. It's always good to have a solid mid that hits a lot of shots.
They will own mid. It will be all theirs. They'll have some walls broken open on one side if they so desire. That's what Stu is going to be doing, is breaking through some of those walls. Now, Willow still does need her side of the map, so that'll be left intact. It'll all work out. You got Indestructibles to play around as well. Now, what I'm especially looking at is the absence of Mortis over here. I think it was, pretty clear that this could be countered quite easily. It was countered previously. And then I guess Mina's waiting in the wings. You can speak your truth, son.
Oh, his mom, Mina. Charlie is going to be the last pick brawler here. Also very good in mid. And they didn't really have anything for that just yet.
So Charlie made a lot of sense to me because they needed a mid, but also the spiders are going to be a way to not only deal with Pierce, but also Stu. I think they were almost forced into this just in the sense that Mina's a great brawler, but Charlie on paper at least makes too much sense. The cocoon going to be powerful, but also the extra hatchlings just necessary in this matchup, I think.
We're gonna kick some footballs into nets now. Super Beach is gonna be our second match. Can Loud extend their lead, or can Ningame Segura, after taking a game in Hard Rock Mine, now also take a set?
I gotta say, not as convinced on this draft from Ningame Segura as I was on the last one. I thought that Mortis was going to go absolutely nuts, but the team play from Loud was on point. Now, it looks like Loud, to me, at least got the exact draft that they wanted. They have Kyodog on one of his most comfortable brawlers. Stu absolutely owns this map. He's already tearing things up for Fire Crow, getting rid of the most powerful position for Rate of Foot, which is around that obstacle on the right side. Edinho, of course, is a dead man. As soon as he comes out of the dive, should be a kill for Kyodog if he can hit that shot into Rate of Foot. Rate of Foot very narrowly escaped with a super and got a little damage onto Fire Crow, but still has to retreat.
Cordelius in positioning, though, has to rely on these walls because if this map opens up, sure, Willow's also going to struggle, but you're basically removing Cordelius from the equation. Stu just having his way right now on the right-hand side. Edinho with a takedown. This should give Loud positionings. They have to deal with these spiders, but in the meantime, Tufa is just going to be playing bodyguard against that ball. Has a super at hand, so nobody can really force it. Now it's actually them dribbling, moving down this left hand, and they have to be careful. Nice tiptoeing out of Kyodog to stay alive there.
Loud, they've fallen so much on the back foot. It's difficult for Edinho to execute over here. What a dodge there from Loud. They both backed into the goal, but Anubis is still able to walk that in nice and easy. Slimy, it left that little trail of goo on the ground that they couldn't walk across, and that provided the opportunity for Ningame Segura to get this one in. They have owned mid in spite of everything that Loud is bringing to the table. They're just gradually getting moved back, and Edinho's not in front of the goal when he needed to be. Easy slot in for the king of football himself.
Underdogs for sure, but they are putting up a fight. Even set number 1, game 1, taking a win there. Putting up a solid showing, I would say, the rest of the way, but this is an early start. I mean, a commanding lead in Brawl Ball, 2 straight goals out of them, even Kenji able to slide one in the net there. I mean, you wouldn't know it based on this. If this was your first day ever in Brawl Stars, if you're just joining us in 2026, rest assured, Loud are favorites in this situation, but Ningame Segura here to play.
Different lane layout here. Edinho's going to be playing on the right side this time against Rate of Foot, and I think Kyodog did a pretty good job versus him. Edinho is going to survive that interaction, and Kyodog diffs the left side, so it's all good and well for Loud. They had that mid control. Edinho's now going to take this matchup versus Tooth on the right side. It's the one that he got in the last game, but was a kind of stalemate. We'll see Rate of Foot mind control. They'll pass over to Kyodog, who just got his super. It's beautiful from Kyodog to put one on the board for Loud.
That was a crazy interaction with Shadow Realm going down, mind control still active, but nonetheless, Kyodog amidst all the chaos, able to slide one in the net. Now Rate of Foot on this right-hand side. Going to be working against the Willow. Cordelius put on the gas pedal. Look at this, a nice dive and puts one in the back as well. Off the likes of a Loud goal, an immediate answer coming out of Ningame Segura.
Return fire as soon as it looked like Loud found their footing. They have the same lane layout as they did at the beginning of the game. And Fire Crow's stuck in the realm. It means that they have a lot less defense. Going to be some pretty serious damage for Rate of Foot. Ball cleared over towards the right side. Should be easy to stuff everyone into this goal, but their respawns are not staggered. Got to get it done now. Some Maturino pins in the air, and a set here and gone from Ningame Segura just like that.
Speed run. I mean, that was fast. It just felt like in the mid especially, Pierce was overwhelmed. When the spawners started attacking him, as long as Charlie goes even off the early game and one of the other 2 lanes wins, something like a Kenji now with a lot of health points can press into his face. Cordelius showed no signs of stopping. I mean, he was aggressive the whole way through. Typically that's an anti-tank brawler, but with no tanks on the other side, had to find a way to get worth.
I really like the Charlie pick to end their composition with here. Ningame Segura picked the perfect brawler to overwhelm not only the Pierce but also the Stu. I love me a good Stu game. I love the brawler, but even Kyodog, even someone who is playing this brawler on every single map and mode, can really do much here. Ningame Segura, I really liked what I saw, and I don't want to say, I'm going to say it anyways, I called it, but after they got the game in Hard Rock Mine, they also now got a set.
Well, I'll tell you what I didn't call was this draft working out so well as it did. I was a little less convinced, but that was just me being a little restrictive on my thinking. I did not expect Cordelius to operate in this manner. You see he's got 5 kills. You know what, KD? That's pretty cool. I'm really looking at the team play aspect of this because reliably he was getting his super just off of waiting behind an obstacle. Then when he had the super, nullify the enemy mid. Get Fire Crow out of there. He is the Pierce. He is the power player. He is the mid control. And then pressure, crunch to everyone else in. The 2v2 was won beyond that point. Big thumbs up for me on the team play. You know, well done, Ningame Segura. You've convinced me.
We also saw Tufa from time to time on the camera. I feel like he's really doing his best at tying everyone together. As we talked about, he's playing with 2 experienced players, but not as experienced as everybody else on the field right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good showing from draft to gameplay. And again, in set 1, they had a solid showing. That was making light work of Loud. Collapsing the mid, multiple goals. I mean, just outpacing them all around. That's not the Loud that I've known and grown to love over the past couple years in this region. And now it's all of a sudden 1-1. I think if Loud go down 1-2, that can shake your confidence a little bit throughout the day. I mean, you have to find a way to make the easy wins easy, and that's something that we're not really seeing out of Loud right now. If you want to be a top dog in your region, you have to be a presence. You have to be better than these other teams. And not to say that Nim Game Segura aren't respected, they are. But I don't think their expectation is nearly as high as Loud. Loud with everything to lose right now.
Heading into draft now for Goldem. Gulch bands are in already. Mina's going to be out of the way as well as Tick and Spike, Angelo, Jean, and Pierce. Now not on the board anymore. Brock is going to be picked up first. An unusual choice at the moment. Brock isn't exactly the best in the meta, but you can break open the map. So if they want to come in with some more long-ranged options, no throwers, I think Brock is going to do just fine.
No throwers, no like buster, no ollie, stuff that hides behind an obstacle for the entire time and then decides to pop their supers and hypercharges that they got for free right at the end. They are not trying to get cheesed out here. There are other ways to break open walls that I guess they were just not really interested in. This is a way of exerting control over the draft because I think that they've been caught a bit off guard in the past couple of sets. They managed to pull through in set number 1. Set number 2, obviously that's in recent memory, did not go their way at all. They're, I think, trying to throw Nin Game Segura off balance just a little bit and then lead with their instincts on the rest of the draft.
Last weekend, Brock was even to the point where he was getting banned regularly on this map, and I think it's because of a lot of the reason that you just mentioned, because of that wall break control. There's not a lot of natural fits on a map like this to have that possession. Somebody like Griff can show up, but are you really going to run a Griff on Gold Arm Golds compared to these other sharpshooters, the Pierces of the world running around the game? Love the choice of RT in general on this map. Somebody that can drop the static when they need to towards those in-games, have that Jackie S super, so you can be really aggressive if necessary, and if not, just sit back, relax, be a sharpshooter like the rest of your team.
RT super good in early and late game. Let's see what Loud brings, because so far they only have something for early game. Brock is going to do better when their opponents are at full max range. Gus is going to come in. Very good pick here. I feel also very solid in the late game once he has his shield up, and he could potentially shield any aggression that they might still want to show here. Rico is going to be the last pick. Rico is the most pick roller in the map. I had him on my radar, but I felt like if they want to open up the map, Rico's usually not the next pick you want to go with.
No, not really. And it's painting the picture of, look, they want to have those walls. They'll have the option. Rico's shots are so closely grouped together now as opposed to earlier, so it's not as much of a risk to strafe with your shots. You can kind of play like a Cold. You can beam people at long range. There are ways to play this, of course. Last pick, however, from Nin Game Segura. What do they go here? They have so many options. Gray is the direction that they're headed. Just also, I guess, going to be able to break open some of those walls, teleport onto someone if they so desire. Look, I think we have some good pieces here, but we haven't really made a puzzle, right? We haven't really put things together. I'm a bit mystified on how all of this coalesces from Nin Game Segura because this draft doesn't really tell me a story.
I actually was about to say maybe they picked a Gray just to open up the map in case Brock doesn't want to do it now because of the Rico. So they have to have a break option themselves. Heading into map number 3, it could be the time where Nin Game Segura, our underdog here, takes the lead.
I could also see Gray, the TP being a huge feature, because one thing that does stand out to me about Loud, outside of a Coyote Dog super that can give you a bubble, fairly squishy. 6,900 HP on the right, especially for Firecrow as well. And if they get a Walking Cane, a couple taps like that, it can get real scary. Now if you've got a Walking Cane plus a teleport, death sentence for any of these Loud brawlers.
Nin Game Segura immediately beamed on the right side. Another shot from Firecrow sends Anubis down. It's just Ray DeFoot, who's going to be treated like a big old super battery. Away for Firecrow, Kyodog, Adinho, whoever wants to just charge their super. They'll let him heal up a little bit if they decide to do so. Nope, just intent on finishing this one off early. The RT hypercharge is a huge concern, but it looks like this one might even be over quite quickly. It would definitely be Loud's desire to end this one in 2 rounds. They'll even switch up also the lane layouts. Then, of course, being Nin Game Segura, Firecrow forced to jump back. That shows you just what they think of wall break if they're switching up things like that on the Brock gadget.
We saw what Adinho could do with the super in the last round, and he's got another one charged up. Oh, Gray, just a misstep, and now lets loose on the top right-hand side. Adinho cleans things up. Wow, we saw a speed run in game 2. That was breaking pace here entering set 3 from Loud. A great response, and kind of answered the call out of me. I was really pleading for them. If you want to be a top team in this region, you have to make it look that way. And they just immediately dominated. That was some crazy stuff.
Also shows off one of the beautiful things about draft is that you can change your gadget, your star power after the fact if you want in final preparation. So Brock is a more flexible brawler, can decide to lead with the wall break, which is a typical mentality, or you can decide to jump away when you know that wall break isn't really going to help you at all. Him being picked as a first pick and totally pivoting on strategy is just wonderful from Loud. And they've got exactly what they want. Edinho is shutting down this right side. Bell in the range matchup just is, it's really no contest. Edinho is able to fan out his shot so wide as well that Tufa's not able to dodge it so well, and Edinho's always a question mark inside the bushes on the right side. Already gotten a super, and back Anubis onto the right side. Kyodog also gets that kill onto Rate of Foot on the left side. It's looking a total shutout for Loud.
Loud are just tapping right now. It doesn't feel like Ningim Segura can hit a shot. Now the fog closing in, there's nowhere to go. They have 2 avenues of exits, and Loud are covering all sides. Kyodog with a few shots in. Maybe they get a little bit of gray supercharge, but outside of that, it's going to be the blue side with a couple supers in the backhand pocket. Ningim Segura willing to try anything at this point. It's a full engagement on this left-hand side. Fairly untraditional, I would say, for a map like this.
Well, they've exhausted all the traditional options is what it looks like. They tried to split it all 3 brawlers on the right side. They tried to do 2 and 1. Now they're just committing on the opposite side. Hopefully they can take down Firecrow, but now they've left a wide open avenue for Edinho, and the window of opportunity has now closed. They had to face all 3 brawlers. That's the pull on Kyodog, and despite his best efforts, Anubis is not able to capitalize on it. Didn't even get a super from this last game. Rate of Foot throwing in the towel as well, and that's curtains. It's another set headed to Loud. They're 1 set away from victory. They have really tightened up the reins for this match. They have absolute control.
Polarizing opposites of sets right there. This time it's Loud dominating, and it felt like they were hitting every shot they were taking. I think I saw one maybe misstep on a Rico super in that final round, but you see it on Firecrow's face. Completely calm, unfazed, and it shows. I mean, this was unbelievable. One thing I will say, that Gray last pick did not come through enough for me. It felt like they were landing the walking canes, but there was no follow-up, no execution in the outset. I feel like if you're going to pick this Gray, especially when you're not maybe enabling a tank or you're trying to get in the enemy's faces, you got to make those gadgets count. I mean, Loud are entirely playing around that, and the one superpower that the red roster had just did not come through. Donuts all around, just a lot of breakfast on the right-hand side.
Let's go with the next graphic. This looks sad, honestly. Yeah, Rico really worked out, even though we kind of questioned if Rico does fit in a comp that wants to break open the map. I really wonder, Kenny, and I completely agree with you that the walking cane didn't really come through. Was that even the right pick of gadget? The other gadget would have opened up the map quite quickly, and I think the RT and the Bell would have done better than against the Rico specifically.
Yeah, very well may, and we didn't really see those side grassy lanes really get opened up at all. The only time we really saw it was when Brock would drop a super, and so Rico could just kind of get sneaky, use those bounce shots to his advantage. I mean, every single Loud player, I don't feel like this is often they say it, but they were kind of all standouts because they were the only team with kills. I mean, everybody really doing their part, playing completely different brawlers as well. Thoroughly impressed. That's more what I'm used to seeing compared to what set 2 was.
Just didn't look like Ningame Segura knew what to do really at all. They see the Brock first pick and they go, huh? Okay, well, let's go back to old reliable. And it didn't work out at all. Loud, they're bringing fresh things, even in what should be their easiest match of the day. It's now on to our next map. First pick of Spike. Good old-fashioned Buffy stars out here. It's been banned so consistently. Now it's being given to them by Ningame Segura. When you're doing that, generally it means that you have a plan. I think, though, they just had to get rid of the better options that they had over here. Look at Poco, Mortis, Mina, all top brawlers to play right now, all top bans as well. So it could also just be a matter of prioritization rather than baiting.
Pierce is going to be the first pick here. Very well done as he slipped through the ban stage once more, and Loud picked him up so far every single time he was left open. You talk about Buffy's, I see Frank is left open as well. Could very well be picked here. Poco unfortunately out of the way, so potentially Spike is going to be a bit too much damage against the Frank, and they're going to look into a bit more, let's say, conservative pick here. Crow would still be left open. Lou, always a good shout on the hot zone. Finks, Pam, all brawlers that we could see here.
Finks is one that's, yeah, there we go. I was going to say, Finks is one that surprised me that he hadn't shown up in this point, especially when watching North America. A lot of the times, just based on the bans, right, after the fact, it's usually a choice of, do I want Finks or do I want Poco? In this case, Poco in the ban phase. We get Pierce, who's a long-range sharpshooter. I just feel like Pierce is at such a good point as an individual brawler that it's hard for me as a team to justify passing up on him. But seeing this on a 2-3 turn, The one thing I will say about Finks compared to other mids on this map is he's pretty decent at handling aggression. And I think that's important, especially when you're in that earlier onset of the draft. You have to be ready for that. So somebody like Ali, now you've got a TP mechanism at least to deal with that, which is something that covers for Pierce.
Yeah, you got the TP. You also get 3 extra shots. Assuming that you were, smart about your ammo use and the timing of your teleport with the gadget, should be able to deal decently well into Ali, but Ali can bait you really, really effectively. She's got plenty of water and bushes to work with here, and that changes her attack to a jump where she becomes invulnerable for the duration of the attack, even though it is pretty quick. Now, if you want to point fingers at a reason that Juju is not played so much anymore, here you go. She's jumping all over the place. Pam, super, super strong here. Could play reactively into this, but they've already committed with the Pierce, so I don't think they're going to be going something like a Bell.
I do like the Pam, especially together with the Ellie, can heal her up quite a bit whenever Ellie comes back to recharge. Now on the other side, we have 2 long-range brawlers, 2 snipers with not that big of a health pool. Maybe some heals would be good for them as well. Or Lou, potentially, kind of still waiting for that one. Lou's super good against aggression. He's also kind of good against Pam to just destroy that turret. Or Frank to open up the map despite them having a spike. I guess you can always pick buffy brawlers, even if you have some counters against you.
No, I think, generally speaking here, Frank, look, he's a tank, but as far as tanks go, he's got the most range. And then also he's got even longer range with an aimable gadget now that sucks people in. It's absolutely ridiculous. Why do we have this? But I digress. It should be a fairly strong selection here. Even into some tank counters, it'll be very sturdy against Ali specifically. If he sticks around the point just for survival, I think that's where we should generally expect him to be, but should also be a neat tool for dealing with Ali if she gets too deep in the back lines.
Firecrow going to start this off by dishing out a life plant, giving themselves a little space to work with, but into somebody like Frank, it's not going to be enough. Ali, though, on that top side. Oh, and a double takedown there. Excellent team play. Now going to leave Ray to foot by himself. Completes the team wipe, and Loud will own the middle point. That's what the objective's all about. Just getting control of the map early and making it tough to march up, especially for something like a sharpshooter and Frank, who's a walking super feeder. This could be rather difficult if Anubis isn't careful.
Easy walk up for Anubis, an attempt at taking down Kyodog. He'll eventually get it when Kyodog runs out of ammo. It would have been wise for Kyodog to just get out of there, hightail it away from the water, but he decided to stick around for the fight. At least he's earned a super along the way. It's an easy takedown onto Ray to foot. Tufa, also most vulnerable brawler on this map to close range, but he has the better reload speed over Ali. That's pretty easy, however. And we'll see Ningame Segura lose that control of mid. Loud are all up in it. They have that hypercharged Pam turret down, and they're looking healthy.
Firecrow flexing. 2 hypercharged supers going down while he had it activated, but Frank now on the prowl. Left-hand side tears open the entire side of that map, and they'll no longer be able to rely on that. Importantly for Pam turrets, they're just have to throw it in the open. This is going to allow the red roster to focus that down.
Firecrow still trying to stay alive here, and that is when it can get you when you're not respecting the range matchup versus Frank. He has so much range with that gadget, it's even enough to take down a tank counter like Spike. Spike has been taught that lesson. Now, in game number 1, we'll see if Firecrow gives him a bit more respect on the range matchup. Kyodog also trying to be crafty in his matchup versus Anubis. We'll see a pretty aggressive Spike super down, and Loud will be allowed to continue moving up here. Firecrow, of course, keeping the range, knows that Anubis has that gadget back. There's not going to be enough time for him to use it now. Kyodog has all the pressure in the world. The positioning is there, and Loud advance on to match point.
Beautifully done. Just playing the game mode to perfection, not overdoing it. At times when the enemy team got space, they were able to regroup, not stagger their spawns. I think that's a problem sometimes you can see, even at a professional level. So I think the comms crystal clear. You can see it there, all of them, of course, in the same room. Wherever Loud headquarters is, I'm sure things are going well. And now 1 game away from advancing to a stage that they made many times back in 2025, trying to start the new year off just right.
For everyone watching, this is the South American Monthly Finals, and for Loud, this is just another Saturday. This is pretty much what they do, another semifinal, another dollar in their bank account. Loud, they quickly sweep up 2 brawlers from Ningame Segura, and they're on the point once more. Not a single percentage earned by Ningame Segura so far, despite the best efforts of Anubis on the left side to take down Kyodog. It's going to be 1 eliminated. Firecrow bites the dust. He's back to the respawn, and this is the opportunity for Ningame Segura to secure something.
Really good comeback. I feel like Allie's really starting to show her worth as well. You wouldn't think much of those little L-shaped waters right there, but it is a lot more ground to cover that she is the only one on the map currently who has access to. A dash in, out. Little swipe. Now Tufa, next up on the menu, goes for a double as well. Frank, though, with so many health points, is able just to remain firm in the mid, gain as much as possible, but Loud still well in the driver's seat.
That is what happens when you have high HP in your attack, and as Frank, you are an idle target for Firecrow to charge his super off of. Get a couple in a row off the hypercharge. Loud are running the show right now, counting up to 70%. And in-game Sakura's percentage pales in comparison so far, despite the best efforts of Anubis. Moving up with that hypercharge, he'll be rewarded for his efforts on the right side. Can't escape the nuts and bolts of Edinho. In-game Segura, the remainder of the roster, advances forward to attempt to secure this point, but it's just no good. The constant pressure of Kyodog is a huge thorn in their side.
Now Loud with a Pam healing station on the ground. Frank, the last bastion of defense, but all three members standing tall, repping some exclusive sprays. It's similar to 2025. Loud kickoff 2026, excelling. Solid fight out of Nimgwin Segura, but they're underdogs for a reason. Loud are making noise early on our new season.
Gotta say, though, I was amazed by what they were able to offer draft-wise in set number 2 on Brawl Ball. That blew me away. I loved the way that they played Cordelia's. And look, if you're looking at this, if you're a high-level player saying, okay, well, I could have seen that a mile away, then why didn't Loud see it? Right? How did they not see this coming? So I think well and truly, Ningame Segura outsmarted Loud in set number 2. That is a high bar to clear, and I gotta give them a pat on the back for that. I was ready to give them accolades for even taking a game. They did it several times. They took an entire set. Well done, Ningame Segura, even though they didn't advance on to the semifinals.
For sure, and the expectations against a team like this, I mean, I think a lot of people at home have a similar kind of task that I would give Loud to. It's make #1 seed once again. I think World Finals minimum, especially when you go top 5th through 8th with a team last year, one of the best results South America's seen in a long time, and you run it back for a 3rd straight year. Ningwim Segura hold those heads high. They definitely went a set further than I thought they would go, but Loud, this is just another stepping stone. It's a long journey ahead if they want to take a grand finals.
I sure hope they hold their heads high. It was very promising what they showed us here today. I really feel like this one comes down to draft. That Frank last pick, we weren't really a fan of it, and he was more just a star power, a super feeding station for anyone on the other side. Kyodog on the other side with 18 kills on Ellie. If you pick up 2 long-range snipers, basically no health, Ellie's gonna do so well. So yeah, that draft, they kind of should have seen it coming.
No health? How about no help? I mean, there was really nothing to deal with the alley. You have Frank, but look, the alley's too evasive. He has a whole windup on his attack. If he's playing in the backlines, he's probably on full HP from not being out in the open to get the, quicker attack, faster reload speed. So yeah, just not really what the doctor ordered. Was pretty surprised to see him get a kill on Spike just once, because I know that Loud know that matchup, but at some point, you know that you're gonna win the match. You have the outdraft, you're pressing the buttons, you know that you're going to the semis.
So what would have been the solution there? Otis, Cordelius, something like that?
I think the solution is to ban Alley.
And leave potential other threats open. I think they banned Mortis. Do you leave that open? And it's not really help either. We want to have a look at just how that quarterfinal #1 went down, a 3-1 overall. So Loud takes this one, moves on into the semifinals, and is now waiting for their opponent ready. Is it going to be Olympus Squad or Eternal?
Olympus Squad will be a really fun one to watch. This is A7 of last year, and Eternal are no slouches either. To see a team like this with roster members that are on that lower side of the bracket, emerging through that, had a little bit of trouble, makes things interesting. Pedro was the only one on the desk brave enough to take Eternal. I don't think it's too crazy. I know this quarterfinal 4 is going to be close. I feel that way in my gut, but quarterfinal 2, I think, is really fun. Should be an interesting one to say the least.
Joining us on the desk now is someone who knows the game from inside out. Coach Pedro bringing the strategic minds behind the players. How have you enjoyed the show so far?
A lot. I mean, it's insane to be here, and it's a different perspective to watch the games, and it's going to be fun.
We're going to lean heavily on his strategic mind, the analyst brain behind every single play from the players, and maybe we get some insight from you as well. Why, for example, did they pick Frank?
I mean, it's depending on the situation, but it's really good to see a region like SA, right? They are really aggressive. It's completely different than what we can expect from EMEA. It's true that lately these two meta are coming close together a bit more, but remember back then where they meta was completely different, so it's good to learn a lot.
You're respected by the entire scene. How did you do last weekend again?
Okay.
Sorry, what?
Okay, you know what? He's my teammate now. You can't talk to him like that. I'm going to cover for Let me take this one for you. You can't talk to him.
I'm literally supposed to say that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, yeah, we try our best. It was not the best start of the year we expected, but we have been there. We know what it means to represent the SK, and we'll be back on top.
We believe in you, Pedro. Also here at the casting desk, super excited to have you here. And yeah, you seem very, very confident. So I'm glad to see that. We're heading into quarterfinal number 2 now. And I do want to point out here, Pedro, you were the only one to pick Eternal. It's Olympus Squad versus Eternal Esports.
Yeah, I think here I will trust the experience that some players have, right? We have players like Motep, like the Jubileo, these players that have been on top already know what it means, and they came all together because they kind of got dropped from teams before, right? Jubileo from what is now SK Kalala's roster, right? Mid-season, now Motep recently. So I think that also gives you the energy to prove that even when you get dropped, that you prove that you are good enough.
Yeah, on the left side, Olympus Squad are a good team. I think the second half of last year was a team that I grew to loving their gameplay, a couple semifinals in there, quarterfinals as well. I don't think they're any slouches. I'm with you. I really do think this is going to be a very competitive match number 2.
We had a couple of roster changes also in Latin America, and these teams have been affected by it, Kenny.
Yeah, absolutely. An insane roster mania in the offseason here for the region. Pretty crazy stuff. And last second as well, not only was it a surprise to see teammates like Motep and Pekka go away from each other. After 3 years, they're separating, but in a bizarre way. On January 7th, SKC announced that they would be taking world finalists from last season, Motep, RHC, and Pekka. This was only roughly a month ago. And time goes on. Scrim results don't go the way they're looking for. In just 3 days before monthly qualifiers, they shift things up again. It was really interesting to see Motep's perspective on this. Motep, somebody that wanted to kind of make a name for himself, prove that he could lead a team, especially maybe a smaller organization like Eternal Esports that isn't as large as somebody like Loud, to go back to the top. Both parties definitely wanted top spots in this region. SKC, somebody who were at the top last year, 3 monthly finals wins, and it's really crazy to see them make a kind of change like that so quickly before the season. It just adds to the drama, and we'll have to see who ends up winning the quote-unquote trade, because that's essentially what it was.
Yeah, it's really interesting because then in the region you have Loud, right, which is the king of the region, and then last year you had a few teams fighting each other, and now they merge force to try to fight them, right? First was the addition of RHZ to Pekka and Motep. That didn't work out, so they decided to move Motep and bring the other big rookie from last year, which is Christian. So I think that's a good point, and now the leftover for me are Jubileo, Motep. So I think we're gonna see a really insane match.
It's going to be insane. Most of us are saying Olympus Squad is going to take it. However, it is one of the 2025 South American rivalries that continues here this year as well. Basically a redux of the Alpha 7 esports team versus Casa Brawl. They faced each other about 10 times last year. Most of the time, the Alpha 7 team with Brawl came out on top. Kenny, can they finally break this curse now?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's going to be a little awkward, right? Am I the only one? Motep and Jubileo on a team last year together, and then it's like, hey, buddy, we're going to bring in Doritos for your spot. And then the next year, it's like, hey, do you care if we team up? I mean, there's got to be at least a little bit of that. I'm sure they're going to be working through that in the early season. Clearly, they're cool with each other, or else they don't make that roster happen. But obviously, these two teams have fought a ton, like you said. This is a very personal one. I think Olympus Squad have a lot to prove just to show that they're not a tier 2, quote-unquote, team in this region, that they want to be in the same conversation of something like a Loud and an SKC. And Motep, like I mentioned, even in his tweet when he was departing for the new team, it seemed very personal to him. It seemed like a personal goal that he wanted to be taken seriously as a top dog in this region. That's something that I can respect.
He even mentioned that he was maybe overshadowed a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Olimpo goes 19 points, 17 points away of LCQ, right? And I think they really want to prove it themselves. Last year when they were completely rookies, I think. So now they have the experience, they have done so many attempts already. I think this could be their year.
So they now have the chance to show us where it's at. Heading out into our first map, it's Super Beach. And as we're heading into draft, I want to throw to our beloved Pedro over here. Tell us more about this map. We already saw Willow picked before. Why is she so good here?
I think Willow can give you, this is a really early pick because give you all the a lot of control in the map. Also, it's a thrower that always you are always afraid. What should I pick if they go a thrower or not, right? And Willow is already a thrower that can defend himself pretty good and give you already from the first pick already that goal possibilities.
So B coming in as a mid, which is super traditional here. And I think they're going to pair this specifically with Stu because they want that wall break. If you're going to face a Willow, like you mentioned, one of the ways that you kind of have to deal with it is by tearing everything down. Otherwise, Willow's just going to have her way. A popular brawler like Spike you see in that ban stage doesn't typically do well into throwers. So having B, if you're going to run that risk, you better have wall break alongside it.
I do like the Stu idea here. Griff could have been another one to open up the map, but Stu just a tad bit better as he can also go aggressively. We already have seen, though, if you have two one-shot brawler against you, you could come in with a Charlie here. Was the solution in the previous match to have something against those single hit brawlers, those little spawners? Mina's going to be the pick first. Super aggressive, and then also Frank.
Yeah, I mean, the Frank I think was a must pick because you can see that with B and Stu, the Frank would be an insane last pick, right? And it's better. And sadly, we don't have too many counters for Frank these days, so it's better to pick it and you decide if you want to open or not. But yeah, it was must. And Mina is a really good flex brawler, can be mid against B, dodge and a bit, put the shield, put insane pressure. And Kenji's last pick is really interesting because now you have something to go for the Willow, and you fit a lot against the other two.
We have an aggressive play now on both sides. The playmaker Kenji versus Mina. Stu, on the one hand, to open up the map. Willow's gonna struggle quite a bit there, but with Frank on her side, she shouldn't be struggling too much as, yeah, he can protect her pretty much from the Kenji, I feel. Pretty balanced draft here overall. Kenny, if you had to choose one, which one would it be?
I'm going to go with left-hand side, I think, to win this one. I feel good. I feel like the Frank was almost forced. I like that there's two powerful brawlers on that right-hand end, but on the left-hand side, just a great strategy overall. Rattle Hive to kick things off for Olimpo squad, and Mina already backed away. For Bao approaching on that top left-hand side, ball dished away, and Coway nowhere to walk. For Bao with a nice flank here. Jubileo has to go closer and closer to that net. A desperate windmill just to try and keep them up, but the HP too high. An interception, though, a little misplaced ball will cost them.
I think we're gonna expect to have an insane amount of kills and fights in this game, right? We're gonna see so many super pop-off and hypercharge even. They have insane hypercharge, all of them, and yeah, it's more about what value they get from the abilities. Kenji will have 2 or 3 hypercharge every game, I guess, and once the map is open, B will pop off. So it's about if Eternal can score early goals, because later is the worst for them.
Yeah, and especially now that we're about 40 seconds into this. Motep finally getting a super down. Brabao being mind-controlled. Coway, though, hypercharged super just lets loose on the middle of the map as Motep dribbles. In a debate. Jubileo playing it patience. Knows that as a lone brawler, especially with a respawning Brabao, that would not be smart to approach the net.
And now the walls are starting to open. As I said, yeah, the Willow is going to start to suffer, but the teammates need to push a lot of pressure so he can get that invisible walls, right, to make something. If not, he's gonna suffer a lot.
Dish forward, and now Brabao wide open. Green grass ahead of him. It'll be Olimpo squad knocking in the first goal. Plenty of hypercharges available, though, for Eternal. They're certainly not out of it yet, but a hypercharge for Brabao. He smells blood in the water. Motep in trouble. Backed away. Brabao strikes. And now on the other end as well. B there to walk alongside them. And a triple Brabao on the map. We're just going to teleprompter it, folks. I have no idea who's who, but 3 straight brawlers named that. Just know they're all Olimpo players.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard game for Willow on late, so they need to really make some pressure with the Frank at the start so they can score some early goals. Also, it's really hard, right, because you have to do that break right away. So, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to call them their brawler names because there are 3 Brabaos on the map, so they're playing mind games with the casters as well. If I don't know what they're doing, I mean, what are they going to do on the other side to predict it? Kenji up in the air, and now a super going down for Coway. Strikes. Ooh, look at the rapid fire coming out of Frank. Motep.
It's a good chance now. Right. Now Eternal need to go super safe. They cannot miss the pressure now. They don't need to rush anything. They need to just to hold a bit to find the abilities and the right opportunities to go, and they cannot miss this chance.
There's the patience that you were talking about. He's going to drop this windmill gadget, try and find an opportunity. Oh, look at the slide through there. Great mechanic. That was not an easy knockdown. It definitely pays off for Eternal. The patience that you talked about really paid off.
Yeah, and to be honest, I would just do the escape move, put it on the corner the whole game. I mean, because it's what it is, right? Try not to feed the Stu as much as possible. I think Stu don't have a super right now. Obviously, it's really hard to feed it with not feed it with the Frank. But yeah, I mean, that's what he needs to do.
You've got 15,000 health points. It's going to be hard for a lone Stu to try and stop it. They don't necessarily pocket the ball like you asked for, but they just saw an opportunity and took it. Better to just go ahead and win the game outright. I was confident somewhat in that draft on the left-hand side. Again, the Eternal Brawlers are great. But like you mentioned, it felt like the Frank was almost a choice out of, we have to pick this because if we let it slide, the other team is going to absolutely destroy us. So all things considered, the fact that this is 1-1, I think goes to show the quality of players Eternal are.
Yeah, I think they Barbados, Olimpo, but I mean, all Barbados players need to freeze a bit on the wheel, right, which putting the pressure, yes, like they are doing. Stu is basically freezing while Kenji do his thing, and try to break as soon before they got all the pressure. That's happened in the second game, right?
Yeah, B for a long time, of course, going to be anti-tank, but Frank just with so many health points, and especially with the transition to this new kind of super where he gets a shield, it is impossible. There's no amount of shots that are enough to kill this guy. He's going to pop a hyper charge. That had to be a mistake. I don't see a reason why you would do that. That is a blunder for sure. Wasted utility, and now Kenji's going to be close to dying as well. So in a 1v1 interaction, I think Olimpo squad certainly enjoying that one. They love seeing that purple button is gone.
Yeah, it's interesting that to see at this level this kind of mistakes because are really rare, right? But also the other team will know how to punish you if you make this mistake, right? You are Frank, you have one of the best hypercharge, you miss it, now you are gonna regret it.
Numbers for Eternal. Stu skating up the map, trying to build space for his teammates as the big Sting goes down. Windmill to protect him. This is one of the mechanisms that Mina relies on to succeed. Once it's burned, though, just going to be a lot easier for Olimpo squad to move up this map. Yeah, Kenji making a great job on that top right-hand side, too. Now they're going to have plenty of space.
Yeah, I think we have seen the first game super chaotic, where it's really good for the blue team. And the second game super slow, which is really good for Eternal. And now we are seeing kind of mix of these two game styles, because one of them is better for the other team, right? So it's really interesting to see which game style is going to win.
All things considered, good on Eternal for not letting that one in easy. Frank with a dish away, and it forces the entire blue side to march backward. Now a hypercharge. Coway going to be letting loose. No connections there from the hammer hit. And Motep, of course, the squishiest brawler on his team, can't just march it alone. Stu will fall, trying to time that shot perfectly. B lining it up, and Kenji just has to be able to get some kills here. Otherwise, it's going to be Eternal rushing down the map.
That's pretty much what I said, right? So many hypercharges. We saw Frank missing a full hypercharge, and 1 minute later he used another one, and he probably close to the third one. So yeah, it's super chaotic, but that's a good news for Olimpo, to be honest.
In overtime, who do you think takes this if it goes to it?
Let's see, Mina, they need to push now before the map walls open. Then Willow will have hyper, but on open he's gonna suffer a lot, so they need to do the move right now.
Oh, insane pass right there, and now the net's open up. Perfectly timed hypercharge super. Hurricane of Violence will knock him in the air, and Eternal can knock one down. You called it, Coach. Mina had to make a play, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, he has these insane abilities, right? But Willow didn't even push the pink button. The purple button, he didn't need it. But I mean, he relied on his teammate. He was probably keep it for the defense, but he didn't need it.
It really didn't look like they could make it in that first game. Olimpo squad takes the game looking very, very strong, but now we see some great moments once more from the Mina. As you said, she needed to make some plays. Didn't even get the most kills on her end. 7 kills on Kawe. Now we also finally know who's who on the left-hand side. Super Bow was on Stu, indeed. Ice Crew on Kenji with a whopping 11 kills. So even though they open up the map quite a bit, that Kenji still worked out perfectly.
The Brawl PR department is thriving right now. 3 players and all of that action,
so
all of them look great. I mean, there's no way that you can do wrong. The devious work by them, by the way, but nonetheless, Eternal's still finding a way to win that set. I mean, all things considered after the draft, maybe that was just a wrong read of my situation, but I was pretty convinced with the Frank being a little bit of a forced pick. I thought maybe they get away with one there. Instead, though it's a knockdown goal, Mina's just a powerful brawler. That win rate doesn't lie.
I think it's this Star Wars is a good proof that killing or KD is not everything, right? It's important to know what's game making mode are you playing, that to go for objective. In case of Hudson, get the percentage right. In case just get the goals. We saw the Kenji with insane amount of kills, B insane amount of damage, but sometimes that's not enough.
playing for the objective. They also have to do that in that next one. And luckily for them, this is actually about kills. We're heading over to Knockout now. Golden Gulch is the next map. And if they get the most kills here, the quickest, they will also win the moat. Really liked what we've seen so far from both of those rosters, both in the terms of draft and gameplay. Now in Golden Gulch, we've seen Rico pop off. Do you happen to know if any of those two teams have a very, very good Rico amongst their lines?
I can expect the Olimpo to play some Rico, not the main, but maybe we can expect them to have a bit more block, opening the map and snipers, but we can see some Rico.
I think that's certainly a possibility. In EMEA, Pedro, it really felt like this was one of the few maps that teams relied on this being a more long-range open affair. We're not necessarily just running tanks and assassins down the map. Is that something that you resonate with? Do you agree with that?
I will always vouch for the slow playstyle by the snipers, maybe break. I like the Rico. But because you can play anything later, right? You can go more aggro with the Brock, breaking aggressive, or we just hold the gadgets. I mean, I'm that playstyle, yeah.
Super Beach, by the way, was the casting debut of Pedro, so I feel like you definitely have a future here if you ever want to stop coaching, switch over to the better job, obviously, getting casting.
I always have a good time with it. Seen some common brawlers that we saw in the previous match as well on this map. So Brock, once again, first overall pick. I think that's mostly due to wall control, also having some range. I mean, obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just think RT is a great flex brawler. Byron kind of in the similar suit of empowering teammates with the heals, but also the poison damage can be really pesky, has a gadget that can fan a shot into grass. So just vision also strong there too.
Yeah, I think the RT is, how you said, more flex, right? You are ready against tanks. And Byron, I think, there is very sniper, so I expect to have some strategy with the last pick. You can have some aggro to heal, because if you go on a sniper, you just go something like Piper or Bell, right?
Sure.
More safe.
Just hard commit.
But so I can expect something interesting.
And there comes the Rico that we mentioned before. Once again, Rico and Brock. We've seen this composition before. Spy coming in at last pick. Now, a buffy brawler that you can virtually play on every map at the moment. Now, last pick for the red roster here. I kind of would assume they want to go with a tank last pick here, as they already have the Byron. Otherwise, yeah, I would have loved to see a tick maybe left open here. Was banned out before in this map.
I think the strategy is to go for a Frank. Let's see what they pick already the Rico and the Spike, so they expect it, so they went for the ground.
Same category, right? I mean,
no, I mean, I'm pretty sure they went. I mean, they went because Olimpo was ready for it, right? No one would pick a Spike if you don't expect a hard tank. So maybe Eternally didn't expect so much anti-tank.
I do like to grow into Spike, specifically a squishy brawler. We do have someone that can open up the map though on the left-hand side. So with that Brock, as long as they open up the map, they should do just fine into that thrower. Set number 2 now for Olimpo squad versus Eternal.
Great start for Eternal. Coming out of the lower bracket, have some players of history in this region. Motap trying to isolate himself as one of the best to do it. They're going to be spacing the floor early. The Grom pick, not something I expected. Into a matchup like Spike, I like it, but out of all throwers, why this one?
I think if you have a lot of vision at the start, it's really safe in these kind of maps. There is other throwers like Sprout or Tick that are really good against certain brawlers, but can have a lot of can have less counters at Grom, right? So if you know you have the last pick, you can pick the thrower that you feel more.
Well, unique draft out of Eternal. My diamond randoms are thrilling right now, knowing that Grom is getting played at a professional level, because they sure do love to pick it at my level.
I mean, we have seen already the Rico in the previous game. The Rico is really good getting the right that originally is the enemy zone, right? This map is kind of diagonal, so the right is for the enemy and you have the left. And when you cannot fight the Rico, just go to the other lane, right?
Eternal being overwhelmed right now. Not a lot of health points to go around. They have a healing super if they elect to use it, but I think it would be a mistake. They don't want to overdo it for Bao hopping in. Not enough for a takedown by Byron. They exhaust a little utility in that too. And going into this next round now, hypercharged super Vill, another teammate with a super too. It feels like Olympus Squad have an advantage in the next one as well.
Yeah, I think they need to fight for the left. They have the Grom vision. They need to. They have struggling so much. They're struggling so much with the Rico. Just forget about the Rico. Go left, get the left, and fight side to side. When you fight side to side, then the throwers pop off a bit. So that's the playstyle they need to look for.
Yeah, getting all the numbers on the left-hand side would also put them in a 3v2, but it's going to be Brock. Foot on the gas pedal. Ooh, and a hypercharge as well. Oh, he was feeling nasty. Tried to go for 2, not enough. Overdoing it a little bit. Rico on the right-hand side, not making any contact either. Eternal in trouble. Not quite out of it yet, but Motep's going to have to play pretty darn perfectly. Now a purple button being popped for Spike. This is where things get deadly. It is so difficult with so much damage going down from Spike in his current layout to grab kills. Overall, Olympus squad just felt like the safer, better team in that opening game.
I mean, we saw some really good skill move from both teams, right? That Brock popping the purple button to rush the ground was really good. He really know the speed that he get and he really get used to it. And the movement from Motep on there was insane. It was not enough to dodge 3 guys, but yeah, it was really good.
So we'll see if they change things up here. It looks like Eternal are sending Braum a little bit of backup. RT, not necessarily hiding himself, but is concealed in that grass a little bit. Going to be taking out fanning shots, dealing with the needle grenades coming out of Spike. Brock in the middle of the map. Rico's still stagnant on that right-hand side, dealing with long-range Byron. I think this time they're going to be taking a much slower approach. Not really an opportunity to move up for either end.
I mean, that's a bit better, right, for Eternal. Now they freeze a bit every lane. They cannot get pushed, but I don't know how much can they hold. Like, we see the Byron not paying too much attention to the Rico, just trying to freeze. But I don't know if they are going to maintain this for late game.
Now migrating to that right-hand side. So Braum going to be shifting alongside Byron, who's trying to play the middle of the map. Ready to go with the super if necessary. Now Vision going down from the tower that Braum drops. Rico with the bounce shot. Typically doesn't love being against other throwers. Has a super, though. He's flashing that button. Will pop it. Ooh, and a complete whiff there. Now it's going to be a 3v3 with the Fog. Eternal finally have legs here. Few shots going down, and Braum just body blocking for his entire team, trying to charge up a super, will get a kill, but a Byron support brawler left all alone. No chance in that interaction.
Yeah, we can see the sniper that are really suffering in long range, right? That's all about the vision, right? If you got the push, you have the vision, you cannot really come close to a Spike that can sneak on you. Kinda the same for Rico. Then Brock zoning everywhere. It seems like in this kind of long map, the sniper should pop off, but they are suffering so much.
So the unique picker Grom so far not paying off too much. Few supers here and there, but even a brawler like Spike able to maintain. This time an opportunity though for Motep on the bottom right-hand side, super going down, but also wasted as well. Thankfully for Eternal, they do manage to grab a kill out of it.
Yeah, I mean, they got the kill, but it's insane how to see how in this kind of map, this open map, long map, the Spike has already a sniper. That's really good for him. It's really rare to see this kind of brawlers that are supposed to be to contain some tanks, right? They are winning thrower, they are winning snipers, and that's all on him.
Yeah, not a traditional matchup that they're going to enjoy, and at this point, it's just Brock sitting still, doing his best to charge up super and get whatever he can muster, but ultimately going to fall. So a couple supers walking into this next round for Eternal. Finally a little life for them. Spike's definitely been a player to watch though, and now he's going to be sneaking down the skinny side of this left-hand lane. Brock once again taking the middle. The issue is though, you can't hide anywhere because that Grom gadget reveals you immediately.
Yeah, but it's really easy to take off, right? So yeah, that scat don't stay too long. And somehow the Grom needs to push on the lane, right? The Grom is the win condition kinda, the condition to get a lane for free. And he's not working at all.
Wild to think in our current meta of Franks and Mortises that something like a Grom could be a win condition. A Rico super off screen on the bottom right-hand side. Hypercharge goes down. Motep being preserved by Byron Seals, holding on for dear life, and now a Spike hypercharge. Gonna be clustering them in a corner. Rico still laying down heavy fire, a life plant to protect the Brock. Byron doing his best just to hold firm. Somehow Eternal survive all of them.
Yeah, basically the game is not over because of Jubileo. Healing, Jubileo holding and dodging on the mid by his own completely. And I think that was because of him. I was going to say they were going to win this one, but Spike dodged really good the Grom this time. And for me, this is so over.
Yeah, at this point in the 2v2, close call. Limpo squad holding on, but Spike's survival just too much. And now they'll match things up here. That was really impressive to watch. I thought the Grom was creative. Did you really feel like it came through the way they thought it would? Because I feel like at times, you know, mechanics aside, I just didn't see them align up in the start like I think you mentioned. Like, I feel like I would have rather seen them be more aggressive and take a more progressive approach.
Yeah, I think in the paper, Grom should always win a Spike, right?
Yeah.
But this map is a bit special. This map is the vision and the pressure is everything. And the new Spike is insane. You can win kind of every match, any matchup, and yeah, it works.
Spike definitely a brawler that sticks out to me as one of the most banned, most picked, and the highest win rate of brawlers. Definitely a good pickup here from the side of Olympus squad. I also am a bit surprised that they didn't even open up the map too badly. The Chrome still had a lot of walls to stand behind, yet Olympus Squad still won.
Some great sidestepping. Now we know it as Ice Crow. I was going to call him Brawl #1, but I just have no idea in the middle of the game who they're running to. Their in-game names. Ice Crow going to be the man on that spike. 4 kills apiece, so even distribution there. But I just felt like a lot of the times we were calling out the mechanics of him, right? The sidestepping, the dodging of Grom supers. And again, throwers traditionally do well into spike because spike relies on open space. Throwers, if they're hiding behind a wall, well, it's hard for spike or sharpshooters in general to land those shots. So the fact that he was able to get the better of Coway, I think goes to show how well Vassetti he played.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously you pick the Brock to be safe against throwers, but if you have a teammate that, I don't know if tell you or you feel like, no, I'm chill, I have the counter, I'm gonna win it, why do it, right? Why to open, why to waste those gadgets?
Yeah, very true. Brock didn't have to open the map, and they still won the match into a thrower. Very well played from them. Now, after getting as many kills as possible, the objective of that mode, we're heading over to Hot Zone. A super interesting one here. We're on Ring of Fire once again. We have seen this map already before, Kenny. Anti-Ellie had an absolute pop-off moment from the side of Loud. Do you think she's going to be banned out now?
I think it's very possible. I think Ali is somebody that you have to consider. Somebody like Im. Oh, I was going to say, if Ims escapes, you have to consider it. One strategy we saw in EMEA last week with Reply Totem was running the Gray Ims combo. Obviously, that's not a possibility here. But for me, Pedro, I just feel like Ims is such a powerful brawler that even on a map like this where you wouldn't naturally consider her in most metas, now that because she is so good, I almost feel like you have to click the button just out of pure respect.
Yeah, I think Ims is the best brawler right now. For me, it's one of the metas where we have the top 1 with a big gap with the top 2 brawler right now. And these teams are known to train at least on stats with Poco, B, Aggro. But this Ims is a surprise for me. Probably they wanted to leave everything open so they can pick another top brawler. Normally, what you do is you leave, if you expect them to pick Poco, Mortis, and Ims, you leave all of them open so you have the other 2, right?
That is a very wise thing they've done here. I was about to say, they left open all of these brawlers. Frank is also left open. So with that Poco already on the field, I wouldn't be too surprised if they picked him up as well. Frank and Poco usually don't do too well into Ems though. She's a pretty good counter against both of them, one being a tank, one just having about the same range as the Ems. Let's see with what Eternal show up next. Still need some range, I feel. Never mind, Shelly isn't going to be... I think they fear the Frank from the left-hand side. Finks is going to come in for the range, so at least I got that one correct. I think Pam could still be an option here. Is going to do a fairly well job against the Finks specifically.
Yeah, it surprised me these last 2 picks from Eternal, right? Normally when you have an Nth, you need to... It's insane Brawl, but you need a bit of support. Normally you put it with a TP, with something that can grant you the push, the control, but he's going to play alone. Anyway, I think it's going to kind of be insane. Obviously, Shelly and Nth get to the enemy bush. It's GG's.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially if they walk up there. So instead, they're going for a much more control-oriented baller. Grim and Frostbin to kind of cut off the middle of the map. The ice is still something super valuable, I imagine, in this situation like this.
Yeah, I mentioned Lou a couple of times coming into the first time we've seen this map. Now Lumi kind of does the same with 2 ice rings as her gadget. I'm super excited for this one. Did not see the Shelly come in, did not see the Poco come in, and then nothing really to follow it up.
Should be a fun one. 1-1 on the scorecard. Eternal team trying to cause a little bit of racket, mix things up over in South America. We've seen what Olympus Squad can do. Last year, A7's roster made it to multiple semifinals. They're looking to climb their way back up to the top. Both of these teams looking to prove that they deserve a date with Loud, to prove they are more than just the tier 2 destination, trying to get themselves out of jail there. So now I'm going to call him Brawl #1 on the right-hand side. Going to be running the Mortis while Poco in the mid. Lumi playing alongside it. I think it's going to be a game of cat and mouse. It's really going to be Shelly trying to shadow that Mortis, and the other 2 brawlers just have to win the 2v2.
Yeah, basically we're going to see exactly a 2v2 on the mid. Then Mortis is going to try to put some chaotic on the other 2. At the same time that he's going to run away from the Shelly. We saw a really good synergy now trying to kill that Shelly, and works really good. And now it's the turn of Mortis to do a space at the same time that he's trying to avoid the Shelly.
That was a phenomenal combo. It was almost Mortis baiting out the Shelly so that the Lumi could activate super, stun Shelly, Mortis swoops in and does the rest. And you're seeing it on the scorecard. It is showing 55 almost % out of the blue side, and not even double digits to muster for Eternal.
Yeah, I mean, the early is for sure for Olympus Squad. But as we said, if Shelly managed to heal up or end on the bush, it's going to be really good for them. Mortis, I need to run away. Don't do that. Don't play for Shelly, please. Just run away. Look for for the other two, and you will do a really good job.
Yeah, and I think he's frustrated with himself too. Throwing down a little angry pin, and now a super from Jubileo will be able to stay indestructible for a moment. They're just trying to clasp that wall, but a Poco hypercharge distributing a shield, really going to help the cause there as Eternal slowly climbing their way back. Shelly wants all the smoke though, knows that a shotgun is enough to beat a shovel, and will deploy Mortis back to spawn.
Yeah, that 3 wall on the left is really important for the red team. Shelly and Ems can use it really good, but Shelly needs to be careful of not breaking it, right? Sometimes you are on the side of the wall, you really want to use your super, but Ems will be destroyed if you do that.
Trying to navigate their way around that, and now all of a sudden Eternal have come back almost 60% in this game, trying to climb all the way up to 100. Now they'll activate the Think Super, M Super, all the utility being used. Why not? Eternal want to win it right here, right now. A Shelly Blast will force the blue roster away. A surgical strike coming out of them. Really impressive comeback.
Yeah, it's really important that they don't let the Ems get to that spot. We were talking about the bush. We saw that she don't even need the bush, just get to that wall. So we need probably Lumi on the left all the time, avoiding. We need a lot of communication. Mortis is the one that is going more aggro position, so he cannot know where the Ems is coming from. He needs to know because 2 seconds later is Ems on that wall, and it's 20%.
Olympus Squad certainly going to be kicking themselves, all things considered. Had a massive lead in game number 1, but it was Eternal who found a way back into it. So now Lumi taking that left-hand side, like you mentioned, that L-safe wall, very important. Shelly, though, not even dealing with the Mortis, just wants to go for the Poco. If they push him away, it's going to allow things to get in the middle. Now they've got a super going down. Jubileo has a little room to expand. Mortis trying to expand their territory a little bit, but quite a reversal of what we saw in the opening game. This time it's Eternal taking off.
Yeah, I think Eternal don't want to have the same weak early than before, so they went for different strat, right? The Shell is waiting for Mortis, and Mortis just freeze. You maybe lose the other 2v2, so they try something different. Work a bit, but now again we are in the same early.
So about even now. Poco activating Hypercharge. Shelly up in his face once again, trying to activate Pluck Blast. Will be careful. Doesn't want to waste that powerful resource. And this gadget can be so devastating. It just cuts off that entire middle of the map, and now the blue squad can walk forward.
Yeah, now we see a Mortis a bit more careful. Just go in and out, right? Don't try to get the kill and suicide. He just trying to get someone low, make him use abilities, use the ammo, and then come back, heal up, and go again. He died sadly now, but I think it's working for him now.
Opportunity for Eternal. Hypercharge being popped by Finks. Shelly now operating on this left-hand side, and Mortis shadowing. Trying to bait this out with Poco low HP. They have to buy their time, and as Shelly, of course, winning that natural matchup. Now the right-hand in, though. Ems being cut off, and Ems gets around to this right-hand side corner with free access. Basically game over for Olympus.
Yeah, I mean, Lumi is doing a really good job now trying to hold the Ems, because if the Ems get there, it's really bad for them. But at the same time, he needs also to help on the mid, right? So Lumi need to be everywhere, and it's really hard.
And unfortunately, Lumi can't do everything all at once. It's going to be Eternal trying to hold on to this lead. Now Shelly dashing forward, away. Mortis lurking. Activates super, goes for one. They need a double kill. He barely escapes with his live follow-up shots from Brawl. This is an opportunity for Olympus Squad.
Yeah, it's really good because Mortis went, but didn't went alone this time. They synchronized a lot too, so Poco can... I don't know if he got the heal, but he pushed with them, so if Mortis put the low, maybe Poco can finish the kills, and it's really important for them to have this synergy.
Eternal putting up a great team fight. 10% away. They backed Olympus Squad entirely down and losing another member. Mortis, a great brawler, but not within striking distance. It was an excellent start to this set for Olympus Squad, but is Eternal walking away with a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I mean, those 5-10 seconds that are really important because we saw Mortis spawning with super and hypercharge. Maybe that means that you could have managed a bit more your second before dying, right? Maybe heal up and used it because a kill with that ability could have been gained.
Hindsight's obviously 20/20, but now that we've kind of seen this go down, Lumi has been a good brawler in the past metas, right? But she's had some nerfs along the way, not necessarily as prominent. Do you feel like there was possibly a better answer? Do you think the Lumi made sense on paper? It just obviously, it started really well for Olympus Squad, but it got out of hand rather quickly.
I mean, I think I believe that Lumi is a brawler that depends on the hands, that can work or cannot work. I could say that Guesty on some... actually, in some hot zone, he bring it that when no one was playing it on EME and worked really good. So it's depend of the player.
I do really like a good...
I like a good Lumi too. I think having that makes a lot of sense. I see the explanation. Obviously, any brawlers in Gusty hands looks pretty good right now. Things in the middle of the map, a tried and true one. Ems is somebody that's the best brawler in the game. Sometimes it's that simple, Pedro. Look, I'm not a coach, but if I see an Ems open, I'm probably just going to click the button.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ems is is the best brawler right now. Sometimes we joke around this. We forgot to ban it and empties on the screen. We just dodge, right? No, we don't, but we kind of, it's so insane. I said that he needs some support. He didn't need it. He popped off a lot alone, so yeah.
So far, we definitely don't have a 3-0 happening, so I'm already happy with our 2 quarterfinals that we've seen. The first one, 3-1, Loud versus Ningam Segura. Now in this one, we're 2-1 up for Eternal. So you're actually looking so good with your predictions right now, Pedro. He's been the only caster to actually predict them to win.
Yeah, I think the experience is insane here, especially when you are in a multi-final already. The nerves can come really hard, and knowing you will always lose a set or lose 2 sets. And knowing that you can always come back and trusting your teammates is really important.
I was really undecided between the two. Honestly, I just went with stats. And in scrims, Olympus Squad have just looked a bit better. I have to say, though, no other team has scrimmed as often as Eternal, so that definitely shows off here. They're doing super well. They just know how to draft. That Shelly pick was a bit unconventional, but it obviously worked out. So let's see what they have for us in store here on Bridge 2-4. Kaze is going to be the first pick here. A very aggressive brawler to kick things off here. Chuck is out of the equation as he's banned from Eternal.
Yeah, we can expect from Olimpo to have a bit of more aggressive playstyle, right? And we can expect from Eternal to be more conservative with throwers, anti-tanks like the Otis, Brox, even 8-bits from far away, Nannies. And yeah, let's see. We are gonna see these fights of playstyles.
Yeah, 2 strategies really clashing, and there's the 8-bit that you mentioned too. Something we saw in EMEA last week as well, and I feel like 8-bit often forgot about as a brawler in general, but I think it's a really creative solution to go against these single sharpshooters that are kind of plaguing this map right now, because he's got so many health points, it's really difficult to take him down. He may be slow, but if you can march him up that map, if you can somehow get him onto the other side, lethal damage dealer. So I think he covers a lot of bases for a team.
I mean, I think it's really hard to play in high competitive level, but once you get to the point where you can have value, you will have insane value. Sadly, have so many counters. One of my favorite, 8-bit, just for you to know. But sadly, have so many counters. Brock, Nanny, Bell will make you in trouble.
I was about to call the Nanny here as well. I also feel like she's doing so well into an 8-bit. 8-bit already slow, so it's a bit easier to hit your shots with those single shot brawlers. Piper, Nanny, all the ones you mentioned already. Bell could also come in clutch here when an 8-bit bounces with his own turret. It's a bit unfortunate. What I'm really looking forward to here is maybe a Crow picked up by either of those 2 teams. He's going to do a lot of damage and going to do well for either side at this point.
Here's the long-range Pierce, so definitely a little more conservative outside of that. Kaze, Nani going to be a long-range option. Pierce, not necessarily crazy damage to something like an 8-bit on a high safe, but if you're reloading enough shots, it definitely adds up rather quickly. So defensive option here on Bridge 2-4 with the Otis. Kind of a flex pick, if you will. We had this conversation earlier, but there's some tanks that are, some anti-tanks full defense. Cordelius is along those lines. Otis, though, is a little bit of a hybrid. He can play a lane, he can contest a mid-range brawl. You might have trouble with some of those longer-range ones, but does a little bit of everything on this map, and I think that's why he's so early on.
Latem special!
Yay!
Yeah, I didn't expect the Juju. I expect them to have something to add some damage to the save, right? Right now they relay Kena on the 8-bit one. That is the one that have the worst matchup so far, and in the case of Olimpo, we have Kaze, we have Nani TPs, the range of Pierce, so they have more win condition. But the Juju have a really good matchup. Remember that it's heist, right? We need to go for objective, we need to go for damage. Maybe it is enough to make a space for the 8-bit, maybe it's not.
So Juju's goal is going to be trying to expand space to allow 8-bit to walk forward. If 8-bit's raining down that heist safe, life looking good for Eternal. We're 1 set away from advancing to a semifinals. Olimpo Squad, that's something in the second half of last year's A7 they did many times, though I'm certainly not counting them out.
Yeah, I think the comp of Eternal is much harder to work. You have so many possibilities with Olimpo. But it's all about the skill, right? If Eternal made to get his way to the safe, it's going to be a lot of damage.
A lot of eyes on Motep in this offseason, especially with the last-second roster swap. He said it himself, felt overshadowed, worked to a new team, reunites with Jubileo, and now he's working the middle of the map alongside his teammates. Coway raining down 1K shots on that safe, and they're so close to getting that 75% threshold. And there they go. Finally top it off. Well worth it from Jubileo to maybe overextend a little bit. Even if this cost him his life, still well in an advantage.
Yeah, that wall that Otis got, even if he died for it, is really important. Sometimes you need to suicide for the objective. But those 2% with a shield can change the whole game, right? You can think that it's really close, but it's not. And those shield, everything for those shield these days.
It's really tough for 8-Bit to dodge that circle out. If Pierce just places it anywhere remotely on 8-Bit and he's that low of HP, there's no way the slow arcade machine's going to be able to dodge that. Nani with a little TP to the top. Now they've hit that 75% marker. Really important. But Jubileo still letting loose on that left-hand side. Finally goes down, but only 5% from getting to the 50% marker.
Yeah, I mean, that he did say to defend the Otis. The Pierce have a lot of damage to the safe if you have a good gadget and you have some bubbles on the floor. But he decided to defend. Sometimes it's better to defend, have the full control, so you can decide the piece of the game, and that's what they are doing.
Kawe feels like this is a moment to strike and will activate that hypercharge. Does manage to dodge it a little bit, but caught up in the fan storm that Kaze drops. So now they're going to be able to gain a little more access to this right-hand side. Motep, a pivotal player here, going down. So it's once again going to be the numbers advantage for Olimpo squad. This defense has been really solid. It might just turn to offense if Eternal's not careful.
Yeah, I mean, Olimpo knows that the 8-Bit is the biggest threat, right? They are putting all the abilities on him, so he cannot get even to the mid part of the map. Even the Kaze that normally his super is all about doing damage, he's putting on control. So we can see that they really know what to do, then they are going for it.
Time simply running out. Olimpo squad would have to get through an entire another layer of this high safe onion, but there's just not enough space, not enough brawlers, just clean execution from Olimpo squad, and they finally polish off that heist safe. So game going to the blue side, still a lot of life left. I felt like that was a much better showing from them, and in general, I would say Juju, who you mentioned, has great paper matchups. I didn't really feel like she ever got to a point where she was thriving. We didn't really see Grieger on the ground much, which is telling me that she's not hitting enough shots, but telling me she's not charging super. I feel like 8-Bit just couldn't shine because other lanes weren't.
I think Juju is focusing too much his lane. I think he needs to forget about the Pierce, that he's just going to feed and get damage and help the 8-Bit to get on the point. They need to play for the 8-Bit, everybody needs to be for the 8-Bit, and yeah, that's where they're trying to now. I think the Olimpo expected that, so they double lane. But yeah, and now it's a few damage from Eternal is coming.
That's a great win considering that they were double laning, because now 8-Bit can expand his territory a little bit. Juju can still hug those walls, and now with extra damage coming in from the super, that's really valuable. Tough job for Jubileo. Mid-range brawler, like I mentioned, can be used for anti-tank. Now battling one of the longest range brawlers in the game. But Brawl, at least that Brawl on my screen, is trying to do his best to hit shots. Not enough though. Now with the extra spawner on the ground, Eternal should be able to do plenty of work here.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing it right. Motep is just helping on 8-Bit lane. We are seeing a 2v2 on the right, a 1v1 completely frozen on the left. Jubileo is winning though. I don't know if he should, probably not, but he's doing really good.
So they delete 25% like it's nothing.
Yeah, now he's
in the back pocket as well. Yeah.
They need to kill that Kaze over and over. Forget about the Pierce. Don't even shoot at the Pierce. Forget about him. Do your lane, kill the Kaze, so 8-Bit can suicide for damage.
Yeah, tried to suicide, but unfortunately couldn't survive long enough to expand and get the tags. Used a gadget as well. Now Jubileo left all alone on this left-hand side. The good news for Eternal is they have such a large lead. With a minute on the clock and not a scratch of damage on their safe, they can afford them a couple mistakes here and there, but it just feels like Eternal have owned this left-hand side. 8-Bit's been able to have his way on the right. It's going to have to be a real turnaround from the blue end.
Yeah, we just saw a cross kill on the left, Otis and Nani killing each other. That's really important for Eternal, because all they need to do is to freeze on the left, because freezing Otis is doing damage, and probably I think he did even more on the half than the damage that was taken.
Looked like a misplay out of Nani too. TP's right in front of Jubileo's face, but meets him with a mute button, so Nani instantly gone from the map. This time they're switching things up. Motep dashing to this left-hand side, playing alongside Jubileo. They get a takedown in the mid. There's just no signs of life coming in from Olimpo squad.
They are just finding new routes for the 8-Bit to reach the mid. They decided that the right is not working, so they just went mid. He's gonna suicide again for damage, gadget on the save, enough damage, and they have an insane lead.
Insane lead, and with 10 seconds on the clock, several layers to go. Despite Olimpo squad's efforts, not going to be enough here. So all of a sudden, Eternal turned things around in this set and will be on match point. In game number 3, the blue side has to adjust. They send in a double engagement on that right-hand side to try and deal with 8-Bit, and the fact that that failed instantly led way for them to just delete 25%. Like you mentioned, 8-Bit is a key player to watch on that top-hand side. If he even gets a remote amount of time, just a little sliver of damage can lead to so much. Especially with that gadget, we're seeing the extra credits go down, and because of that, they get even extra fire for every regular shot he takes.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Olimpo just need to do the game super chaotic. They need to get so many as much super as possible, especially the Pierce, that is the one that can destroy that 8-Bit, but they're not doing it, right? Like the playstyle that Eternal need to bring is really hard to play. Seems like not, but it's really hard, and they're doing it really good.
Feels like Eternal are just playing better in game number 2 in the start of game 3. No damage being dealt yet. Finally, Pierce is able to get a takedown. But 8-Bit has established a turret, so now that's going to be his domain on the right-hand side. Kaze, tall task, just trying to skate up, avoid shots from the 8-Bit, but has so much HP, you almost have to play it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that 8-Bit is using a lot of turrets on the back. Seems like he should not, but that grant him the control. They have to grant him not to die, which is really important, so the Kaze don't get to the save. And it's working because the Otis is slowly pushing the Nani and getting some percentage. So if 8-Bit doesn't die, they don't get that much.
Olympus Squad have to find some semblance of map control. They just keep losing brawler after brawler. Eternal, being patient. They haven't overdone it yet. There's a couple good tags that appears to slowing one to 8-Bit, making him even slower than he already is. Now hiding, lurking is going to be the Kaze on the right-hand side. Beamed down by 8-Bit, though. Now a super letting loose 25%.
That's 2 shields.
Gone.
That's 2 shields.
Yeah, already expanding.
Yeah, if they don't get that turret fast and they are able to do another new push, that's going to be a second shield.
Devastating.
It's coming, the shield.
Now Grigri on the ground as well. Oh, that is a tough beat as well. All those Pierce shots on the ground, and they can't even be used. On the top end, Nani just doing a little bit of light work compared to what Eternal are doing. On the bottom of your screen, you can see it. 8-Bit, just so many shots pouring in. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, I think they are just getting out of control. The Nani is trying to TP, leaving the Otis alone on the safe. They're trying just to do some damage, but you're getting the damage back, so I think it's not worth it.
Not over yet. Still 30 seconds on the clock, but a long way to go. They have to get to at least that 50% marker, and they got to do it fast because otherwise there's just not enough physical time for them to come back.
I mean, they are doing really good. They are not dying, which is super important now that they need to keep the control. Just don't die. Don't let your lane reach to the safe. Even if you don't reach the safe, it's fine. And with 10 seconds left, one shield up, it's gonna be GG's.
Eternal on autopilot at this point. All the hard work already done. Just a simple defense to get themselves a win. Beautifully executed. The gameplay out of Motep and his teammates impeccable there in that final set. It'll grant them a 3-1 lead in the opening month of the year and entry to the semifinals.
I mean, yeah, we saw that they can bring any type of playstyle on. They have been here around for a long time already, and they proved it today.
Motep now playing for Eternal and did pay off in the end. Pedro, the only one who actually predicted them to win this one. Olympus Squad looked a little better in the scrim. That was my reason for picking them. Now, what was Olympus Squad missing today, Pedro? Do you feel like they played maybe a bit too aggressive?
I think they had a game plan. We could see it really good on the last set. They have a game plan, and if it don't work, they don't have tools to be creative, and with the same brawler you have, find the new routes. We saw 3 games literally the same, always the same lanes, not changing anything. We saw Eternal changing a bit to reach that, make that 8-Bit to reach the save, to make some space with the Juju, but I couldn't see that on Olimpo.
I really like that analysis we mentioned before. They also didn't really play for the objective. You can see it here once more. Golden actually with 21 kills, but you don't have to get kills on Heist to win, Kenny.
No, and I mean, despite how many frags he got, it just wasn't enough to equate to highest safe damage. I think that's one thing that Pierce may be a great brawler, but it's definitely not my go-to if I'm looking to get damage on that high safe. And that's one thing I felt like was really lacking from that blue side composition. They had great brawlers. They had some good lane matchups. There were brawlers that get the long distance, but not necessarily outside of Kaze, able to just explode like an 8-Bit would.
Yeah, I mean, but you just need to find new routes, right? If it's not working, just maybe put the Priest on the right, maybe get more feed from the 8-Bit. The Kaze on the mid, maybe doing some space, just making time on the Juju. You just need to find new routes when something is not working every game, and they didn't. I think that was really important.
I think that always shows who is really the best team, who can adapt to whatever their opponents are playing against them and how they're playing. Now we want to have a look at how the quarterfinals have shaped up so far. 3-1 in the first one, 3-1 in the second one, and Loud and Eternal are our semi-finalists number 1. Pedro, if you would have to bet right now, after what we've just seen, are you putting your money on Loud or Eternal here?
Loud. I mean, we talk about the experience, right? And Loud is the one they probably have the 3 most experienced players in the region.
I'd say so.
I think
alongside Tufa, probably.
Yeah, maybe Tufa, but if not, they are top 2 and 3, right? So yeah, I expect them to be also really hard worker. So I'm on them.
And now in quarterfinal number 3, we're heading into the other side of this a little bit of an interesting roster swap. After the season had already started, SK Kalalas gains a new player, and they're now facing up against a completely new roster. Sun Hedorahs, my personal favorites here today, the underdogs, because it was kind of a running joke from the 2025 SA season that South America is always populated by the same 8 teams. We welcome back Ready to the desk as well. Your thoughts on that super new roster, Sun Hedorahs? We haven't heard from those players yet so far at all.
What is there to think? Honestly, they're completely new. I'm going to riff on the same beats as you, as this team is completely new. Zarita Gang is a team that's notably missing here, so they've beaten out those guys to make it in here. I think that's really important to note. I'm excited to see what they have to offer. I always love some fresh faces in the business, but there's no history to speak of for these guys besides their qualifiers performance.
And in qualifiers, they were actually doing super well. We have Drew, Magic, and Merlin playing here. They played with a little bit of a different roster in the qualifiers. Merlin jumping in here, and I hope they had enough time to scrim with him, because Pedro, you and me know how important the communication is in a team, and if you have a new player in your roster, that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I always vouch for synergy teams, right? Staying together for a long time is really good. That's something we are going to see on SK Kalalas now with RHZ and Christian. They have been together from before. But I love this kind of match where we don't know what to expect from one of the teams, right? Obviously, I think it's going to be on the favor of SKC, but not expecting what a team can bring is super dangerous, right? Normally you have stats, you know their playstyle, you know a lot, and they can surprise you with anything. They don't have anything to lose, and they can come with whatever they want to.
So Sun Hedorahs on the one side, the rookies, and then on the other side we have SK Kalalas, second seed in the region, and we already broke down the roster mania a little bit, and they were hit by that in this region. We had the chance to sit down with Brawl talking about this.
Okay, yeah, so for us was like really heartbroken to have to part ways with Motep. He was like a really good teammate, not only with his level, but with his preparation with draft and all that things. Like he really give everything for the team. But even with that, the team synergy was not good. Like we were playing scrims, and yeah, it was only scrims, but the results that we were looking were not the best. Also playing other competitions, so it was like, okay, we can do something. We can start with this team, and then if something goes bad in the first monthly final, we can change something, or we can change it now, because if we want to go to the Brawl Cup, we need to have like the best team or the best way to go there. So this is why we try to fix the team, like changing someone. Maybe that was not the correct player to change, but we will see it today.
Ready, you were talking to him here. I'm super surprised by his answer that he felt like the synergy was off a little bit, despite Pekka and Motep playing together for such a long time. A huge question that is in the room right now: can Pekka still perform as well as they did last year without his dear friend Motep?
Yeah, well, I mean, this roster is also one that has been attempting to plug and play for sort of a while. They've rotated their third numerous times. Now they're rotating out their third and the coach at the same time. It is curious to see that the lack of synergy would be there, but it wouldn't be an unfamiliar story when it comes down to the other two that are on this roster.
Do you think they can still have the same performance this year as they showed us last year, Pedro?
Yeah, I think that what we need to talk about is not the swap a player, that they change the main drafter. That's really important. At the end of the day, in good teams, everyone helps, right? But when you have the main brain working on scrims every day, probably the in-game leader talking, deciding when to swap lanes, is completely a new environment when you change the players, and it's something that they need to adapt as soon as possible.
They're probably happy that they have to face up against the complete rookie in that first match here. At the same time, as you already mentioned, you can't really know. He's already laughing.
I was happy already. I was happy last week also.
Yeah, you were. And SK did not end up winning, but let's see if it goes a little better for SKC. The match is already on the way, so let's head into our first map here. It's SK Kalalas versus Sun Hedorahs, and I'm going to throw that question to you, Pedro, still. SK Kalalas looking forward to playing against rookies, but you mentioned beforehand how Sun Hedorahs are an unwritten book. They don't really know what to expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally like that, right? They have some stats, right? Especially when they have already waiting 2 weeks for this match. They know, they have been tracking them for sure. But this team that have nothing to lose are really easy for them to just go wherever they feel like. Also, they probably, when you are 3 friends probably even or close people and get to this chance, and some of them tell you, now, trust me, I'm gonna rock with Mr. P. The other two will trust forever, they will go with him, so you can expect anything from them.
We're now heading into draft. Golden Gulch is our first map. Many brawlers already out of the way. Many Buffy brawlers left open though. I see Spike, Mortis could still be two very good picks. Some of them, like this one, Gray is going to be the first pick here. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw a tank or an assassin on the right-hand side indeed ready.
Mina now coming out from SK Kalalis. This one puzzles me just a little bit. I know it will apply a bunch of pressure. If they give up any room, then Mina's going to be taking up a ton of space. Though, I just have to wonder, are they capitalizing on those positions? Like, usually you'd capitalize on a brawler dying, for example, to move up as Mina. Now you're just waiting for someone to get on low HP, so it's going to be a bit of a different dynamic than you would see from Mina in most of the other game modes, but I think that's a role that she's going to fulfill.
Yeah, I really like the playstyle of Mina in this map because it's bringing you a lot of flexibility to do whatever you want. You can go super aggro at the start or just wait for the overtime, right? With that shield that is really strong. You need some support like snipers are really strong, really important, and anti-tanks, which they cover both, right? So now at this point, Soñadores can choose whatever they want. They can. I would go for a freeze comp where you can control the Mina, don't go chaotic. Don't get those hits from Erty that can change the game. So yeah, so some range and be secure already against the thrower with the Gray is a good start.
Gray and Byron, this basically screams tank for me right now. Just anything that will get a lot out of those two support brawlers. I also still wait to see Rico, a brawler that we've seen so often already today on this map. Rico and RT so far are mainstays on Golden Gulch.
Probably gearing up for something a bit tankier that relies on those walls. They banned out Brock. They knew that they wanted to go for this. They also have the possibility of breaking open walls if they desire to do so. Okay, that's real interesting. They're just waiting for the end game with this Pearl. Not going to be breaking open any walls, most likely. Just trying to keep it on high HP, get into position with all of its shield from building up that heat, and then use a gadget, try and get a free kill off of that.
Yeah, I don't expect it, but in EMEA could be a tick last pick, just holding the Gray, don't getting hit, right? If you are freezing the Gray good, thrower can have really good value, and that's what I go for. Maybe you miss a bit of damage, so you need that, yeah. Good option, safe.
Very safe option here with Gus and RT on the left-hand side. We have two brawlers that are both good at the beginning of the map as well as the end. When the smoke comes in and they have their supers available, they're going to do super well. So I would definitely side with the left-hand side's composition here. Pedro, if you had to choose, which would be your comp?
I would go for blue one. I think they.
Why?
I think they can adapt to every stage of the game. They have a really good early. If they manage to hit two bullets with the Erty together, could be a kill. And it's much harder for the red team with the Byron. Need to have an eye all the time on the allies. Pearl on the early is going to suffer a bit. It's harder to make it work.
Well, she's clearing out the right side for now, knows that there's no one in that bush, so nothing really to be concerned about, and going to be playing around these walls for as long as she possibly can. It's not like they're at risk of going down. No one really breaks walls here, except for Magic on the top lane, of course. And he wouldn't mind breaking open some of those on the left side to further strengthen that stronghold on the right side.
Yeah, it's going to be a really slow game. Basically, no one is going to get a kill before the overtime. I mean, the overtime, the Storm comes in, right? So they are just trying to hit some bullets here, some bullets there, so they can get super for late game.
Just working on the late game. Drew is being put under a bunch of pressure. Typically would like to sit on high heat with that shield. Now goes for a bit of damage on RHZ, but he doesn't have the HP to circle around from the bottom side. Forced to anyway. KR senses the opportunity for a kill. That's P.E.K.K.A on the right side, aggressing Magic. It's just two supports now. Their power player is out of here. Merlin still gets one kill with the use of the super. KR gets one at the middle. Merlin would love to farm up yet another super. Takes a TP for a bit of extra health to get some supercharge, but it is one in the books for SKC.
Was really close for SKC to lose when you have that the early kill, right?
Yeah.
It's really important to get this kill in this kind of map where everything's going to go really slow. But it's really important to kill and reset, right? You kill, you reset, you go back, then you heal up completely. Even if you lose a bit of pressure, then you have 3v2. You should not lose it.
A bit of early aggression from P.E.K.K.A on the top side wants his super. KR almost bit off more than he could chew. In fact, he did. But that disturbance of the force is capitalized on by P.E.K.K.A to exchange a kill. It's 2 versus 2. 2 supports
was really
versus
good
2 DPS.
from P.E.K.K.A to get that refrag. That you use a lot of ability, you out-position yourself to get a kill on my teammates. No, don't worry, I'm coming, I'm Mina. I can dash here, put the shield, kill you, and come back.
One super for Magic. That's his TP out, most likely. Doesn't really want to get on top of anyone here. RHZ, P.E.K.K.A both bad targets. He went for the long pull. No dice, but at least Merlin does have that hypercharge super for when the poison closes in. But it looks like we've got plenty of time. People just poking right now, but it might be time for Sonia Dores to move because that poison's forcing everyone in.
I think SK Kalalas maybe lose this one just... Oh, no, they will not. Okay, I was expecting them to play a bit more safe, so the RT can just get fit, get the hypercharge, win the next round. But they didn't even wait to that.
It's game one for SKC. Saw the late game play a couple of times. Sonia Dores, they, looked like they actually had a chance there towards the end, but they were also losing their Pearl quite early. Really, really bad because they're playing a couple of supports around this brawler. They need it to be alive. It's designed to be alive. It has HP, it has a shield, but it wandered out of position too many times.
Yeah, I think we can see here the confidence that SKC players have on themselves, right? They know that they are better, they know that they can, especially the gas is like dodging forward, dodging while walking, like getting an aggressive position, and you can see that they feel much superior.
Drew on the right side has cleared it out, but he's still hanging pretty low. Doesn't want to get himself in that bad position in the middle. Really interesting hook there from Sonia Dores. Must have expected the way that Christian would dodge. Instead, he didn't move at all. It's going to be a countdown before Magic can try and get anyone out of position again or break open those walls so he can keep those supers rolling.
Yeah, this time they are trying to be a bit more safe, so SKC need to be much more aggro to get some kills. And they are doing it, right? They are basically on their safe, they are basically on their house, just getting kills here and there. And it's going to be really hard to get it back.
For the first time we see Drew make it to the late game. Would love to see him make some impact here, but in fact, it actually went more dominantly in favor of SKC than it did in the previous couple of rounds that they won. They're just one round away. Sonia Dores, they're going to have to try something new here because they're basically out of tricks. You've only got 4 rounds of knockout here. This could be the last one.
I feel like SKC is going to win any moment of the game. Like they are winning early, they are in mid game, they can just push. Even if they freeze completely in late game, I think with RT Super, with the shield of gas and with the shield of Mina, which is late they will win. So it's game, yeah. I'm excited.
Like, we've got a few more seconds, but let's be so real, folks. We already knew what was going to happen. RT even had a hypercharge super in the bank in case they couldn't win a 3v1. Not happening. SKC, what a dominant first set. And Pedro, you pointed out that, look, this draft, it looks really heavily weighted towards blue side, towards SKC. Really, really safe from them. Do you feel like going for this kind of composition for red team, was this just because they feel like they're inferior in the matchup? They had to play some sort of cheese comp?
I think they were a bit, yeah, maybe. But what I felt is like the SKC was superior on every aspect. And especially against that kind of rookie team, winning, not only winning, but stomping when you should not. I mean, I think they had the comp, but not as big difference as we saw. It's really important for the mental fight against these kind of things is really important. You know that maybe they are not ready to full combat you, they are not ready to stay as a team together, so it's really important to not destroy in game, also destroy the mental.
Well, and yeah, I feel like we did see these guys fracture apart as a team. You saw Drew get into an aggressive position a few times and then just gets devoured, encircled by SKC. And then so, okay, he takes a bit more withdrawn stance and then his teammates get taken down first. Really feel like they tried a bunch of things here. And even when they decided, okay, you know what, we're just going to play slow, we're going to play passive, SKC go, well, Mina moves when she attacks. We're just going to kill you. We're just going to move up your right lane.
That's what I mean. I feel like they feel much stronger, so they can bring any playstyle at this point.
That's confidence right there, and that's the word that you used as well. SKC, they're confident, but they're also playing it pretty safe. That threw me a little bit with them going such a safe composition in set number 1. Looks like they have sort of understood their opponent, even after just one set. I'm curious how things are going to look on a more control-based mode, such as Ring of Fire. You are going to have to deal with things diving you constantly. I noticed that alley is wide open. It was really strong here earlier. Mortis is gone, of course, so
Mortis
could be something that appears here.
Important, and I mean this.
Phew.
We can expect from SK Gala maybe to bring not the first pick, but maybe a Pam or a Finks, something really solid on the mid that can get a lot of percentage. and probably bring it with some aggression on the lanes, like Mortis, Frank.
Yeah, and since something that stood out to me earlier, here you have Finks. Yeah, just good control, anti-tank capabilities as well, because he can use a gadget, TP away, get all of his ammo back, and fire 6 shots at you in total. He does so much damage, and he also has a circle. He puts the circle down in the zone. It slows. You can get 2 circles if you're feeling feisty. But I'm really looking for an assassin somewhere in here. Ali is just one of the main characters of this map for me, and I feel like she can repel some of the things that are super good into Pam. Like Belle, for example, just going to be all up in her business. Do you think that this would be a viable last pick?
I think we could see some Ali, yeah, but it's really important here to win the mid fight, right? Normally you always try these assassins basically to win the mid for you, but I always prefer to have a mid that can win by his own, not win, but maybe minimum hold, right? Or maybe maybe you can have a Mortis to, I think, kill an Ali. That helps you, but it's important not to rely only that kind of brawlers.
Yeah. Well, speaking of mids, I'm not seeing a Pierce ban anywhere, so maybe that pick could be coming up any second. He's so strong right now. Spike and Meeple making an appearance here. 2 longer range brawlers, and Spike does have good anti-tank capabilities. We could be looking at a last pick, something that can shoot through or over Meeple's walls. Can move Pierce going to make an appearance?
Yeah, I think the Spike is a really good pick. Also, it's this anti-tank brawler that are really strong these days, like Otis also, obviously Enth, that allows you to play even if you are not facing a tank against. We saw Spike winning a Grom, right?
Yeah.
Before. What can we expect now?
Well, he just has so much range, basically. Has a curveball that gives him a bunch of additional range. By the way, of course, Pierce is going to make an entrance here. Anytime it's not banned, it probably is going to be picked unless it's shut out really, really hard by like spawners or just walls in general. So now, how do they finish this off? They have that Finks for anti-tank. They have their mid. There it is. That's their aggression that they need. And that's going to also help out this Pierce a lot. Mortis is banned. Now they've gotten rid of another assassin. Pierce just hates anything that spawns a bunch of crap that he has to shoot, and he doesn't like stuff that gets all up in his business. I think this will also allow RHC, provided there's not an assassin on the other side, to run the gadget that gives you an extra ammunition and aid to his pressure.
I think SKC went for the double mid and the chaotic, right? If you make the map a bit chaotic with the Ali, then double mid, double ballads on the mid are harder to dodge, right? And yeah, I was gonna wonder if they're gonna mirror the double mid or just come in something aggro. The point here is that maybe they can deal with the Ali, but once you kill the Ali, you don't have anything to really push.
Yeah.
You can always push with Pam or with Spike, especially, right, to get the push, but you don't really have this main aggro brawler.
Gotcha. Yeah, and they'll be able to play for control. They'll be able to like pinch in around a side, but I don't think they're ever going to be in those bushes. Unless Spike wins lane really, really hard, maybe moves up with Super, I'd say it's quite unlikely. So how is this going to work out for Sonya Doris? They've played all control. They don't really have the aggression, but at least they have Pam with Scrap Sucker to suck away all that ammunition from Ali, provided that the mind games don't get that all avoided.
Yeah. They think they need that to get turret of the fan as soon as possible and keep it alive as much time as possible. If not, they're going to suffer a lot. They don't have damage, they don't have the range. They have a bit of HP, but Pierce is on a birthday. Right now he's enjoying a lot. He's just on a party. He's just going to shoot here and there and get so many supers.
Well, here comes one kill for P.E.K.K.A. He's deep in the back lines, going to encircle Magic. RHZ's feeling the heat, but it's fine because P.E.K.K.A. is there to save the day with a single attack. It is Sonya Doris over and over, lambs to the slaughter. SKC are all up in their back lines, and they don't have a plan to retreat.
Yeah, this is so tough to watch. they should be thinking already about the next game, how to change it, but I cannot come with a good creative idea to deal with that Ali. They like, I don't know, Spike need to hit everything or Pam need to put a really good gadget on him, but even if you kill the Ali, look, you're still in the back. You kill the Ali, but the Pierce, I don't know if Pierce got even 1k damage.
Oh, goodness.
On him.
Well, I mean, when your teammate's taking away all your targets, it's kind of hard to. Ali devouring them, just life after life into the jaws of the alligator. My goodness. And she's in the bushes all the time, too. She's jumping every which way. She has her gadget. She has her super to aid her, getting additional damage. It's looking pretty bleak for Sonya Doris
yeah,
right now.
To put the Pam on him, but it's not going to work for too long.
Okay, well, here.
Even if you kill him, he's going to come over and over back again. Like, they kill him now, but they need to still get the mid, they need to don't do mistake, because once the Ali kill one and get on the bush, it's going to be the same as before.
You're delaying the inevitable, but at least Soñadores are in a more aggressive position than they've been for the entire game so far, this entire set so far. P.E.K.K.A once more on the right side, dodging those curveballs like a beast. He's got the super in, 1-2, couldn't get the second, and Soñadores actually hold this anchor on the point.
Yeah, they managed to put the pump on the alley and at least make time. They lose the turret though, they need the other two with the turret, so Pam really need to hold the alley and at the same time put the turret for the other two too. So Pam need to be everywhere, and it's really hard because he cannot do any mistake, right? One turret that is taking earlier than expected or one gadget that miss on the alley is going to be the same game that we saw before.
And look at this, as soon as P.E.K.K.A respawns and Magic's able to see him again, he's right over onto that lane, but he missed a Scrap Sucker. That's going to be costly. At least he has a super to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. And look at the priority here. They need to get rid of P.E.K.K.A, even though he's not the one capturing percentage on the point. That was RHZ. He was one tap on the point. Magic still alive, doing so much work for this team, but he's only one guy.
Yeah, he needs to be everywhere, right? He needs to win the 2v2, he needs to win the alley. I don't know why maybe they choose the wrong gadget for Spike, and he should have choose the stun for not the cactus. But then, yeah, then you have less abilities in the 2v2. It's really hard. They need everyone to be everywhere. It's really hard to make it done.
Hypercharge for Hypercharge right now. RHZ and Drew just used theirs. Probably not coming back for the remainder of this game. Here comes another edition of Meeple's Mansion. Provides a little bit of room for Soñadores to get some percentage. They're counting up to 90%, but they are almost team wiped. It's going to be a staggered respawn for Magic, and it's just Drew. Needs to stay away. Could get this kill on P.E.K.K.A. Waiting for the timing. Gets 1-2. Perfect. Staggers the respawn. SKC still alive on this point. Forced to back away, but Magic can't get it done in time. It's another set for SKC.
Yeah, I was surprised that they almost get it, right? They were able to control a bit the game, control a bit especially the alley. But once the alley he still makes so much time. So if the pan is busy, the other two will be too.
Really, really nice stuff here from SKC. We're going to take a look back at it too. This was pretty much a Rockstar game one. They shut out Soñadores like it was never even an option for them to get any capture percentage. This is when P.E.K.K.A really kicked it into gear. He was farming KD. I cannot wait to see these stats. It's going to look ridiculous. It did the last time we saw Ali played just a couple of matches ago. I would expect nothing less. But Soñadores, they lost control in the final seconds there. Do you think they didn't retreat when they needed to and then got staggered on the respawns and then lost? Or do you think it was already
as
done?
I said, I think the Ali just need a good interaction.
Gotcha.
He could try over and over and over. Once he get one single good interaction, he's going to push all the team up. It's not only about him, right? Because the Christian and RHZ need to push at the same time. But if they do it once, it's completely controlled.
With how often we talked about it today, that you have to play for the objective, this almost is a bit ironic. This time around, the blue roster actually has all the kills and they end up winning Hot Zone. I guess it comes down to kills in some of those game modes. After all, you can't just only stay in the zone. But game number 2 looked super close. You already touched on it a little bit. Meeple's Mansion made a huge difference there. He was just cycling that gadget to get that control in mid. And as we kind of discussed, I also felt like maybe they went a bit too aggressive. They should have retweeted a little bit, just make sure to stay alive. They could have very well won that game.
I think this really comes down to also what Pedro was saying is you just have to get control of mid. What is your mid matchup? Because Ali is great at getting kills, getting disruptions in the backlines, but ultimately it's about that zone. Staying on the zone in, like you said, Meeple putting in the work, keeping that Meeple's Mansion down, blocking everyone away. No one was stuck inside of it. I just want to add that real quick. So I like the mentality here. I think Soñadores actually had like some good pieces right there, but it didn't come together to get them a set victory.
Yeah, I think they should have decided that the Pam is going to fight in the 2v2 and the Spike is going to hold the alley, even though he didn't have the right gadget, but that could have worked.
So lane matchup is super important. Adapt to however your opponents are playing, and let's see if we finally see some signs of life from Soñadores, if they now are ready to adapt to whatever their opponents are showing up against them. We're on bridge too far now. Heist, you need to do as much damage as possible to the opponent's Heist save. Kaza is going to be the first pick here. That kind of reminds me of a match we just watched beforehand.
A little deja vu. Wonder whether she's going to play on the right lane. Again, given that, of course, this is the enemy team, they'll probably be playing playing on the left side. I think people don't know this about Bridge too far. The left lane and the right lane, they're not the same amount of open, is a way of putting it. One's one tile wider, the other's a tile shorter. But this is the EMEA influence right here. Pedro, you've got the Otis coming out. This was one of the top picks in EMEA. Care to explain?
Yeah, it's a really safe pick, right? You miss a bit of range to maybe fight a pure sniper, but you can hold it, and of course you are really good against Cathes or Darryls or whatever aggro they can bring to you.
This map really comes down to lane matchup, and whenever you have lanes like this one where a lot of water is involved, Eve and Angelo usually banned out. Angelo left open and immediately picked up here. Makes a lot of sense for me. We saw Juju before, also one of those brawlers that can put the water to good use. Ali would be one of them, Shade as well. And yeah, Eve, as already mentioned, usually those two have always been banned out, Pedro.
Yeah, I was expecting to have another water brawler, what we call water brawler, right? In this map you have Angelo, Juju and Eve in that order, I would say. So if someone has picked one of these and the other two are open, I think you normally pick those because it's super safe, and yeah, we saw it.
So now you need something that either outranges the Eve or is able to pierce through those annoying little fleas that she spawns. You know, they're her babies. Hatchlings. She's a space flea. They're little
babies. Hatchlings or babies.
They might be her babies, but they're the most annoying little pieces of crap on this map. And I think this is going to be something that is now done by SK Kalalis. They'll find some way of piercing through it. If not, it's going to be a huge thorn in the side for Angelo, who has just one shot, one opportunity to take down each brawler or little spawnable at the same time. Also got to have to fend off this Melody, which will typically be Otis's job, but it wouldn't hurt to have another brawler do that.
We right now have a super aggressive comp on the right-hand side with both the Kaze and the Melody. They just want to dive onto save. I was about to say, we have not that much damage on the left-hand side here from SK Kalalis, so it's hoping for some more DPS. Crow is a brawler that I've mentioned before in this map. He can dive in, do so much damage, especially when he has his hypercharge available. And Angelo and Otis are more staying in the back, just trying to defend, especially against that Kaze. Otis is going to come in clutch.
Yeah, I think that we can see that the Soñadores knows that they are not the favorites once again, right? That they need to impress, they need to make the game super chaotic, gone super aggro, and that's what they did, right? They went super aggro, they went literally all in, and SKC just need to hold the aggression and go in when they have the chance.
This is one of the things that sucks about having a brawler that floats over water. Your lane can get double stacked and you can't do anything about it. Kaze immediately shut down, but it's fine. It's an opportunity for Magic to move forward and get that first shield cracked. It is crack for crack at the moment, but SK Kalalis SA are taking the majority of the heat, 9% right now. Soñadores ahead by the tempo, and here comes Magic once more with all three notes in tow, avoiding those shots as best as he can, and that's another one. What a lightning fast game so far.
Yeah, I mean, we said that Soñadores didn't go for the objective before, and now they are just doing that, right? They are forgetting and just going all aggro. The problem is that you are going to fit a lot, especially against a Crow. Is really risky to do that. We even saw the Otis on aggression, not even on defense. Maybe if they put even the Otis on defense, it's going to be even easier to stop the aggression of double aggression of Melody Cathe. But even on top, they won. So, yeah.
Oh man, SKC on the cusp of victory. Now they've gotten a couple of sets under their belt, 2 so far. 1 game remains. Will it be as efficient as the one that we just witnessed? Gone in just under a minute. Soñadores now adapting their lineups. They're putting Merlin on the left side, and it was a good idea to do so because they're facing the other brawler that floats over the water. This kill on Drew already created a little bit of aggression, but double stacking the assassins was maybe an overcommitment.
Yeah, even if they won, SKC knows that the Otis is not the main damage dealer of the team, so he now is coming for defense, to help on defense, even though he's going to be ignored now from Melody and Cathe, obviously, but he needs to be a bit more with the team this time.
It's really tempting also to go for the save. KR's actually gonna go for it. Christian all alone on the enemy side, leaving his team to defend, but they're not really geared up for defense. They don't have the DPS unless you're P.E.K.K.A and you get a super. He's got that hypercharge in tow. Drew's gonna go for as much damage as possible. Meanwhile, on the Soñadores side, they're only 2% off from missing another chunk of health from their safe. That is the second crack on the safe. They've only got one more shield to work with.
Yeah, that last shot of Otis was really important because now Crow can jump, get another full shield, and now they have an insane advantage. They need to hold a bit, do some damage here and there. Probably Crow with the other aggro is going to get another super, and it's going to be game, set, and match.
Okay, Magic aggressive, but Merlin's left alone. 1v2, that's a tall order. 1.3k HP, taking all he can in the world. Not enough to withstand the force of Otis on the safe. Pekka knows what's up. Get pretty. You're going to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, they prove they are much better. What we talked, like, when you want to prove that you are the best, you need to start stomping who you need to start stomping, and what they did.
The number 2 seed of the region moved on into the semi-finals, also in the first monthly final of the season. Pekka, being fresh in that roster, he's doing pretty well. I think we talked about communication, Pedro. So far, so good for them.
I mean, they played really good. They have the strategy really writing by Roll, the coach, and they did really good. They all commit. They know that they need to play together to get the best from each other, and that's what they did.
Happy to see the transplant of Roll and Pekka from last year's Casa Brawl making an impact on this squad. Seemed like they, couldn't really find who they were most comfortable with. Pekka, of course, just getting ready for the next one on the cams. Love when the players are comfortable on the cams, but it's what you'd expect. Number 2 seed, they've been here lots of times before.
And Sonadores, we had some great drawings from them. I feel some games where they have actually shone, didn't get the most kills overall, but the draft was solid. This one as well. I think Eve, Kaze, and Melody could have won this matchup.
Yeah, I think that they proved themselves in this game. They couldn't get a set, but I think it's really important to start confident. I believe that they had confidence. They were not at the same level as SKC, but that is a really positive start of the season.
And they had a very tough matchup here. I think SKC is one of those 2 teams in this region potentially that you don't want to face in the quarterfinals.
Unlucky. That's a right that you have to earn by qualifying through the upper bracket. So, hey, if you don't want to face them, then you better go through the upper bracket. And even then, you better hope that you don't beat them in the upper bracket, because there's a chance for someone to be gifted a top-tier matchup, even though they went through the better side of the bracket.
We're our first 3-0 of the day. We are now down 3 quarterfinals already. SK Kalalas wins, moves on into the semi-finals, and they're now just waiting for their opponents. With Bounty Hunters and New Heights Gaming, it's going to be a tough one. This one was the one where we all said it's going to be close ready.
Look, Bounty Hunters, these, if you're going by last year's stats, are the folks that kind of should take it. But New Heights Gaming, I just have a feeling that Prosy is that guy, and he'll be able to lead this squad into victory.
Prosy is definitely a player we want to look out for. It's a very, very, experienced player already. Last year he was playing with that SKC roster that we've just seen under a different name. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that.
Should be a good one.
Oh, hi, Kenny.
Oh, hey. I was just hanging out. It was just a good match.
Spawned
just hanging
in.
around. Yeah, look at me. Just hanging out. Look, I think this is going to be a good one, too. I think this is one of the ones we anticipate being a closer quarterfinal. We've got Bounty Hunters on one hand. These guys have done a lot of work. Prosy, on the other hand, a player that really shined to me in the last season. And now with a new squad, I'm curious to see if he can live up to that hype.
So on the one side, we have Bounty Hunters with Loco, Derp, and what was the last guy's name again?
Prosy.
It's Doritos! You didn't get the joke, right?
I'm eating a second Dorito.
Yeah, why are you doing that? Soylent Green is people. You know how they make those things?
Nope, can't stop me.
Do you think Doritos is going to be offended by us eating Doritos on the show?
Oh no, this is just the natural
No
word.
problem.
Sorry, Doritos.
This is my favorite segment
can I have
we've
one?
ever done.
Thanks, man.
This is and this is top tier.
I love how he tried to mansplain and was like, Prosy. That was the wrong shot. Good job there. So on the one side, we have Bounty Hunters. On the other side, New Heights Gaming. I also want to know from the 2 of you, who did you vote for and why?
Well, hang on. Can I finish up my bite?
Kenny.
You take this?
Yeah, I'll take this one for now, ready.
Thanks,
New Heights Gaming for me. More of a belief in player. I don't know if they should be favorites. I mean, to be honest with you, this squadron was what was BC Gaming at one point. Lots of semifinals for them, solid seeding. But Perozy's a great player. I think that's somebody that stood out to me last year. Wesley has been around this region for a long time. You could see him rocking the Zest jersey, quite the throwback from, I believe, I want to say 2023. I think they have potential. I don't know if it's enough to overcome bounty hunters, but I'm kind of just going with the gut check if I'm being honest with you. This is one of those that I'm going strictly off field.
And you?
Pretty much same mindset here. I honestly thought I was going to be relatively alone in picking New Heights Gaming for this one, just judging by the BC Gaming performance last year. They made it to last gen's qualifier, but no, I really just do have a feeling about these guys. But Prosy is alongside a couple of players that haven't really made that much of an impact for the last several years, so I'm curious whether he's going to be able to basically whip them into shape.
We also want to have one last look at the maps for the quarterfinal. Once more, the same maps, but in a different rotation. We're going to switch up the maps also for the semifinals. A major theme in 2025 was how far ahead those two seeds, number 1 and 2, were really. Loud and SK Kalalas just way ahead of everyone else in this region. And this one, once again, matchup of those tier 2 teams that we've seen very often in the monthly finals, but they never even made it into the semis or the grand final.
That's tough. And I would say often in this region, for a top team to, for like a top 8 team to make it into top 8 is pretty expected. You know, they don't face a whole lot of resistance, not a whole lot of teams of their caliber along the way. So genuinely, top 8 versus top 4 is a level up. It is a very, very clear difference. So I would put these teams pretty much in the same category.
I think it's tough too. In tier 2 almost feels derogatory when we talk about these guys because ultimately they're top 8 in their region. That's wildly respectable. But considering how last year went, 5 of 6 monthly finals wins belong to 2 teams, SKC and Loud. And then there's just kind of everybody else. And we had Casa Brawl last year, BC Gaming. Both of these teams fit that mold for me. They're going to be looking to prove that they're not just another one in the pack, that they can stand out, that they can stand amongst the rest in those grand finals kind of category. And now that neither of these teams are playing Loud or SKC in the first round, this is an opportunity for them to guarantee themselves a semifinal to start the year. And maybe if they play their cards right and find an upset, they can get to a grand final, which would be huge for Brawl Cup implications.
Bounty Hunters also stayed together. They were BC Gaming last year. I think that could always be a tiny bit of an advantage. You already know the teammates, the communication, what they play well. You have that inward, just feeling of they want to push now. I can feel it without him even telling me that. On the other side, we have Prosy, as we already mentioned. Can he elevate the players from New Heights Gaming to new heights?
But that's really the big question of today. That's why we play Brawl Stars. That's why we have the monthly finals, is to answer those kinds of questions. So I think we'll have to leave it down to the players to show us. But as far as just what our assumptions are and what our forward thinking is telling us, I think he's going to be that guy. But still, I haven't entirely convinced myself because I still think that New Heights Gaming is not necessarily the favorites to win this.
I'm going to kick things off right away. Quarterfinal number 4, the last one in the series. After that, semifinals and grand finals. I'm excited. Bounty Hunters versus New Heights Gaming. Quarterfinal number 4, kicking things off with Spike. First picked up here. Frank is out of the way. Mortis still left open. Those 3 are the Buffy brawlers that have shown up the most. Pierce has been out here, which has been the star player, the MVP across the Ring of Fire series so far. Ellie also left open.
Ali left open, but what is the Poco matchup cooking up? It's left open for the 2-3. It's been a top ban today, even prioritized over some of those brawlers with buffies. There's 6 of them. It's possible to ban all of them, but sometimes things take precedence. I think it's going to be Poco and some kind of, there we go, anti-tank. Lou would be irritating I guess Lou is a great brawler, annoying to play into the Poco, going ahead and securing one of the best anti-tanks in the game to gear up for this final selection, which they can actually just pivot away from if they want to waste the time.
I think picking Lou alongside this Poco, if you're going to pick Lou, almost a must with going alongside the Poco, do that gadget selection, right? Because it's simply going to nullify all of the freezing damage that you can possibly do. Of course, Poco's somebody that's already pretty good on this map overall. I think we're used to seeing Lou play strictly mid, Poco play strictly mid, but it's going to be a little bit of a hybrid. This map's a little weird in how it's shaped, that it doesn't always play out left, right, center. Sometimes it's a little double center and then somebody goes left or right.
I'm just super happy to see that Lou finally, I mentioned him like every single time we've seen this map today. He's going to be very good into any aggression. Therefore, not really much aggression picked up from the left-hand side, except Mina, of course. They have 2 very passive, very DPS-heavy brawlers. Otis is going to do super well in case New Heights Gaming does want to pick up a tank now alongside that Poco.
Well, and they could just pivot away from this and decide to play the range matchup anyway. Here comes Ali. It has been the talk of the town this entire monthly final so far. It's been a top selection throughout the first couple of regions that we observed as well. Just devours enemy brawlers, especially inside of the bushes, in the water, and I'll say it again, Ring of Fire has plenty of that.
Extra water means that alligators can shine bright. This is going to be an interesting one to say the least. Quarterfinal number 4. A couple teams looking to prove themselves more than just tier 2 guys. After all, a lot of them make monthly finals repeatedly in 2025, have LCQs of years past, just haven't been able to quite make themselves top dogs in this region. An opportunity to redeem themselves, to start things right in 2026.
2 teams that go out in the top 8. One of them is guaranteed to go to top 4, but who will earn that spot? So far, New Heights Gaming have the mid control. They've already taken down one brawler on the right side, now penetrating these bushes, baiting out some of the shots from Derp, but the third one reigns true. It's good enough. And Derp, why did you have to run that skin? Now we got to listen to the sound effects the entire game.
It honestly is maybe just as mean as somebody naming their team the entire same name for 3 brawlers. It's right there with me for that, but 20% nonetheless for New Heights Gaming up the middle of the map. Windmill Gadget going down, going to be trying to protect themselves. That's going to be something that this NHG roster has to play around. When Mina exhausts that gadget, that is the time to go.
Wesley still looking for a super over here. That's going to be a fat splatter and a fat takedown onto Prosy. He's thrown out of the mix, and here comes the stick around from Derp to slow down the re-entry to mid. Prosy, however, wants him to freeze on the spot, so it'll be a quick rotation out from Dorito since he has all the movement in the world, and now the response. Feels like we're playing tennis over here. What's going on? It's one little super being exchanged for the other, and the control goes back and forth. Meanwhile, a stalemate is resolved on the left side, and Loco has the hypercharge.
Loco winning this lane has essentially granted Bounty Hunters a free W in my mind. Unless they can take down Otis, Ali's job is much harder. Finally, they're going to be able to move over there, but a couple kills, now rotating up. Just buying as much space as possible and occupying that grass. Ali either has to jump in when he has a mute button or just find a takedown alongside teammates. It took a lot of resources just to bring him to his knees.
Huge freeze and a bountiful harvest for Winona. Now taken down after a late heal from Wesley doesn't really ring true. New Heights Gaming had to retreat from this point, wait for their opportunity. Wesley would love another heal. Doritos with the windmill, keeps himself safe for just a little bit longer. Went for the stun, nothing onto Wesley. He was ready for it. New Heights Gaming climbing up to that 82% that Bounty Hunters have earned so far.
This is going to go the distance, and now a super available for Perosi. Going to drop it, cut off the entire middle part of that map. So Loco forced to go the long way. Minona does not mind this whatsoever. Pounces in the water and now emerges in a 3v1 situation. Heals going down for Poco, so Derp has to do a big purple button, and it has to count, and unfortunately, too many brawlers withstanding it. NHG with a nice job. It really looked like the blue side was going to run away with that. Instead, though, they finally took care of that Otis lurking in their grass. They were able to expand their territory. A few kills and a strong presence in mid really got them the job done.
You called it. This was really the central thing that they had to deal with. Get that Otis out of the bushes. Once it killed the alley, I think they really addressed that as a priority. Ali also returning to the fight with full HP and that brief invulnerability shield, I think aided things as well. You'll see Ali circle over towards that right side once more, attempting to get some early pressure on a Loco. The jukes are looking pretty solid for right now, and look at that. Really elegant lane swap. They move Derp over to the right side and attempt to get Otis over towards the left. It might look like if Doritos is able to move towards the bottom, pinch and connect, it would be an excellent move. He finds himself between a rock and a hard place, but the attention is so divided right now that NHG have really crumbled on the offense. It'll be a return to form as Ali moves backwards, and Bounty Hunters actually find themselves in the losing side.
It was a beautiful start out of Winona. I mean, Ali was hardly tapped there, finally brought down on the other end. This is where things get scary, though. So Gadget being used top left-hand side. Derp does his job, and now they've got the entire map to pinch this enemy team. They've fully retaken the mid in the blink of an eye.
Another move from Ali, this time towards the backside. Derp is saving up his ammunition. You see him being really conservative with his shots. Doritos returning, but the screeching solo is enough to send him back to the respawn. Bounty Hunters will hold on to this point for as long as they can. Derp's got to be just like a couple shots off of his super because he popped the hypercharge, but he's not going to be granted that opportunity. Wesley standing in the dead zone of curveball to avoid all that damage, And here comes Ali, supported by the entire team to reclaim control for New Heights Gaming.
NHG had a full focus on Mina, which was a great call. However, Doritos is now going to respawn. He's got a hypercharged super, can be backed up by Locos as well. Purple button going down. Oh, it's a stun onto Wesley. He just was outside of that zone, I believe, so couldn't tiptoe any pressure. Doritos is going to bring his prey right into the front of his face. A few swift kicks, several takedowns, and now BH are getting closer and closer to this hot zone being completed.
Nearly. Oh my goodness, that was filthy Loco, the fat splatter through the wall. How often do you see that? And staggers out the alley that NHG really wanted to support here and unable to make the plays. Wasted a tremendous amount of time. Bounty Hunters find themselves in a much more desirable situation. A brief route there from the spike gadget. Doritos is able to claim that kill. Another fat splatter keeps Prosy away. And Wesley also decides to retreat off of that, knows that they have to stick together as a team. Doritos in this aggressive position will get one with a super. Wesley's also looking pretty low, but Bounty Hunters are playing very conservatively. It's a kill for Doritos, and he knows that if he just joins forces with Derp over here, they've got this one in the bag. What a comeback for Bounty Hunters. That was ridiculous. I'm still not over the Otis gadget.
Yeah, that was really filthy. I mean, to be honest with you, just some good mechanics, I think, overall, and especially towards that end game. When we see Mina survive with about 100 HP, that really stopped any potential for a comeback for NHG. They had two brawlers in the mid, Poco and Lou. If Mina now is able to flank and get around that left-hand side grass, they can no longer just have a stronghold in the mid. They have to space out, and they have to focus on her as well. When those two brawlers aren't working together, it's a lot harder for them to get takedowns because they're not naturally aggressive. They're not killers like something like an Ali. So Winona just has to play perfect.
Goodness, and they're also going to be surprised with this new lane layout from New Heights Gaming, which has resulted in a brief victory for New Heights Gaming. Doritos has all the movement in the world. Dude, look at those wiggles. He's trying hard, but it's working out. Prosy hasn't gotten any supercharge off of him, and now Ali has a plan. Move in, massive damage onto Derp, but is muted briefly. The little tick damage from the Otis mute is going to be fine for taking them down, but thankfully Prosy has gotten his super, rotated out to afford some time for Ali to return to the fray.
Yeah, and Ali has to find a way to get kills onto somebody like Spike. It's really difficult for Otis because of that mute button. So if there's a super available, Loco's going to be able to get a shutdown. Now just hiding, relying on the invisibility, going to pounce, has to defend the teammate here. Ali just has to be everywhere. Has to play defense, has to play offense. It's just really difficult for the other two members of NHG to protect themselves.
Bounty Hunters up to 50%. They're capitalizing on the vulnerabilities of New Heights Gaming. Prosy already taken so much damage, can't really deal with all the stuff being sent his way, especially the spike curveball is troublesome to dodge. He finds himself basically alone, tossed into the air, now served up by Doritos, but from the bottom side, Wesley attempted to move in solo. Didn't work out at all. Ali looking for sort of an escape route at the moment while providing some pressure, but it's just not working. A brief reprieve for New Heights Gaming right now as they have that Lou super down, but it's soon to expire with Derp equipped with a hypercharge and Doritos the same. It's not looking good.
Ice melting away, so BH are going to hit the gas pedal, moving up the middle of the map. Loco, Derp, being patient. Don't want to overdo it. They have plenty of percentage points to work with. No need to force it. The second Mina gets back in on this, though, they do have a super available. They can kick somebody in the air, as you see there, and BH with a clean win. I feel like the other side with NHG, after that game one, once there were adjustments made by Bounty Hunters, I just feel like they weren't winning the kill category. I'm curious to see how these stats line up because Poco and Lou, I don't feel like were enough to support themselves individually. While on the other side with this Bounty Hunters draft, we have a shutdown with Otis, who plays that hybrid that Pedro and I talked about a little bit earlier. It's somebody that can lane, but also has a mute button in case Ali wants to dive at you. Spike, of course, with control with his super. Mina can literally kick someone in the air. Look, just like you see there. I mean, even somebody in the water like that, she can no longer be a threat.
I think the key thing to acknowledge here, like you point out that Poco and Lou, can they support themselves? Like they play off of each other. It's necessary to get Poco out of there if you want to play Lou. And Lou individually did play well and afforded them many opportunities to take back mid, but just what was the Poco there to support? That's the thing. Wasn't really able to get too much onto Ali, unfortunately. She was so often estranged from the entire roster that she couldn't receive the heal. We saw a narrow mistiming also where Ali could have stayed alive, but Poco was just a little bit late on the execution of the heal. So just little things. I think New Heights Gaming totally could have taken this first set.
New Heights Gaming definitely banned out a couple of those brawlers that are good into a poker comp. And immediately banned out, for example. But then they were picking poker as their first pick, and we had the perfect answer from Bounty Hunter on the other side. With that Otis and Spike, they prevented them from picking up a Frank, for example, which, if you want to go with a poker comp, you usually want a tank who also sticks with your poker. And brawlers like Ali, like Kaze, like Kenji, they don't want to stay around a brawler that has a normal walking speed. They want to dash across the map and go aggressive, and this just doesn't really work out with a poker. I think in the future we could see those comps actually with Globert.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Very true, but to your point, when you have somebody like Ali, it's a solo mission. But they drafted as if they were playing a team-oriented composition. Poco and Ali, two great brawlers, but I think a way that you often put it, Reddy, 2-3 great puzzle pieces, not a great puzzle coming together. And I think that's a perfect demonstration of that.
Maybe I say it a little too much too, but
no, I think you're right. I think that's exactly what applies there, though.
Plenty of ways to spin it. You can have a handful of brawlers that just don't work well together, and sometimes it works out, like on something like Bridge Too Far, for example, where you're mostly playing 3 individual lanes. And guess where we're headed?
To Bridge Too Far.
Wow.
You just want to win a game. I do want to mention here, Bounty Hunters actually had a beautiful run through the qualifier. They only lost 1 single set to Eternal before they qualified. On the other side, New Heights Gaming, they did pretty well. They got reverse swept by Olympo, but other than that, also just 3-0s mostly. We now have the draft for Bridge Too Far already in. Once again, Angelo and Eve are mostly banned out or picked up. So first pick here for the side of Bounty Hunters. And on the other side, we have Finks. We haven't really seen him on any heist map today. I do like the Otis. It's so good to defend. I do like the 8-bit. We talked about it before. Once he gets through, despite his slow movement speed, he's doing so much damage.
I love 8-bit as well. I mean, we really saw it demonstrated a little earlier ago, but in this meta right now, especially with so many sharpshooters on this map, good to win the lane, and then on top of that, can deal damage if you get him alongside there. Now, Miko is somebody that hasn't shown up a ton as of recently, at least in our past weekend, though. We've gotten plenty of Bridge Too Far, a lot of heist. I mean, this quarterfinal rotation is what we're getting for all of our monthly finals. So we're kind of seeing all the different winning strategies that go along, and this isn't one of them yet.
No, not quite. Miko, his one job is to get on that enemy safe and jump on a couple times, die, repeat. Where have I heard that so far? Well, it plays kind of similarly to a Chuck, basically. You're not going for individual kills. It's going to be a hopeless matchup into Kaze, who does just about the same thing, but also is able to kill enemy brawlers. It's not going to be Eve, so it's got to be 8-bit, and you're going to be hurting on that damage, so it's probably going to be in the assassin form, get those knives. You're still able to, move around decently well. So, how is this going to play out? You have Miko that ideally gets stunned by that Otis. It's going to be pretty precise on the timing for that Otis to succeed. That is what I'm looking at specifically for the Miko counterplay.
Miko is super hard to defend, as you just mentioned. Kenny, you said before you didn't really see a Miko coming. If I see Bridge Too Far, the two brawlers I always think of are Kid, for negative reasons, and then Miko for tactical Otis, who actually popped off on this map with him. So I like to see this Miko meta coming back again.
Double lane engagement on the right-hand side, so Derp can let loose on the top. On the bottom of your screen, same can be said for Finks. Finks is a really interesting call. This feels like more of a counterplay thing. This feels like a winning your lane kind of brawler, because otherwise it's not traditional for heist.
Loco advances forward, is rewarded with a huge chunk of damage and a mute to the face. That Starfish is going to be enough to send him packing. Wesley, meanwhile, is able to get on top of this safe. Does he have the gadget? Doesn't look like... Oh, never mind. He did TP back. Got an additional 3 shots, and just like that, Bounty Hunters are down to their final little shield. It's going to be unguarded here in the final few seconds. They have just gotten that first shield knocked off of New Heights Gaming. It's looking kind of chalked.
Frozy playing a strong defense against Derp, almost puppy guarding to the sense that just going to follow him no matter what. Winona up the middle of the map now, trying to deal with all the spawners. Eve is somebody that's not necessarily known for high safe damage on this map, but similar to Angelo, where you can traverse over water, is really pesky. All of a sudden, what is normally a left, middle, right has a brawler that can do all 3 at once.
Frozy moves in to deal the killing blow alongside Wesley. This one was visible from, I would say, a good 20 seconds ago because it was such a firm advantage. So how do you prevent that going into the next game? How do you prevent yourself from getting diffed so hard on the damage like that? Well, for starters, don't let Finks through on that lane. You can't afford to do it because this is sort of the mix that we were talking about. You have to have brawlers that are able to defend quite well as deal damage to the safe. I think like Loco is totally geared up for that. Derp, not quite. Doritos, I think, you know, there's a good argument to be made, but both Otis and Finks are so good for that. They just crap out damage. That's why they're good at anti-tanks. That's why they're also good at dealing damage to the safe.
Now Winona is going to be playing that flex role really well. A takedown, some extra chip damage in there, and now Perosi can go at this heist save. A few daggers fanning out, gets him that first threshold, and now with it wearing down, he can get well closer to 50%. This is an interaction they're definitely going to take all day long. One Miko does not equate to the damage that NHG just profited off of.
It's a victory for Bounty Hunters in their defense of their own safe, only in the regard that they didn't completely get annihilated at their home base. They'll have an opportunity to turn this defense into a push, but it's going to have to be a rotation from 8-bit over towards the right side. Prozy is creating all sorts of mayhem. You can see how desperate it is with Derp even trying to pitch in on the defense rather than go towards the enemy side. But now he's given a free opportunity by all that damage. He's gotten closer to his super, and he'll land directly on top of this. Should be another shield knocked off of this safe. We'd love to jump away now, but still, Otis is right on his tail. Meanwhile, Prozy is all over the safe.
Perosi has to pop off too. It's going to be neck and neck, only 4% remaining. A few extra shots from Loco in the long range to secure it. Bounty Hunters slowly work their way up to taking an advantage. It was a great game at number 1 out of the red roster, but this time it's Bounty Hunters doing an excellent job of staying the course, not hitting the panic button. They realigned lanes off the start a little bit too. They were able to get those Miko interactions to be much better for them. I think this is going to be all about navigating for each team a cost effectiveness. If we let Miko go, can we get enough brawlers there to do damage? If not, we need to glue ourselves to him. We need to play defense. So Perosi here winning his lane early. Wesley not going down. Very important considering Miko's already on the other end.
Folks in the audience, what Kenny's getting at is the essential question of heist. When do we attack? When do we defend, pretty much? It is a delicate balance. It's, I think, one of the reasons that it's one of the less popular modes just because it's so difficult to get a grasp on. So far, it looks like a New Heights Gaming has really hammered that point down, though. They've gotten the second shield knocked off of Bounty Hunters, and Prozy once more is up in their business. Wesley also contributing some shots, brings us down to just one shield remaining. It's a huge gap ahead for NHG.
Perosi remained alive for far too long, and it is showing in the scoreboard. Now below that 25% threshold, New Heights Gaming, all they have to do is polish off the safe, and it is a GG. Wesley up the middle of the map, gonna let Derp go. I don't think this is a good sign for the other end. You can't play defense at that point. They were full committed, easy pickings there in game number 3. They just made it look easy.
Made it look easy. Both teams so far, honestly, I don't know if we expected that we were going to be coming up for 2 game 3s in a row, but we did know it was going to be a pretty contested match. We're 2 sets in, and it feels like we just started 1 set apiece. It's going to take 2 sets for either team to cross the line of victory, and even then, it'll only get us to the semifinals.
Awesome start here. And of course, quarterfinal 4s, naturally, it's typically going to be throughout the year the number 4 seed and the number 5 seed for these regions seeded for our monthly finals. So I think it's a safe bet that a lot of times this is going to be closely contested. But one thing that strikes me about South America in general is last year, it really felt like it was SKC, Loud, everybody else. This year, it feels like, based on at least practices and how things are going, just the vibes when I'm getting through this region, feels a lot tighter. These are 2 of the teams that I think people need to keep their eye out for of can they take that next step. And it makes sense to me why we're at a 1-1 scorecard right now.
Taking a look at the stats also, you see the pretty stalwart defense that we had on the home team. However, it just was not enough. Didn't have the mobility to bring that 8-bit to the other side, and Miko's supposed to be the mobile one, was not enough either to get them the DPS that they needed. Just a lot more tricks up the sleeves.
In the end, Otis worked out really well to defend that Miko 8-bit, a bit too slow to cross the map. And on the other side, we have Kaze just doing so much damage to safe. Very well played from New Heights Gaming. 1-1 makes a lot of sense. I agree with Kenny there. We're now heading into Hard Rock Mine. 3rd map. We're gonna see a 4th one after that, that's for sure. And we already have an Ems, we have a Lily, we have Crow. Many good brawlers on Gem Grove in general, especially that Lily in 2025 already. See, she was one of the most picked brawlers on any Gem Grove map. Why is that, Kenny?
Lily is a big reason that she shows up on this map, and specifically this mode, is the fact that she has access to the Shadow Realm for absolutely free. Every 20 or so seconds, she can just dive deep, escape with gems, or more importantly, go in with a hypercharged super. A lot of times teams are playing around this. They won't necessarily just use a super to use a super. They're going to be saving it so that those final seconds as the clock expires and the red roster is walking away with gems. Now Lily can scoop in and be a hero. They're fully prepared for this, though. They beef up with 8-Bit, and now they have an aggro of their own in Shade.
Lily's a huge test of your team comms. Also, find the Lily. Keep the gem carrier away from her. And 8-Bit, look, he gets put in the Shadow Realm. He is not going to be able to teleport away. That is a huge consideration. Don't think it's going to be too wonderful for Lily to face this Shade also. Her position in bushes, if she's nearby, is going to be detected by Shade's radius in which he charges super and hypercharge. So another thing to note, Stu will also have an interesting interaction in this Shade matchup wherein he'll be able to break open those walls. Okay, that's the major consideration. I'm looking forward also to the matchup of Stu versus M, since they have pretty much the same range. It's going to be a bit annoying for Stu to face her, I believe.
But you can potentially dash out of M's super. So I think Stu is actually a good matchup into both Shade and M's. I always like to see Stu anyway, so I'm super happy. What I'm looking at is the mid matchup, where I see a slow 8-Bit versus a Crow. If he decides to play the slowing Toxin Gadget, that 8-Bit is basically not going to move anymore. I feel really bad for him. But yeah, this is going to be your two gem carries. Let's see who grabs more gems.
Movement would certainly be an issue, but even if Crow lands every single one of these shots onto 8-Bit, it's not going to get a takedown. I mean, look at this. 3 straight shots landed. He's still well over 8,000 HP. Now Perosi going to be migrating to the middle of the map as Derp. Mass destruction. Left-hand side going to be opening up these walls. Loco, though, going to be terrorizing the top right-hand side. This interaction between who can be better, Lily or Shade, going to be a real interesting to watch this set.
Look at the interaction there, by the way. They knew where the Lily was because he started charging super as soon as he went to that region of the bushes. Really, really well played by NHG. They've eliminated the Lily for now, but she did get some damage in, and she's going to be inching closer to that super. In fact, she's already got the hypercharge, knew that it was going to happen. Now he needs to use a bit of geometry to isolate the gem carrier. You know what? Prosy is fine. That's all right. It at least gets some control for them. Also see Winona burn down. It's another kill for Bounty Hunters, as they have so much control on this point. NHG in this odd position. They have to get 10 gems off of Bounty Hunters, and all they have to do it really is this hypercharged Shade.
BH have not wavered from mid-control, and now finally New Heights Gaming can move forward just a little bit. Dorito's putting himself in a very vulnerable position that feels like a little over-aggression. They dump off all the gems. Instead of a steal, it's a fresh delivery. It's expedited shipping for those gems.
Oh, goodness. One-day delivery. Get me my Prime overnight. 10 seconds to go. And Bounty Hunters have one trick left in their book. Get Doritos a hypercharge and let him jump on top of everybody. But even that is too much to ask. No super as the time expires. New Heights Gaming, stay alive and get the game.
BH definitely let that one go. I mean, I would have to watch back and kind of review why he made that play. There's obviously a reason why he probably did that, but it's very easy in hindsight to say, yeah, it was a mistake. He just dumped off a bunch of gems. Crow's a great brawler, but you have to use the super either in a situations where you know that you are going to win or grab a kill, or more importantly, especially with people like Lily in modes like this, you have to be able to escape with the gems. He is the safety net. He has to be the one that shoulders all those gems and never give them away. It's the only way that Stu and Lily can be as aggressive as they are.
Mid is always such a difficult role to play. We'll see Doritos get caught up high through the wall versus Prosy, who's actually on his last legs, but does not expire quite yet. Still has to stay in this sort of mitigated position. He's completely surrounded by Derp, and Doritos knows that his time has come. Smiles like speed and goes back to the respawn. NHG, they're so spread apart, shattered as a team composition. At least Winona's in a position to get this super and then pop off with a hypercharge, but still it's going to be a little bit of time before that happens, and he knows he can't aggress Doritos here. It's got to be this brawler that's gone all the way to the enemy side. Derp, he was forced into that position. It might look odd. Why did he keep dashing forward? But he really had no other options.
Yeah, now Winona's just been lurking on this bottom right-hand side. Finally, Derp eradicates the pest that he was. A takedown there on the top left-hand side. As BH look to respond rather quickly. Once again, consistent through 2 games. For the most part, it's been BH occupying the mid. It's really going to take an NHG comeback or some kind of pop-off kill for them to have a chance at this set.
Into the Shadow Realm for Loco, ideally popping out underneath Winona. Going to be rewarded with a couple of shots and then a few big ones from Wesley to the face. New Heights Gaming still find themselves behind, not just on tempo, but also on the utility. It's 2 hypercharges, 2 supers ready for BH. They're not going to use it if they don't have to. Derp is going to provide a little bit of position. Hopefully Doritos can get this next gem and get all 10. It's fine. Loco has one. They'll be able to retreat nice and easy. Just a few seconds to go, and this one's in the books. New Heights Gaming will not be able to take this back within the last couple of seconds. The Bounty Hunters find themselves in another Game 3.
Despite a blunder in that opening game, I still feel like Bounty Hunters are playing this set so well to the point that even with that mistake, even with essentially capping themselves a game, they can still take it. They've just consistently not let go of this mid control. It was really interesting in that game too to watch Shade just kind of hunker down on the enemy side, literally wait for them to respawn, and I think there's give and take with that, because if you do that, well, now you put 3 brawlers versus your 2. Wesley's already slow as an 8-bit. He can hardly move up the map. Ims is a fantastic brawler, the best one in the game. Doesn't have the range to contest with something like a Crow. Doritos is just easily able to collect these gems, and now Loco, once again, posturing. That left-hand side's all his.
Yeah, the pressure also just so difficult to deal with. It's a couple of radius brawlers that charge whenever an enemy is within a certain distance of them. Winona predicted a position and goes for Loco. Tried to catch up. It actually worked out decently well. Wesley is low on HP, but it's completely fine. But how does this matchup versus Doritos go at range? It's just going to be trading gem for gem on the position. Your gem spawns on your side, my gem spawns on my side. We are even at 4 apiece.
The biggest thing is going to be, can you get the swap? Can you get to the other enemy's territory far enough, expand your domain to grab one? So far, that hasn't happened yet. Doritos grabbing the one that's possessed on their side, while Loco is still lurking. Oh, what a pop-off play. Little double piece, and now BH have complete control of this grass. This is where things get out of hand quickly. They're starting to destroy the turret. Of course, Wesley has one in the back pocket, but if they have all 3 members in the grass hiding, it's going to be difficult for NHG to scout them out.
Bounty Hunters ahead by 3 gems right now. That's really all they need. They can keep trading gem acquisitions and have enough gem lead to run back to their respawn. Only need 1 more. Doritos also has the hypercharge in his back pocket, but they could still totally get crunched in. The Hard Rock Mine spawn trap is a very real thing. You better watch out for it. Loco was predicted. Prosy knew exactly where he was headed. Had that 6th sense to know that he was going over to the bushes. But 1 more gem is all that is needed for Bounty Hunters. They're about to concede this 3-gem lead, though. It's only 2 now, and they're going to have to put a little bit more work in if they want to win.
Doritos has a jump as well. They can get aggressive if they really want to. Instead, though, they're going to let Perosi collect this and back off. Now they have angles. NHG giving themselves life, but finally forced away. Loco there to meet them at their face. Gets a few fists off. And now Doritos will just have to slowly back it away. There's no way to collect enough in the mid. A kill is the only thing that is left, especially with 8 seconds on the clock. Such few amount of time. Doritos know he can just hold on to the super with a few on the clock, wait it out if they really need to. Great job there. I really didn't think they were able to get that respawn in time, but somehow there was a gem hiding.
There was, just off screen where you couldn't see it, and that's the secret information that evidently was not available to Bounty Hunters. They still kept fighting for mid when we got 10 seconds left. New Heights Gaming equalized the gem count. They have this hypercharge as well. If they can bait that super out of Doritos, it would be big. But Winona overcommitted. Hypercharge and super in for what? Well, it did pressure everyone back. It looks like NHG is going to be able to get the tempo lead here. Just need 1 more gem. Long range super there from Loco, but there's no dice. 5 seconds to go. Prosy's nice and safe and sound. Hypercharge and Buffy in hand. It's a set for NHG. Now they have a 1-set advantage.
Bounty Hunters have got to be kicking themselves there. I think that Crow jump in game number 1, I mean, they were in complete control of taking it and just dumped off too many. It's little mistakes like that that really add up. In Gym Grab, you don't have to be the best team for the duration of the game. You just have to close out for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Had a couple on there when you steal the gems, but look at this. Doritos just diving in right into Wesley's hands with 10,000 roughly HP when Nona had a super pop too. I'm not sure what the motivation there was, but now especially looking at it in the review here, definitely catastrophic, definitely a mistake.
It's so good to see players celebrate even every set win. And with every right, Portox and Wesley celebrate here because they've never really made it out of the top 8 before. Despite competing for 6 years, we still call them rookies, underdogs. They never really made it out of that tier 2 place, and now with Prosy, they're hoping to finally break out of that jail. We're looking at the stats here, very good stats across the board. Everybody did their job, pulled their weight, and then there's Doritos.
Yeah, man's crunching him up, isn't he? And spitting him back out, too. With 13 kills, he ate them alive in the backlines. Created so much pressure. Also, into Shade that would ordinarily be applying a lot of pressure just with the threat of charging up that super and the hypercharge in the same breath. No, it was dealt with really, really well by Lily. I loved also, like, the long-range super there at the end. Didn't really save anything. The Hail Mary was impressive, though, because it did land.
It was just clean. And clearly, BH are playing well. It's just these little mistakes that make a big difference. In a monthly finals setting, you just can't afford stuff like that. And now with backs against the wall, 2-1 setting, Pierce giving up on the other side, oftentimes you're going to see teams go for something like a Charlie or a Mina to counter this out. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm going to see if Bounty Hunters go with those standard responses.
We kept saying how we just vote for the obvious choice and then we win either way. Either the underdogs win and we're super happy about that, or we actually get our predictions right. Both of those teams are in these tier 2 heavens, or are the underdog. So here I'm actually happy that for once we're ahead in our predictions. Pierce is going to be picked up first on Super Beach. Makes a lot of sense. We talked about it before. You want a solid mid tap those shots and yeah, in the end just make a good form to maybe potentially super shot that goal immediately, which is possible in Super Beach. On the other side, we have Frank and the potentially best counter Otis picked together. Makes a lot of sense. With Otis picked up, though, that leaves open Cordelius and immediately picked up by NHT. They seem to know what they're doing already.
Smart, and we saw Cordelius used a great effect on this map earlier where you're able to sit behind a wall and get your super for free, take that Pierce mid out of position. This is what we saw in match 1 of the day, of course. But you're able to get the most powerful brawler or most powerful counter on the enemy team out of the mix and then enable your team to wreak havoc. So what are they going to be enabling here? Who is going to be in the winning 2v2? It'll be Mo. Interesting. The idea here is that, well, first of all, you have a couple of supers, so you can super shot from a pretty, withdrawn position. Also, should be good against squishies.
Mo is also going to be a great goal-scoring opportunity with that super, and I just think adding that as a lane has become more popularized. Otis can be flexed as a mid as well. I don't know how it would necessarily fare against something like a Pierce, so maybe they want to play lane, but I think that gives them the flexibility they're looking for.
Still looking for a long-range option on the left-hand side. Never mind, it's going to be Stu, usually played on the lane as well. Otis potentially picking up that mid lane now, but into Pierce, he just doesn't bring the same range into that matchup. So that's going to be a tough one here for Doritos in mid. I do like the Frank and Stu together. They can break open the map, but it's against the Pierce. Do you want to break open the map? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I completely agree.
Solved case, folks. It's a solved case.
I have so much to add to that comment. But no, in all seriousness, I think really the idea into Pierce is to get up in close range, pretty much, where he's not going to have as much value, where he's not able to leverage his high DPS at long range against you. Doritos nearly avoided his demise against one of those piercing shots from Wesley. That's the thing, is you're never truly safe from Pierce. Even when you're behind a wall, there is the killing blow. And NHG continue to get some control on this left side. It's going to be a little bit tough. Wesley wanted to get in close range. He's also lacking on the ammunition. Took so long to reload. One little piercing shot will land on Derp, but still Derp gets the kill.
Ooh, a nice pull. The Shadow Realm going down as well. It bricks off that right-hand side, and somehow Doritos is able to turn his team being on full back heels all the way and surge up for some good offense. That's part of the power of Frank. Nice jump away there. Wasn't baited out by the super, and unfortunately for Loco, now that entire wall side is destroyed.
Winona now equipped with a hypercharge and super ups just for the super right now. Conserve it for the next round because they're steamrolling through. Prosy with a rocket down mid. And a Doritos that was still in the realm, unable to do anything. It is a wide open map right now. It doesn't seem like it disturbs Cordelius too much. He's still jumping around, but he has used his gadget. Could be an opportunity for Loco to move forward, but he doesn't have any way of destroying this wall on the right side and creating a push.
Pierce is going to thrive in the open space. BH have to hold on to this control. If they can move Loco up to this indestructible or this three-pronged wall on the right-hand side and really force NHG into spawn, I think it's going to be trouble for them. There's just too many health points with Frank, and it'll overwhelm the enemy.
Ball still untouched for the last minute or so, it would seem. Bounty Hunters might be the first ones to pick it up. The position is punished. A super around the left side, and for what? To just get it away from New Heights Gaming? Not the worst idea in the world, really. You see Doritos is seriously spread thin over here. Even a fat splatter over the right side couldn't catch up with that hypercharged Cordelius of Winona, who finds himself retreating now. Had to use that little jump to get away. Look, the utility for both sides, by the way. All that Bounty Hunters have is a single super for Loco. He didn't really hit that gadget either. Meanwhile, Prosy is inching closer to that super that's looking like it could guarantee a goal.
NHG, 1 inch at a time, just trying to climb up this map. War of attrition in the middle as Loco holds on to this hyper super. As the clock runs down, they're going to be looking to extinguish all their resources just to build for 1 goal. And now the Shadow Realm has positioned themselves perfectly. This red roster has to grab this ball. They're waiting for the final seconds to let this go down. Mo dying in, can't grab the ball in time. They look for a kill. Wide open net, though. NHG on match point.
Mo, the striker, reigns true once again. It is 1 game away for NHG to go ahead and take this match. Will we see another Game 3 is the biggest question on my mind. We've seen Control go back and forth, but I think the offense from NHG has been the most promising. A lot of times it looks like Loco just doesn't really have any moves. All he can do is stand near Cordelius on the right side, doesn't want to get in close range. He's going to feed the super, doesn't want to stand behind the wall because he's going to feed super. And guess what happened? Got a super, but it wasn't enough, actually. Bounty Hunters were able to toss that one away. A pass up to Derp could get them a goal, but it's actually not an opportunity. It was Cordelius respawning just in time to save that goal.
All the shells on the ground really allowed for Pierce to win that matchup. It was just too many things to try and dance around. Ultimately led to BH not getting a goal, because otherwise it could have been a hairy situation. Loco, though, dangerous intentions. Gets dragged to the Shadow Realm. Just simply remain where he stands. NHG know this, though. They're getting clearly comms around this. Perozi's trying to surround them. They have multiple brawlers. It's going to be a trade, though. Now Derp, wide open space. They need to pass this ball forward. I would have even argued a super pass over, and it might cost them. Doritos has to do it along. No bounce shot on the backhand wall. Can't get the angle. Perfectly done by NHG. BH certainly let a goal go.
Prosy thought about using the super there, decided not to. I feel like a shot in the right side of that goal could have gotten it for them. But man, that was such a tough execution for Doritos, who has so much relying on him right now as the anti-tank for the team, as well as just a draft brawler. Oh my goodness! What a play there from Loco. The gadget on the right side, and yet another perfectly positioned shot towards the middle of the goal.
Nasty super shot. Gives them life. BH have to find a way to win. Already in a match point setting, considering how close this has been, and considering there are probably arguably sets they already should have won here, they should be the ones up in the lead after the gym grab. Instead, they have to do the job the hard way. Now looking up this left-hand side, Derp has a wide open net, buries one, and will extend to yet another Game 3.
Gosh, what were we even expecting, Kenny? Game 3 after Game 3, we knew it was going to be a close match, and it might even get as close as it can. Set 5, could it be waiting in the wings? Because as soon as we saw NHG come out with this fire, it was repelled, and an ultimate response was offered by Bounty Hunters. Each team finding themselves 1 game away from a set victory, only one a single game away from a match win. That's New Heights Gaming. And we'll see them adapting accordingly. Didn't win that last game with their lane loadout. They have Cordelius on the left side now, away from that Frank, interestingly. Prosy is going to get that super for free off of Frank, so that might be the reason for the call. We'll see him inching closer to that ball, but still no opportunities, at least as a defense on the left side. Derp is sent back to the respawn. NHG, however, have not been able to move up as a result.
That swap allows Perozi, though, to charge his super, so now they have an opportunity to march forward. Loco wasn't able to land any connections in the gadget. Still, though, it's BH forcing their way through on the left-hand side. A super pass over. They know that Loco has the health points. They have to rotate in Winona perfectly. Derp, backhand wall, drags one down. Pierce steps up in the nick of time, but can't quite kick it away. BH bury one early.
Honestly, a bit of a messy exchange also at the goal line for Bounty Hunters, but they managed to recover. It looked a little desperate there for New Heights Gaming as well. Here comes the hypercharge in. Prozy's ready for a pass, but where is that ball? He's got it now. Derp in the Shadow Realm. Easy super down mid. 1 goal to determine whether New Heights Gaming can get the win here and now get a new PB in the monthly finals, or whether Bounty Hunters is going to drag us to a set 5.
Perozi trying to lead these 2 talented players to depths that they haven't quite seen yet. Loco releasing a super, hammer hit on the ground, a nice jump there from Winona. Once again, we've seen it time and time again. Red roster has to play a strong defense. Loco lurking in the corner, super available for Wesley. It'll force them back, and now a Shadow Realm hypercharge available if they really want it. That seems like a blown coverage there. NH PSG certainly have an opportunity. Oh, gets the shot up just off the net. So much wasted utility.
A wasted opportunity entirely. There was no one in front of that goal. Wesley couldn't have even blocked it. What a disappointment for Bounty Hunters, but they have held on to that positioning. Winona is low on HP, but Doritos needs that call out. Where is he? Fat splatter towards the goal line to keep people away, but there was no one there to block. Just pandemonium over here, and seemingly a total loss of team comms. They'll still have this ball pocketed in the back right. It's an easy pass for Loco over to Dirk, who can't stay alive with the supers. Wesley, the damage machine, is just one short. Loco gets it, and we're going to the next one.
It was sloppy.
Yes.
But BH found a way, and ultimately that's what separates good from great. Despite all the chaos, despite mistakes, they still found a way. Like I said earlier, almost arguably, they had the leg up in Gym Grab. That could have been them with a 2-1 lead. That could have been the match right there, and now they're going to have to extend all the way to a set 5. There were moments throughout that entire set I didn't know who was going to win. There were nasty goals from both sides. The Mo had nice shots here. You see it right there. The hypercharge allowed him to dive forward, knock a couple down, but Frank just came up as the big man at the end there. Loco had to land that gadget and then perfectly timed. Look at that. Just some beautiful plays out of him.
Wonderful. Something I think we missed also was just like the sheer DPS that Wesley was churning out over there.
Truly a back and forth between those two teams, not only in Brawl Ball, but overall. Never a single set won in a 2-0 fashion. Every single time, the other team was able to stack away at least one set. Sturp with a whopping 10 kills, and it did work out in the end. Always love to see a good Stu match.
Also, look at the DPS. I want to point your attention over to Winona and Wesley especially. There was a moment where I was just losing my mind because I saw Wesley hit like maybe 7, 8 shots in a row. It was absolutely ridiculous, piercing people through and farming those shots repeatedly. But still, Pierce on Brawl Ball. The weakness is that you don't really have anything to offer in close range unless you run the gadget, and then it's not really that great. Frank, just too much HP. What are you going to do?
Now it really all comes down to mental strength, and with New Heights Gaming even having a match point in this one, Bounty Hunters now definitely in the better position. They prevented the match point from happening and now have the chance in set 5 to get one themselves, Kenny.
I feel like despite this being 2-2, I really feel like for the most part, Bounty Hunters have played better, and that goes against my prediction, that goes against what I said. I feel pretty good about their chances, though. For me, this was a large belief in Perosi and how good of a player he is, because those around him maybe haven't necessarily made it as far, but don't have the exact parameters of appearing in World Finals and things like that. But Perosi, to me, was just a standout at that second split last year, and I think could really bring something to this team. I think looking to prove himself as an individual player as well. This isn't SKC. He's no longer on one of those top 2 kinds of dogs in the region. He has to kind of pave his own way now, and doing this, improving himself here in a set 5 against Bounty Hunters would be an excellent way to start his campaign for being one of the stars of this region.
As the IGL of his team, he's looking into making it out of top 8, something that his 2 teammates didn't really do before. We're now heading into Golden Gulch. Very interesting. Once again, we have the Brock first pick here. They want to open up the map. They banned out Dorico, so this time that even makes sense. We talked about it before, how you don't really want to open up the map when you have a Rico on your team. And then on the other side, we see once again the RT. I think he was 2nd and 3rd picked on this map every single time we've actually seen it. Alongside a Squeak, we have not seen this brawler at all today, Reddy.
Not really, and generally the strength of Squeak is you're able to lock down some of those corridors, you're able to force the enemy into an unfavorable position, or just block a choke point so that you're able to move into position pretty much for free. Here comes Bell. The idea here is to keep them from staying too close together, so makes the fight on the diagonal much more ideal. That's going to sort of dictate how and where Wesley and Prosy can play here on Golden Gulch, maybe split between the top and the right side, but of course there's still one more selection. I wonder if they're going to go with a sharpshooter here. They've kind of like doubled down with the sharpshooters, and it looks a little bit risky for me because they are vulnerable in close range.
I think that's one of the risks they would run, not having this 6th pick, because if they do triple down, like you mentioned, then they're kind of leaving themselves in a tough spot. Because somebody like Gus, for example, great brawler, but it only like pigeonholes you so far. I think Spike's a great hybrid, and when we saw earlier today of, look, it's quoted as an NPC pick for the folks at home, right? But it's so darn good in the game right now. It does a ton of damage. Its hypercharge is oppressive. I don't really blame them for picking this. I know traditionally it's not a knockout brawler, Picking a thrower into it, though. We saw Grom as that option earlier. This could be the solution.
I was looking out for Tick ever since we've seen this map in a rotation, and he never was picked up, banned out once. Now finally has a showing. I was thinking Tick as well, but then I look to the other side and we see that they can open up a map. So I was thinking they might go with something a little bit safer, maybe a Gauze, something that also does well once the map is broken open. So now, definitely on the left-hand side, Bounty Hunters is looking to open the map as quickly as possible and make sure that this Tick does not have any walls to hide behind.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. It's the battle of the CPUs over here, Spike versus Tick. Not just that, it is a battle for a new PB. 2 teams entered, Bounty Hunters and New Heights Gaming. Only one will advance to the semifinals to get a new best in their runnings of monthly finals here in South America.
BH are very familiar with going just that little bit farther, but have never really been able to take top spots in the region. Not in modern Brawl Stars, not in our current structures with how the regions have gone down. It's going to be Winona on this bottom right-hand side, kind of playing a stereotypical left-to-right affair. That's what we see on this map. It's one of the few that it's east-west, not necessarily your top-down. Now just going to be able to space out. Everybody just being patient, charging supers, not overstepping. Everybody wants to just win the in-game.
What about that early game? The part where you start farming up your ability is a little tricky. Geometry used by Derp to force Winona into a subprime position. Gets a free shot off of that. Gonna look for 2. Gets it. Gets a super, in fact. But the supers are a given. You're going to be getting the super unless you're in a terrible matchup. It's about that hypercharge. Now as a poison forces everyone into close quarters, it's getting hairy. Doritos is the first to fall. Wesley soon to expire. Tick super down. And we'll see Winona and Prosy persist in HD with round 1.
Another scrappy round that's been consistent throughout this entire series. Everybody not afraid to get their hands dirty. That missed Spike super stood out to me, though. I think Doritos needed to land that just to give them a chance at slowing down an enemy. Then they can direct their focus towards somebody else. Instead, though, it was Doritos essentially running forward, missing a super, and unfortunately going down for his team. It's what really gave NHG the leg up towards that end game.
NHG, they just have the Tick super. That is the main thing. They'll be getting a Tick hypercharge after this round, most likely, because Tick does consistent damage. Tick doesn't get kills. Tick just kind of exists and makes your lane rotations really suck. But hey, where all the lanes go, it looks like they kind of exploded. They vanished for now. This might be a good matchup for BH as a result, but NHG still have yet to see their crucial obstacles exploded. Prosy got slowed down for a moment there. It gives Doritos a bit more time also to get some of those shots. But look, this is why Spike is an NPC pick, because it's easy to play for players who aren't so great. But if you're Prosy, you're able to consistently dodge a curveball. It's a much different story.
Hypercharge super going down. That secures a kill, and now it's going to be Squeak landing shots. Doritos, a great brawler, playing that Spike, but not quite enough to overcome 2 on the other end. Beautiful stuff coming out of NHG. I feel like they're doing the right moves on the left-hand side by opening up these walls, but despite that, they've still fed the Tick, and that's something in this game number 2 I would like to see them maneuver around a little bit better. Those mines are pesky. If you open up those walls, it makes it a little bit easier, but in these early games, they need to ensure that they do not feed that super.
In spite of the intolerance for risk at this stage, right, 1 game to prove it all, you have no other choice but to try something that's untested or not really your top option. Plan A has been exhausted. It's time for Plan B. And it looks like for BH, that is rush the point, run them down. And it's worked out really well so far. But still, New Heights find themselves in this defensive position. This is not one they can take for an extended period of time, though. No, that poison's going to spawn and force you out of there through these choke points. Oh, and that's deadly right there. Excellent mark from Derp. This is a perfect position to take a round.
Yeah, now that Tick super is just being used for defense, they know it's not going to make any contact with anybody. They just have to find a way out of this zone. They're packed in their spawn. Now the fog is starting to close in. NHG low HP, and they know it. They have to rotate out, but it's very awkward. BH have line of sight on every single one of them. What a reversal. BH, just when you count them out, they're stepping right back in.
So another question, does it work twice? Well, NHG are isolating the right side. It is 1v2, and just by sheer numbers, they will maintain the position. But now, here comes the cross-country sprint. Derp now attempts to move in towards the right side, a little geometry. Ooh, just barely nicks Tick. It's enough to keep Winona back. He'll be healing pretty quickly, but Doritos is capitalizing on this. Super in, everyone blocked in the right side. If Loco gets a super, it's curtains.
Loco blows up that wall, and it is opportunity for BH to fire down the barrel. Now Prosy and Winona have to stay grouped up together, still pinned on this top left-hand side. It's crazy that one small strategical change at the beginning, just running it down, BH getting aggressive. They know they can't win these end games, so they're going to give themselves the numbers early. Doritos adds another frag to his squad. Winona has to back away. This game is hopeless. BH have tied things up, and one game will dictate who makes it to the semifinals.
If nothing else, this match is consistent. It
Yes,
is
it
game 3 after game 3 after game 3. And you know what? I'll take it. This one was the one that we knew was going to be the closest. I think a lot of people thought, it's close, but I guess I'll go with the New Heights. And so for the sake of our predictions, do we root for New Heights? No. We're unbiased casters. It's anyone's game. Bounty Hunters or New Heights Gaming. Only one of these teams emerges from this very game into the semifinals. This time it's a different rollout from New Heights Gaming. They've spread themselves out on 3 different lanes, far detached from the typical diagonal matchup that we see on Golden Gulch.
I'm looking out for Perosi, though. They've isolated him on his right-hand side. Winona can't quite stretch to give him backup. Just gonna have to purely rely on mechanics. Now BH slowly clustered on this right-hand side. Loco even opening up the wall on the enemy spawn side. It's really interesting. Traditionally, teams are going to go to their left-hand side. Instead, we're seeing the exact opposite.
Opposite day over here, but you gotta try something new if the previous attempts did not function. And we'll see also, Bounty Hunters are on the more open side of the map. It's not really where they want to be. Yeah, they have a bit more room to move around, but it's not that uncomfortable position that they'd love to put Tick in. 2-3 shots from Doritos, pops him into the poison, dead as the poison approaches. What a move from Winona. How often do you see Tick pull that off? And a narrow one at the end gets this first round for New Heights Gaming.
Well executed. Tick being the playmaker there as a thrower. Naturally, a good matchup into somebody like Spike, but when walls are down and Spike's in your face, he should be the one catching a victory there. Instead, it is Winona extending life for his team. Wesley with a super available on that left-hand side, doing his best to try and dodge that curveball. Something so pesky that all of Brawl Nation struggles with. Now will release. Doritos is forced away. Didn't give them a lot of contact, not a lot of damage, did give them space.
For a set that's only had 2 zeros within the games of Knockout, it's interesting to see this one look more like it's going to go to 3 because we've seen so much terrain explode. And some of these obstacles not exploded entirely this time, just a priority on disrupting as many individual blocks of walls as they can. New Heights Gaming still find themselves retreated on this left side, but they have exactly what they need on the Tick. It is the Hypercharge and the Super. If they can bait out the shots from Doritos, Derp, and Loco, they're sitting pretty in a great position to win the late game, but we still have to see the utility for Wesley and Prozy. Aggressive move from Winona first. Loco attempts to respond with Rocket Rain down. Derp, Doritos exterminate any enemy on the point, and it's come down to one crucial round.
We'll see how they start things off, too. Immediately, the red roster sending 2 on this left-hand side. Bounce shot going down. Derp doesn't quite connect with the wall, though, so it will fade. Loco, right hand in, trying to deal with Perosi. Oh, and a nice hypercharge connection there. Derp finds enough value in this. Says, we just need to get a marker on this guy. Extinguishes that super, and well worth it if you can pick up a kill later on.
For the first time, we've seen New Heights Gaming coming out of the gate super aggressive. Even Prozy, who's lacking on the HP, just one little shot onto Loco would do it. Blasts him away. Winona with the gadget. It's looking hopeless right now for BH. They're down a man, and it was already struggling enough to face the 3. Oh my goodness, a nuke onto Doritos. Just one remaining. Bounty Hunters down to their final player. Derp knows that his fate is sealed. He's going to give it his best shot anyway, but these final mines coming down, the sticky bloms have sealed their fate. It's New Heights Gaming going to the semifinals.
It's a massive win for them. Bounty Hunters, of course, are players that have been in this region for a long time, but as an org, as just competitors, this is a big deal, I would say, for NHC, trying to look for a new kind of way in this new year, and Perosi's just a man to watch. In those in-games there, relied on the other teammates, though. In this set, it was Winona that stood out to me as sometimes winning matchups that he probably shouldn't have. This Tick didn't have a freebie. Really had to find a way to maneuver and dance around all these curveballs, find a way to get kills with the super, still charge it up. Despite all these walls being destroyed, still a way to get some kills.
This match just baffles me, honestly. It was match 3 or game 3 every single time. Not a single set was won in a 2-0 fashion. And then we look at Golden Gulch, the draft itself. It's such an oddball to see Squeak on any map at the moment, then together with the Tick on a completely open map, and they win. I did not see that one coming. But yeah, they definitely cooked with the draft. They knew something I did not, and they played super, super well. We're looking at the stats here. Prozzy with 0 kills, which is actually super interesting. I just checked the stats in the meantime real quick. Our team was picked up every single time we saw this map, but has only won once. That he still picked up so often, and now with 0 kills, why is he picked up?
It's just necessary to deal with assassins. You don't want to get pushed too hard, and look what happened, actually. They got a full sharpshooter matchup, so they got what they were asking for. They were able to dominate with Tick, and it looked pretty good, but Kenny, I think we got it. Yeah.
New
Cheers.
Heights Gaming definitely
Cheers.
8 with Den. Slay my kings, you're doing a super good job here. But yeah, New Heights Gaming takes this one. Semi-final number 2. We're going to see them again. First up, we want to head to semi-final number 1. And who exactly is going to play in that one, we're going to see on our bracket once more. Loud takes the win in that quarterfinal number 1. 3-1 overall, and is now up against Eternal, winning their match 3-1 themselves. Now, Kenny, SK Kalalas is our first 3-0 and the only of today. Are they going to do well into NHG?
I think so. To me, SKC should still be the favorites. NHG, remarkable accomplishment making the semifinals. Obviously, they could still prove me completely wrong, but my opinion of this region is still that in 2026, it's probably going to be Loud. It's probably going to be SKC. And the fact that they're on opposite sides of the bracket right now sets up for them to have one banger of a grand final to start things up. Eternal looked rather strong, though. NHG certainly have it in the tank. I just think the top dogs from last year are probably going to be the top dogs again.
We get Pedro back at the desk. Happy to have you here. And we're looking at the predictions, as you're the only one who actually got all your predictions right so far.
Yeah, I mean, I will go for Loud. I always trust on the synergy they have. I think they have, if not the strongest, top 2. Because then we will talk about the SK Kalalas, right? That come really, really strong also. But for me, it's Loud final.
I think it's going to be SKC. That's my favorite. That's why I put on event.brawlstars.com. And if they miss out, I'll switch my mind there. But for me, I would regret if I changed my prediction. But to me, it is Loud, and it is SKC also making it. With SKC by a hair in that grand finals, who knows, though? We have to see them get there first.
Yeah.
I was really thinking about changing my predictions, because look at that. We're so boring. Once again, we just all vote for the same team to win this one.
If we're right, though, we're smart. Spins
Most of the time we've been wrong if that happened to. Whenever we all said the same
This
thing.
isn't last week. This is,
I mean, but it's true that I think in this region there is a huge gap between them two and the rest. And they were in the opposite side of the bracket, so it's normal.
That is very true. So Loud versus SK Kalalas is something we see very often in the finals. Let's see if Loud actually makes it through semi-final number 1. Eternal is the team that you were rooting for before. Pedro, now you changed your predictions. Why is that?
I think that they are really strong. They prove a lot, Eternal, but I think Loud is here to win it all. I don't know if we will final, but I think this is going to be a easy game for them.
And Pedro, and Kenny, for you, Loud makes it all the way through anyways. Did they look a little shaky against Ningame Segura today or not?
I wouldn't say so. I don't really feel like any of the semifinalists that have made it here, I don't think shaky's the right word. I think just a little more tested, right? I think it's the first monthly finals of the year. You know, if you're coming out with a 3-1, ultimately it's fine. Just keep taking care of business. Loud, once again, though, similar to the last match, everything to lose here. With somebody like Eternal, I think the expectation is they're probably more of a semifinalist from my perspective coming into this year, but they're trying to make that jump and be an equal footing of something like a Loud or an SKC. Starting off the year with a win against Loud would certainly put them in that conversation.
Pedro, let's say you would have to prepare for one of these two teams in the semifinals. How would you use the information from what we've seen from them in the quarterfinals to prepare best?
I think it's really important to know what strong pick do they leave open when they are not blue, right? When they are red, it's because that show you if they trust on being good enough to beat what in the paper is better or not, or they adapt to the game plan. And also, it's really important to compare these stats with what they do on screen, right? It's really important to know if the team is really focusing on the same play style the whole week, what they work something the whole week, and then they do it in the game, or they just improvise a lot. So you need to have a good mix between these stats.
I agree with that, Kenny. We also saw Loud picked a lot of Pierce, otherwise he was banned out. We see from Eternal Esports, they're banning Pierce quite often, and I think they should go with that as well against Loud now.
I think Eternal showed to me in their opening match that they're not afraid to get a little unorthodox with it. I think that Grom pick kind of telegraphs what you were talking about, right? When you're playing some of these teams, sometimes they just throw some stuff at the wall that you're not expecting. You can do all the scrims in the world, all the stats. Sometimes in that 6th pick, they're just going to pull something out. And I think Eternal are one of those teams that might have to rely on that, say, a little bit more than Loud. I feel like Loud will probably be that more predictable. Whatever you see on the stats and scrims is probably what you're going to see here. One brawler, though, that's really stood out to me that I'm curious to see how we see the rest of the day is Stu. This is a brawler this region specifically seems to really be utilizing. It's a brawler of old for them. It's one that's comfortable, so it makes sense. But you're talking about at the top of show, a lot of these other regions sometimes have their specialty brawlers. We have the top of the draft, which are all the buffy brawlers and the meanest of the world. So where do we differentiate? And this seems to be one of them.
For me, so far, that's definitely Stu and Ali for this region. We have seen them quite often. We just seen the map, by the way, as well. We're going to head into Shooting Star as our first. And if we follow your idea of just trying to go with some new brawlers that we might have not seen before, we're going to see Squeak and Tick again, potentially. But Tick is actually quite good on Shooting Star. So,
okay.
Pedro, is there any unconventional
I think
brawler you want to see?
We could see, I don't know if this region, but we could see some Lola in this map that we have seen it a bit on EMEA, on Bridge Too Far, for example. So in these open maps, we could see that kind of brawler. I think they could, I don't know, they could comes with maybe some aggro like Mina or Leon that are not that typical in this map, but always also Mortis can be played, right? These new brawlers, yeah. I expect Mortis Pickerman.
Mortis, Kaze, Carl, any of those brawlers that can pick up the blue star are quite often picked up on Shooting Star as well. Because if you get the blue star, you can just lean back, farm your supers, and the opponents have to actually pressure you and come towards you.
Yeah, it's a good thing to call out, but in Bounty specifically, especially a map like Shooting Star, now that we have this blue star thing over the last couple of years, you almost have to pick brawlers around that. And Carl, some of those more mixed ones that you mentioned are definitely like that.
And we're ready for our match here. Semi-final number 1. We're kicking things off on Shooting Star. Loud versus Eternal Esports. I'm really looking forward to this match because both of those teams have won their quarterfinals in a 3-1 fashion. Very convincing, looked super strong. And if anybody can still make it so Loud does not end up in the grand finals like they've been so often, this is the last chance. Eternal has to make it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I was going to call out the melody that the stats show up, but she was directly banned. So yeah, that's something that we don't really see on other regions, and that's those kind of aggro picks that we could expect here. We saw the Max that is not that aggro, but make all the combo a bit more aggro, right? Everyone can get that speed up and push a bit, and yeah, let's see the last pick.
Really interesting to see this draft kind of fly through. It really feels like Loud kind of knew what they wanted. I think Gus and Byron is a strong hybrid of support, but also long-range sharp shooting. It's something that I think both of them may struggle a little bit into something like Piper, and there, once again, we're seeing the Stu on a map like Shooting Star. That's a little peculiar, but at this point in the region, I guess I just have to expect it.
I see a Byron and the Gus, 2 support brawlers, and then I expect something like a Kaze, something aggressive. Stu comes out, so definitely this is going to be our special of the Leighton region at the moment.
Yeah, I think Stu itself is not the best brawler in this map, but I think it's a really good pick against Max especially, but they can also push that that Piper easily, and also you have probably he's gonna play the speed gadget, so he can also tank the pulse.
Well, here we go. Semi-final number 1 for South America. Loud have been top dogs of the region for a long time. Eternal, though, no strangers to the limelight. Motep, Jubileo have been a part of some phenomenal teams. Have been to things like the World Finals, LCQs, and now Kawe joining them after having a really successful 2025 season. So far, Loud being stuffed in their spawn right now. Just the oppression being felt from the Stu skating up and down is making Max's life really difficult.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how in this meta where the pressure is everything, the team that is losing on Star is always the one pressure, right? The one that have the pressure that they always seems like the team win is the one on the spawn hiding, but that's completely normal, right? You have much less to lose if you push, so it's really easy for the losing team to keep pushing.
Equal trade, but Blue Star, of course, separating Loud from the rest. Gonna be using things like that phase shift to ensure that they get that Blue Star off the rip. Otherwise, they're just gonna have to rely on a speed zone and just how the map plays out. It's gonna be Loud grabbing that every single time. And now a little extra speed going down for Max herself.
Yeah, I think Byron is kind of tapping. He's getting super really fast, and he will get a 1 or 2 hypercharge in the whole game. Yeah, the first one, he can get some kills, he get one, and they are still... Oh, they're winning. They just need to hold a bit. And they have a really good team to hold.
I love how your immediate mentality, I mean, just goes to show that you've been in the pro scene a while. The second you take that lead, we're good. Let's just, don't overdo it, guys. Let's just chill out. Let's make sure we just hold our positioning. We don't always have to play offense. It's not always about hitting that 20-star threshold. Sometimes it's about taking a lead and maintaining it.
Yeah, it's really important to know when you are winning, when you are losing, right? Seems obvious, right? But it's easy to feel like you want more, that you can get a biggest lead and risk it too much.
Eternal won't get greedy. With the shot clock going down, they will slowly back away. They just have to survive this Loud splits. Stu skating up and down the map. Vengeful Spirits going down for Kyle. Dog, a pull goes through though. Kawe trying to hold on, pouts the super, and the heals go through. Oh, absolutely filthy. I can't believe Eternal survived all that.
Yeah, that was insane. The guys waste everything on surviving. That was insane. He also even dodged a few bullets. In the other side, the Piper was dying, so if they get the refrag on the gas was not enough, if I'm correct. So they defend really good.
Yeah, all that going down in the blink of an eye, but Gust Shield going up, Byron heals going out. That's why it's such a nasty combo, because there's just so much potential to keep themselves afloat. Stu, like you mentioned, untraditional, but in the middle of this map, does typically benefit on a one-on-one versus Max, but the team play has just been a little bit better for Eternal. That's a great start for Loud, though. Firecrow gets the frag on that top left-hand side, so now it's Blue Star plus some.
Yeah, I mean, the Stu seems really weak on the open, but once he gets a wall, it's really dangerous, because in short terms, he can really do a lot of damage, right? Triple tap on any of them is pretty much a kill. So yeah, really dangerous when they step into the next wall.
Eternal, of course, benefit from this Indestructible. There's no way for Loud to get to it unless they get around that wall to destroy the speed zone. Edinho now flanking on this left-hand side, destroys all the walls in the bottom right from the teammate, just to give them a little more ability to dodge out. These sharpshooters kind of rely on the open space, and Piper especially is going to benefit into somebody like a Byron who doesn't quite match.
Yeah, the Byron right now have the best matchup, right? Especially when she's opening. So yeah, he has a really good matchup. The team need him to pop off. It's a bit risky always when you rely on a single brawler, but I mean, it's working right now.
Super speed goes down. Motep has to use a super just to preserve his life. Teammate there to cover for him. Now super being charged up for Gus. We'll see if they use that for defense or if they enable somebody like Jubileo to go on the offense. He needs a super first, though.
Yeah, it's really good how Loud adapt his game to know what can work for them. Piper just need to follow the Byron all around the map.
Loud now, taking their time. Significant lead, 30 seconds on the clock. They're just trying to hold possession here. They don't want to keep themselves in the back heels for too long. They have to have a strong presence, work their way up, and then make sure they're not taking down this late game.
Yeah. The Piper is... Oh, that was fire. The Piper need to get the kills. She cannot die, never now. It's one kill different. They need to kill Edinho. Edinho or Jin, both are fine. But it's like...
Yeah, ooh, and a nasty pull goes through too. Loud may have dropped one kill there, but the gene pulls at the end of the game. A couple extra tags go a long way, so that's a beautiful bounce back there. Loud just never really felt like they were trapped for too long. I think that wall break from Piper made a big difference too, just giving them kind of space to work with. Not only does it allow Piper to land more shots, obviously sharpshooters love that, but for Max, it's more maneuverability. Now she can dance around, use those phase shifts or just the natural juking skills to kind of avoid these tags.
Yeah, the first seconds of the game is really important. They need to try not to feed too much the Piper, because if Piper start opening, is really hard for them. So they kind of need a slow game to pretty much get supers and avoid the other one to get super.
Piper definitely got a couple cags, but it will cost her life. So a 2-1 lead for Eternal. The Blue Star is still something to watch out for, though. If Loud get a single frag, they can reswing, and now surging up the map as well. Jubileo just relying on holding on and hugging this right-hand side wall. Speed zone there to give him a little extra benefit. Kawe left on an island on his low on the left-hand side, and Loud still continuing to play this Max comp as a unit. That's a lot of times what you'll see when Gene and Max are on a team together.
They need to shout over and over, please don't feed the Piper, please don't feed the Piper, because even the Jin pull, they can dodge it, they can tank it, look, they just dodge it. But the Piper opening slowly will be a win for them.
Ooh, and a nice Byron super there. Keep themselves afloat. And that missed super out of Kyle Dog. Now Eternal can play around that. Loud are significantly less threatening in this moment. It's going to allow Juby the Bleo to move up on this left-hand side, give himself a little space. Eternal still haven't really climbed their way out of spawn, but Loud haven't gotten aggressive either. It's a little bit of a stalemate right now.
Yeah, I mean, Kawais is right now pretty much holding two of the players, Jin and Piper. I don't really know how he's alive. He cannot really heal up against a Jin, and he's dodging really good against the Piper, so he's doing a really good job for his team. Also, Byron is healing. They are having a really good synergy right now, and that's what we need to do.
Now really going to be tested as this clock starts to dwindle away. Super available for Gus as well. We've seen the survivability that it can bring to a team, and Loud, I think, really starting to gear up. They're going to work their way up. Imagine this left-hand side, max speed for the final seconds. They want the closing kill.
Yeah, it's a last push. They are having everything, and they are going to put everything they dodge. That was really good shield. Maybe they can get a refract. They do.
Oh, and a nice response from Eternal. I thought Loud were going to be able to just walk away from the situation. Instead, though, they have to move forward. Oh, and another takedown for Eternal as well. Beautifully executed. Just a situation where Loud were in full control. They waited. They gathered all their resources, max speed, gene pull, all at the ready for one closing moment. They get the kill. Good on Eternal, though, for a nice heads-up play to be able to respond immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they got the kill, but Byron was hitting the right shots on the Jin, so he couldn't keep it alive. Maybe he could have been tanked a bit, because I think the other two Brawlers were almost full HP right around the Jin, so you always need to take care of your healer, because he cannot heal itself, especially.
I'm really looking forward to seeing those stats. We talked a lot about how Motep and Pekka are not playing together anymore. They've been for so long. And I think we answered the question. Motep can still perform even without Pekka at his side. He did super well, and Byron had the most stars in the end. I do want to see the stats, because I don't know if he actually had the most kills as well overall. And the underdogs are now in the lead. Sunny's happy. Are you too, Pedro?
I'm happy, because I know Loud will not give it so easily, so for sure we're going to have more than 3 sets.
No 3-0, that's super nice. And we're looking at the stats now. Motep did in fact have the most kills on his team. Adinho, I think they wanted the Max to have a bit more value, Kenny.
For sure. And I mean, Max isn't necessarily built to be some aggressive top-tier killer. But alongside Gene, it's a great synergy, and it allows them to pick the Piper as well, because traditionally, Piper's not going to do well into Gene or Max. So I think it gave them a gateway to kind of do that. I just didn't feel like, especially in those in-game scenarios, I think they had an opportunity to win. They got themselves to those final closing moments, and things just went abrupt. It was a beautiful exchange out of Eternal. I think at some point, you just have to give credit where credit's due. They really played that set well.
And in the end, exactly what we kind of said beforehand played out. You come in with some new ideas, you pick up the stew on Shooting Star, like the squeak on Golden Gulch, and it works out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, in the paper, yeah, the Jin Max have much more synergy, and the Piper right you is really Jin Piper. You put someone low, then Piper finishes the kills, then much speed, easy to pull. But to be honest, the answer of Byron healing, Gas shield, Stu going all around was really good to stop that.
I really like to see that. Let's see if we're going to see Stu once more, because on this map, he was always a good pick as your mid-brawler. For the gem carrier, you want to have something with not too much range on the map, like double swoosh, because the gem carriers are actually quite close. So in this one, we see a lot less of 8-bits or Pam or Pierce, all of those other options for gem carrier. We see a lot of Sandy, Stu, Janet, something like this.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, IMS is in a must-ban category for me on this map, for the map and mode. You're going to see it there. So immediately, if IMS is banned, you know the other team is going to have that first overall pick. And this flex one that they're going to go with is Crow. I like Crow for a lot of reasons. I think he can play mid if you really need to, but more importantly for me, he grants you vision. A lot of the times he's going to be playing that wide open right-hand lane just so you are guaranteed access to seeing who's over there at all times, because that poison damage doesn't even require you to use something like a vision gear that a lot of brothers have to use on this map.
Yeah, also in this meta now, you want always to have a mid that can protect itself, right? Like a Janet that can fly, Sandy that can stun, Crow that can jump away. Yeah, the vision is really important. But I really expect to have a Mortis somewhere in the... Sandy, yeah, Sandy as mid. Actually, Sandy right now can play anywhere, right? You can hold. The vision is really important. This map is all about the vision. You can also counter it with Amber. Then everyone have the same vision, so yeah.
That is very true. Ember potentially not into a Crow. I feel like Crow has the better matchup there. Shelly's gonna come out. You want to have that close range. I was also expecting Mortis, one of Loud's most favorite brawlers, and he's actually left open. One of the only 3 brawlers from that Buffy region that is left open. We're now looking at the next pick from Eternal and into a Shelly, into a Sandy. They both are very close range. You can open up the map, at least open up the bushes with that Ember. I think that's now a very good idea.
I think you need an anti-tank for sure somewhere. Even you have the Crow that helps, right? You need like a Chester or a Spike is banned. So they go first for the first pick, for the mid pick. So Crow is gonna be lane. That's kind of interesting. So now they need somewhere an anti-tank for sure, or a tank itself.
Yeah, do you just grab a tank? I mean, we see Shelly on this other end. I'm scared for Eternal that if they don't beef up enough, that's going to give Gateway to Loud to just click the... There we go. So they do grab that anti-tank that you mentioned, because I don't think if they had that 6th pick was just clearly going to be something really beefy just to make sure they bolster themselves and can kind of overwhelm the enemy.
And as we already mentioned, Mortis would have definitely been picked up here if Chester wasn't on the other side. It would have been such a free matchup into that Jean and Crow. Now, last pick for the side of Loud. I would like to see something with a bit more range here still. Potentially no tank into that Chester. They're going to go with Mortis anyway. Never mind. The Chester potentially not enough, Pedro?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect them to pick the Mortis, but I did expect them to go aggro, like a Lily or some kind of something aggro to put Ali, to put pressure on the gym, so he can help with the vision. He cannot do these easy pulls, but the Mortis can still work.
And we're heading into map number 2 now. Loud versus Eternal. Loud, the ones that are the clear favorites, are now in the back foot. Eternal have the potential to set up an even better lead here. 2-0 for Eternal. That would be something.
Boy, and I'd love to see it too. Just a little shake-up in this region never hurt anybody, but Loud will not go down quietly. It's going to be Adinho starting off in the mid here. You mentioned it, Pedro. Sandy can be somebody that plays the mid on this map, especially with how close it is compared to the other lanes. It really is that mid to close range engagement that he thrives in.
Yeah, we're gonna see a really, really weird map, because every team have something that plays up for chaotic, that enjoy the chaotic, like Jhin. When you are not in a good position, it's an easy pull. Then Mortis need to obviously do it chaotic. Shelly's gonna swap all around, break some walls. It's gonna be a really fun game.
This also changes up because now that there's a super for Jhin, Sandy knows that if he oversteps, he is a goner. Motep is going to take advantage and try and grant position. Kyodog there to match on the other end to dive in from Motep, but a stun there coming out of that gadget from Adinho. Beautifully played. A very interesting use of that super though, but we know it. Vision is so important, and now they've got positioning and the vision. Adinho even dares to grab an extra gem. This is domination from Loud early.
Yeah, you're right that Sandy needs to be careful of when he are grabbing gem, but they are doing it really good because they are pushing at the same time, pushing together. So first Mortis go, make a bit of space, then Shelly pushing the right in the side, so Sandy can grab so easy gems.
Staggered brawlers are going to lead to a great equation for Loud. Now they've got 9 gems. Hypercharge super though. Motep dives forward. Fire Crow away from his teammate. So Adinho forced into the back lines. Is Cowway there to protect him? They just need to find any axes, any semblance of control, because otherwise Loud just have 1 gem away from a countdown.
Yeah, I think Mortis will just grab it and bring it down. Maybe he dies after that, but Adinho will be able to grab it.
So Mortis going to be looking for a delivery. He's bounced away. Instead, it's Adinho, though. This is ideal. Now, 1 brawler concentrated with all the gems. They're just going to have to hold on and play defense. This allows Fire Crow space, Kyodog, the freedom to push forward and just protect their teammate. There's a super there for Jhin, but so far at a magic hand distance that there's just no chance. Loud with a big bounce back in game number 1.
Yeah, I think the early is really easy for Loud, right? They were going to get most of the gems. And Eternas just rely on a good pull and a good jump of Crow. But even if you do that, Sandy is really well protected by Sandy and Mortis. So it's a tough matchup for Eternals.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a great Loud draft, and I think by drafting Shelly early, it almost traps Eternal into going anti-tank. If Loud wanted the Mortis, that was probably the way to do it, because now it's the other side playing a little bit of mind games. They have to force this Chester pick a little bit. The Jhin is interesting. I don't feel like I see it as much in this current meta, just because of how aggressive it is. Jhin is somebody that doesn't do a ton of damage, obviously can swing games with that pull, but you're not going to want to pull a Shelly. You're not going to want to pull a Mortis. It's just really tough. Really, Sandy's the only option.
Yeah, Sandy, Shelly, Jhin, sorry, right now needs a lot of supports, but I don't know if any support can stop all the aggression that Shelly and Mortis give. So it's, yeah, a hard matchup. The pull is not that good right now because maybe you pull the Sandy and then you have Mortis on top of you. So literally you pull 2, so it's really, really hard.
Yeah, definitely a tough one to figure out. Despite maybe fumbling a little earlier in this game, it's Loud who were able to reclaim all of those gems. Now they've got space. Motep once again diving in, but it's not equating to kills. It gives them vision, but it's costing him his life. It's still allowing Loud access to the mid. I think we just got to see some more pop-off plays from Eternal. It just feels like Loud are executing better right now.
Yeah, Eternal needs to also keep the super. Now they have 2 hypercharge, but they need to use it all together. We have been Crow jumping like 3 times by his own. Now they could. Now it's a good one. They did all together. Now Chester have also the purple button to protect. They did the team kill, and now they need to hold it.
Great call out from Coach. They extinguish all of the purple buttons, and it allows them to grab every single gem on this map. It's just Adinho doing his best, dropping a little bit of coverage for Dog, but just not a fast enough brawler to cover that distance. A great response out of Eternal, especially in a back and forth where it really felt like Loud were just prevalent, always pushing forward. They've had these well-timed pushes to move up the map and grab these kills. Finally, though, we see that beautiful combination of Gene landing 2 nasty pulls, and then Crow's there for cleanup duty.
Yeah, the combination is really important. The synergy is key here because they don't have too many chances. So if they wasted like magic pull alone or Crow jumping, can be devastated.
Jubileo once again going to start off in the mid. Adinho rotating to the left-hand side. There's those daggers going out for Crow. It's the vision that this map needs, but because they're forcing this left-hand side a lot for the red roster, allows Mortet to kind of creep forward, dashing in, doesn't charge that super in time though, and now with the poison, will have to fail away. Thankfully for him, Dog is there to cover.
Yeah, I think they try to do it a bit chaotic again, so they can get supers and hypercharge faster, right? If the game is chaotic, it's much faster than if the game is frozen. But I don't know if that's the best idea against Amortis though.
Running Reckless. Maybe not the play as Adinho will rotate back to the middle of the map. Mortis once again in super. Only makes a little bit of connection. Of course, Crow's going to dwindle how much healing he gets out of that exchange. Dog low HP. Poison will bring him to the ground. A little extra tap there. Eternal down, but still I feel like maintaining their lives enough to where they're going to be able to scoop up all these gems. A missed pull, definitely devastating, but at least they've matched the count a little more.
Yeah, well, Kyle did a really good job. He was able to push on the Chester alone. Even he was really close to death. He pushed really good, so Jubileo could grab a couple of gems. And now they're tight.
Oh, and Cowboy's able to get this takedown. They don't dare go for these gems. Firecrow intelligently just going to leave these behind for the traditional gem carry. Doesn't want to harbor those. That way he can get up in the enemy's face, can let loose, but doesn't have to risk giving away all their treasure.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the Jin wasting pull and hypercharge again. When you know your Crow had the scene, they could have literally did the same as the previous game. And they are, again, playing alone. If it's not the best, maybe that, yeah, it's going to be painful.
Doctor ordered a little more team play, and Eternal are going to have to figure it out here, but they're losing members fast. Jubileo left alone. Motep has a hypercharged super, and now they're almost going to have to force this. Team play going to have to be more than enough here. Hypercharge going down. No teammates there to back him up. Left all alone. A little poison going down. Dog a little weak. They have to find a kill. The hypercharged super just enough, though, for Kawe to expand. Jubileo has to back away. A great bounce off. Now they can collect these gems from the mid. It's at least a little more even a Firecrow, though. A great job scooping these up. Motep looking for a frag and can't quite get it. Firecrow with 50 HP holding on. Jubileo has to find a way, and he does.
Now they can tie, and they have time enough to tie. They have the pull, which is also a game changer. Could be a game changer. The problem is that Crow is really far away from jump, if I'm correct, because his jump was not the best. So maybe they can do it.
11-11. This one's going into overtime. That takedown pivotal, though. You can't afford to lose any members. Gene has to run for the hills. Motep there to cover. Dog doesn't quite get a full blast. It's an exchange on both sides, though. 12 gems. Adinho's pocket. A takedown for Mortis. Beautiful out of Firecrow. And now walking home with 24 gems in their pockets. Unless Jubileo lands some kind of masterclass pull and gets 2 kills for 1 super, it's not going to happen.
It was a really good push there from Shelly at the end. Made a lot of space, so they could get the team kill. Was really important.
Really good in-game plays there. I mean, you saw just how much time they had to buy for themselves, but despite that, Loud remained calm. I think one observation, especially after your comments throughout that game, it really feel like, and I don't know, I'm not in that room, but it almost feels like comms were maybe misaligned a little bit when they engaged. A lot of times it was either Crow going in or Gene making a pull. It wasn't a lot of, let's use all of our hypercharges and do something like we see right here. This is what happens when they make a good heads-up play. Otherwise, though, kind of felt like a lot of recklessness, and I think recklessness can be good to charge those supers, but if you're going to do all that work to charge those supers, make them count, steal some gems, get some kills.
It was a super interesting matchup overall because, as we already mentioned in the draft, Eternal had that double gem carrier comp on their side. Both the Crow and the Gene had gems at some point, and that's just not really what you want to have. You want to have one of those brawlers to be able to go in aggressively. Looking at the stats, they're actually almost mirrored. Countdown popping up there a little bit more, but overall, it was really just team play, it was communication, and Eternal, they made it super close. They almost had a 2-0 up against Loud.
Yeah, I mean, they proved that they could win it. Winning a game, I would say that make it possible to win the set, right? But I think it was a problem of synergy, a problem of not committing at the same time and wasting abilities alone.
And looking just at the draft itself, it kind of played out as we expected. We had the Chester on the right-hand side to counter that Mortis. Was that enough though, Pedro?
No, I mean, because the Morty played really good. He was pretty much running away, just coming in and out, getting the supers. Also, Shelly, he played basically like a Mortis, like rushing on their, dashing on their face, being able to put a lot of pressure by his own. So yeah, was super chaotic, and in this so chaotic, weak brawlers like even Crow or Jhin that enjoy chaotic. When you have so many aggro and you don't have so much HP, you can suffer a lot.
And as you already predicted, we are definitely gonna see a set 4 now. This is not gonna be a close, not gonna be a clear winner here in the end. Eternal already took that set 1, and we then said, well, we're probably gonna see a 1-1 in the next one, and exactly that happened. It was close though. So now we're heading over to Pinhole Pond, a Brawl Ball map, Kenny. Loud or Eternal? Who's gonna take this one now?
I'm just going to default to Loud. This feels like a game mode that's right up their avenue, and it's also who I selected. One thing I think, though, about this region in general, I do feel like Loud and SKC are still going to be the top dogs, at least based on what we're seeing through qualifiers and things like that. I think it's going to be a rockier road. I still feel like they're ahead. I don't know if it'll stay like that the entire year, but Eternal are showing that there are teams out here that can put up a fight. Heck, they might even win. We're only in set 3. But I do think this is hopeful for an SA region that haven't necessarily been given a lot of depth or credit to that depth from other regions around the world, and reasonably so. Unfortunately, SA and NA just haven't had the world's results in recent history to get the same respect of an EA or an EMEA.
A super exciting prospect that now finally this tier 2 scene can close the gap between themselves and Loud and SK Kalalas. Kind of similar to what we've seen in East Asia actually last weekend, where we also always talk about those big 4 teams. And now it seems like all of a sudden the lower tiers are coming up to actually compete with the big guns. Eternal, definitely one of those teams that you have to keep an eye out for the next few months as well. Maybe even today. They still have every chance to make it into the grand finals. We're heading into Pinhole Pond. We have Mortis banned out this time around, Pedro. Loud, it is their most picked brawler, so I think you just have to ban him.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see, to watch SA in Brawl. I think they have a different playstyle, much more aggressive. Not necessarily the picks, don't necessarily need to go this Mortis or Mina that they do, right? But also they also always try these risky goals, these fancy goals that in EMEA we are more traditional. We try not to waste so much supers on shots or whatever when you think you don't have so many chances to score, and it's always fun to watch it.
We try to play passive, we corner the ball. That's just what we do in EMEA.
But if you're winning, you're winning, and that's ultimately all that matters. Mina, that first overall pick. Otis goes through, which makes me think, especially considering the ban stage escape, I wonder if Frank comes in here at a 2-3 turn just to secure it a little bit early. Kenji's somebody that you're pointing at me that might come up as well, so I'll trust you on that, Coach. Let's see what happens here.
I think Kenji is a strong pick against Mina, put a lot of pressure. In these maps, you always need something to make a space, right? Space is everything in Brawl, especially in this map. So, yeah, I mean, I expect the Kenji.
It's all about mid control and then like Pinhole Pond. Frank is coming in here. I definitely expected him to come. Spike and Ems are banned out here. Mortis as well. So the next best Buffy brawler, definitely Frank. You would love to pair him with a Poco. That's not going to be possible now, and Shelly comes in as the last pick. A brawler that I've already mentioned. You have to play her on a map like this one. Mid control is everything. And into a Frank, you only really have Shelly to be able to deal enough damage to get rid of him.
Yeah, now you need a lot of damage to control the mid. Big is banned, that could be a really good pick. Meg could be seen, maybe you miss a bit of damage, but you need something because Poco and Mina shield is gonna grant that mid for sure.
Meet Rob.
Whoa. Big pull out of you. That was nice. I mean, that's gotta be. You know, you've got superpower, young man. That's a crazy pull out of you.
You couldn't see it,
Meg.
but when I say Meg, they both look at me like super strange.
It's just unusual. But the fact that you not only like named the 6-pick brawler there, you also named like an unusual brawler that doesn't traditionally show on the map. Round of applause for me.
Where on your list does she actually show up?
He was there.
Okay.
She was there.
There. He has the stats, he has the brains. Pedro is drafting for Loud secretly, and we just figured it out live on stream. We're now heading into our next map. I'm super excited if Eternal can continue as strong as they've been. They might not have won the last set, but they made it super close.
Excellent work, partner. We'll be kicking off here with Frank dueling with Mina on this left-hand side. In the middle of the map, Motep and Kawe playing along each other, and Kyodog gunning down the middle of the map. Adinho holding on to the super. Patient gameplay out aloud. You see this a lot of time in Brawl Ball. They're not just going to be hyper-aggressive. They're going to make sure they can ensure that they get a goal. And especially now that they've lost Frank, they're probably going to back down for a second.
Yeah, I think in these comms you have brawlers that fight for the mid a lot, so it's really important to see the first seconds, especially because we need to know what does the spawns, right? If the spawns are not the best, if Piper and Frank is in the opposite side, for example, Frank can push a lot on the side, and by the way, that was insane.
Yeah. Yeah, coach's Meg pick really paid dividends here early. Several hypercharged swings of the bat Kyodog equates to a lot of kills. Jubileo now on the right-hand side, just trying to branch out, but it's Loud being very oppressive here in this early game. Eternal clustering up together, relying on those heroes. Now Kawe expands, super shot to back them down as Kyodog has not been removed from the monster truck yet. That's something they have to see. They need Meg to be brought down to a P share.
Yeah, they need to put a lot because they have a lot of HP between Kyodog and Edinho, and if they don't focus the same guy, they're not going to have damage enough to put them down.
Oh, and a nice pass there, and of course with the little bitty pistol, just can't do enough damage, doesn't have a super to equate to something like we saw earlier from that hypercharge, so all of a sudden, Eternal have equalized. They get the swing, but no contact. Kyodog doesn't even get a single out of the interaction. It's just going to be backed off, and now this hypercharge super. Shields going down, Kawe able to remove himself at the middle of the map. Jubileo dancing, Loud dribbling. Each side just trying to find an advantage, but no numbers have been lost yet.
Well, we can see how important are the hypercharges. We have seen basically right now, like I think 5 hypercharge missing or used without hitting the super. That's really important. We can see how the top players really respect those abilities, right? When you see a Mina without super pressing the purple button, it's really important to feed. When Notice comes, also the shield from Mina is really important. Yeah, it's really important how they manage all these abilities.
Ooh, a little bit of a whiff there coming out of Jubileo, and now he's going to be stunned. Oh, but that's a nice gadget coming out of Motep, so a creative use out of it, but it's Loud. With the numbers, unfortunately for them, they don't have the positioning to go for this ball. It's currently positioned on that top right-hand side. How do you see overtime kind of playing out here?
Yeah, I think I see the blue team with so many hypercharges and the red so close to them, and it's all about how they manage this.
Well, now they've got the shield going down to protect themselves. Jubileo, cleanup crew, able to move down this right-hand side of the map. Just using what's ever left of the extra buttons there from Shelly. But once again, back down. This Meg has just been a force to be reckoned with. Really aggressive up the middle of this map. It's got good DPS, solid amount of HP. Eternal leave the ball up top. They're gaining positioning, but without that ball, they certainly can't score.
Yeah, I mean, they are going for the tie, right? They sold themselves. They don't want to. They think they are not going to win on open, and they are just playing safe, trying to tie, and then they have probably a better strat for the next game.
Loud sense the weakness. They know that Eternal are not playing for this win, so they just get rather aggressive. Jubileo doesn't quite connect the tornado. This is good for them, though. Meg does not get back into that monster truck. Instead, she dies. Now Jubileo getting a little more antsy. Let's see if they bring this ball up. Yes, they do. They are going for it. Fat splatter on the ground, but Eternal need to be careful. I think gonna assess the situation and make sure that they don't just give this ball to Loud for free. They're gonna put that ball right back in the corner, play for these 2 seconds, on to the next round. Just like you said, this is not your traditional overtime composition. When all those walls go down, they need that close range interaction.
Yeah, I think it was risky to grab the ball right when you have a plan not to, grab it. Yes, because someone coming back to grab the ball make you lose a lot of pressure, and it's really important that the whole team stick to the same plan. Also, we saw so many hypercharges and so many hypercharges missing.
Yeah.
I hope we don't see that this game, because yeah, they have a lot of HP, so they feed a lot, and we can expect a lot of supers.
After Kyodog's pop-off play, a lot of misses, and honestly for both ends, it hasn't been perfect. It's been scrappy, but that's what we love about South America. Despite the chaos, we always get some big-time plays. After all that hard work, the ball's only moved about 2 inches. Kyodog still remaining in mid, all the reinforcements coming back. Now bouncing up to that left-hand side. I'm looking for Adinho on that right-hand end to create some space.
Yeah, they have all the pressure. They're gonna try to go for the goal here. Shelly's coming. Maybe he can do an insane play. Let's see if we can see something. No, it's gonna be a goal.
No chance there, and plenty of health points to go around for Loud. All three members standing tall. It's one of the beauties of Meg as well. It has a decent amount of HP. It does a ton of DPS, but ultimately it has 2 lives. There's a swing that absolutely did not miss. Now a purple button being popped for Kyodog. Adino will activate one of his own. Noise-canceling headphones going down. Super being activated just to ensure he can get this off for free. It's another takedown. Eternal just rotating brawlers right now. Loud, though, just up in their faces, in their grill, nowhere to walk. That's a big pushback from Coway. They're doing everything as possible to try and prevent this goal, but it's not quite enough. Loud will take the game.
Still a few misses there. Like the Frank couldn't time really good the white shield. They miss a few supers also. I mean, I'm surprised.
Yeah, just a little sloppy. Not what you're used to seeing out of this level of competition.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect this kind of players. Also, they maybe don't need it. We saw that, right? But was surprised.
So not perfect, nonetheless. Loud managed to squeak by with the win there. Adino already weak in this interaction on the right hand. And Mina and Frank have been battling back and forth in these early games. Now Motep rotates to that left-hand side. He doesn't do enough damage, though, into something like an Otis, so he'll need backup. We see Jubileo rotate over to this left-hand side. Coway up in the face of Kyodog does go down as he explodes out of that mech. He's got a little pistol meant for Motep. Squares him in the face, but a heal will go down to preserve his life.
Yeah, Coway with that Shelly now, he's trying to follow a bit more the matchup, which should be Frank, right? You would suffer a lot against a Notice or a mech, so you need to look for a Frank all the time. And if you are able to hold the Frank, that is probably the one that is going to put more pressure. Not more damage, but more pressure because of his HP, right? You should have an easy game.
Ball back in Loud's hands. Hurricane of Violence going down. It's going to allow for them to get a kill. Frank just swinging wildly. Hammer hit now blows up Shelly's face as well. Firecrow with an easy waltz forward. Loud strike first in game number 2. Eternal just haven't found a way to knock one in the net yet.
Yeah, I mean, we see Loud now learning from the mistakes, knowing where to put each matchup, running away. And I think Eternal is not like realizing that's happening, right? And they are not really following the matchup that they should.
Well, despite Loud with an explosive start right there, they're not able to squeeze one into the goal. It's Eternal dribbling right-hand side. Kyodog low HP will fall back to the shallow side and allow Adino to expand for him, flashing that super button. Adino not baited quite yet, though. Super in hand, ball in hand as well, and Jubileo receives a ton of heals. A perfectly timed windmill gadget drags in both these enemies. That's dangerous, though. Poco can't get follow-up shots. He's not a damage dealer.
No, I mean, that was a good synergy to keep the Mina alive, making a lot of time and a lot of damage, but was not enough.
Now Motep gonna have to rely on this super too. Yeah, maybe an opportunity there, right?
Yeah, I think I'm not wrong. I saw Otis missing hyper super again. I mean, I don't know what's happening to these guys today.
Not traditional Loud gameplay. It's sloppy, it's unorthodox, and now with a super pass over, Jubileo can dump this ball. Oh, that would have been nasty. One regular shot away from getting to the other side. That would have been filthy. Now 20 seconds on the clock. This is looking scary for Eternal.
Now it's open. Now Mech has an insane matchup, right? They need to push. There is no bushes, no walls. They just need to hold, they need to freeze, they need to don't die. They don't have the ball, they don't get the goal, you get the game.
Loud using all of their hypercharges just to play defense. Kyodog pulls an SK Classic, and after all the misplays, he's going to make Coach Pedro just a little prouder. It's going to be Loud taking a 2-1 lead. Much better stuff towards the end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, they prove that they understand the game during the games go. They understand the playstyle, they understand what they need to do, where they need to put the Frank, where they need to put the mech. They did it, and I feel like Eternal were not ready to react.
Just felt like the game plan wasn't quite coherent enough. I don't know if the Meg caught them off guard a little bit at the end there, if the Franks was just enough. I like Poco on this map, but one of the issues I find myself frequently running into watching professionals at this level is if you're not putting out enough output of damage compared to the enemy team, if Frank's getting too much, if Meg's too much, there's only so many heals that can go around. He is a group healer, but if your team's spaced out across the floor, if Mina and Shelly aren't perfectly next to you, it's just really hard to get maximum value.
And I feel like that was exactly the problem. If you get Poco on your team, but you're missing out on Frank, you're not going to have enough DPS to actually take him down. We look at the kills here, and yes, it's not about kills in this game mode, but they were barely alive on the right-hand side.
I mean, that's crazy.
It is actually crazy. Kawe did a phenomenal job, Jubileo as well, at just pushing them back, creating a lot of pressure even if their teammate was down. So they basically played a 2v3 at times and were able to still get the best out of those situations. But for here, the draft was definitely on the side of Loud. And despite them missing a couple of hypercharges, they came out on top.
I mean, that gives Loud even more reason to say that they have the best draft, right? They miss so many supers. The Otis, I think, miss every hyper. And they still won. I think he missed every hyper. I think he missed every hyper. And a couple normal supers.
Let's get a fact check on that. Yeah, if he did, that's very unfortunate.
I need to say that some of the miss was a bit of play from Mina Shield, but even.
But nonetheless, stat's a stat.
We do see that both of those teams are playing together in the same spot, and Kawi and Motep are actually living together since a whole year already, which is super interesting. Last year they weren't on the same roster. Now they are. They can finally also talk about their matches after they've happened in the kitchen. Hey bro, we could have done that better, or hey, we are the champions. They still have the chance to make it to the grand finals and become champions, Kenny.
At least the mood's the same. I mean, imagine like one of your bros just popped off, had the tournament of his life, and the other guy is like the one that he beat. I mean, like, I don't know how that synergy goes down, but this year we're riding or dying together. Either we're having a terrible day or we're having an awesome day. Gotta love it.
And I hope they still have an awesome day, even if this does not work out in their favor. They still made it into the semis. Many people didn't believe they could even beat Olympus Squad. And did it take a set of Loud, the most dominant team in the region last year. We're now heading into Bell's Rock, potentially a last map if Loud takes this one. And Bell's Rock screams Rico. He's so good down the mid lane. Really excited to see him played on this map. They banned out Brock and Gray as well, so they're making sure on the other side we have nothing to open up the map.
Yeah, I think you can always kind of try to stop a Rico with a thrower, like a Tick or a Sprout, but the Rico can still work. Like I have heard so many Ricos that say that they can deal with any thrower in this map. Also, Grom can be not a problem, but tools to stop him. But I think can do a really good job.
They're putting their money on Mina once more. Didn't bring the money luck on the previous set. Let's see how it goes down in this one, Kenny.
Well, now that they've got the Brock and the Gray out of the way, a lot of those wall break options are gone, so this is going to give Ollie an easier time. Now Rico's got more walls to stay up. I mean, are there any, like, standout ways to kind of deal with a composition like this? Because Ollie's not as traditional as he used to be. He still shows up, but what are teams doing to combat him? Why isn't he showing as much recently?
I think it's a really good tool to stop all the aggression, because you can still work around the wall, and you are able to help all the teammates and to stop, like in this case, a Mina or a Cathay or a Kenji, whatever they can bring aggro. And the late game of this Brawler is insane.
Yeah.
They're going to go with damage here. Spike definitely good choice into that Ollie Max comp. And this is actually the first time I think we're not seeing RT on Knockout today. Heading into this match, it could be the last one. Loud could close it out here, moving to the grand finals. But Eternal has something to say still. They showed us some great plays, and if they have draft here, they can definitely win. But Pedro, how is their draft?
I think both teams are gonna. I mean, the blue team kind of need to hold until late game, try to get the supers, especially with Max. Probably at some point you will be able to give hyper to your allies, so we'll get super. And the late game, I would say, it's for them. In the other side, the red team have a bit more range, have a bit more aggression, so they need to push and hopefully get a kill before the toxic come out.
Yeah, the longer this drags out, the closer Firecrow gets to a super, and Hypnosis is a huge factor, especially when everybody has one life. If Firecrow gets one Hypnotize off on you, it's free shots. These pros aren't going to miss as easily as they did in something like Brawl Ball.
Yeah, I couldn't see if he used a gadget already, but it's really important for the red team to know what gadget Firecrow is using, right? If he's using Jump or he's using Control, it's completely different playstyle that you need to approach, and yeah, that's really important.
Motep being backed away, super going down, Kawe, a gunner for this world. Now Jubileo torching up the map, knows that they even want a chance at this. They have to get aggressive now. At a bare minimum, he's going to get his super out of the exchange because Motep also going to fall. These Rico shots are filthy, especially with all these walls remaining up. It's just a Rico playground.
Yeah, it was very interesting in the draft because the Spike was the last pick, if I'm not wrong. So they have Mina and Gas, and they have they need to find something to stop both the Oli and the Rico. And I think they forgot a bit about the Rico, and the Rico's having the game of his life.
Yeah, now Tank Trait is going to allow Ollie to charge back up too, so they've given him a hypercharge just off of landing shots. What a ironic punishment. You're landing your shots and you're feeding the enemy team a super. Kyodog, though, in trouble. Now a gadget going down for Jubileo. Beautifully played off of that. They use everything, though. Oh, and even the Hypnotize, not enough. Eternal get away with one there.
Yeah, it was surprising. The synergy, they got both the Spike and the Mina from far away. Pinched Rico really good. Spike super on top, then Mina come with the shield. He can come aggressive because he has the shield right to run away later, and they beat a really good kill. I don't know if they can do it again. No.
Kyodog relying on this left-hand side. It is going to be Firecrow, the tank, playing in the middle of this map. Traditionally, where you see Kyodog doing that. He's got a hypercharge, releases. A little bit of protection there from Jubileo. Still weak on that top left-hand side. You can see a purple spike. That means his damage gear has been activated. He's got low HP. Jubileo, it's a runaway for the Tornado, though. Motep on the right-hand side for the flank. There's only so many walls that Kyodog can operate off of. Excellent job from Eternal. The round one didn't go their way, but they used their utility very wisely. Full exchange of hypercharged supers there in that round number 2. And then in round 3, they played around that Rico super. Getting that gadget down and Spike surviving was crucial.
Yeah, I think the Loud team is trying to get the win too early, right? They just need to hold. The Spike will not be able to push on the Rico. Mina either. Just put Firecrow follow on the Mina so you can control a bit to the game. And then just wait for late game, right? You will get supers, Spike should not, maybe Gas get it, Mina should not, so you will have more abilities for the end game if you just hold a bit.
So Loud might require a little more patience if they want to come away with this one. They do have an Ollie, but right now they are feeling a full force of red moving its way up the middle of the map. Adino does have speed, so they can use this if they need to get themselves out of a pinch. A lot of the times, this is to shift the momentum, just to move them up the map, overwhelm the enemy a bit, and it is going to grab them that positioning they desperately needed.
Yeah, they're going to spot now. They need to hold here, heal a bit. If you don't die, nice. Kayo doesn't die, they need to reset. Get the HP back, then probably Matt will get the speed for late game, and they just push together.
Now they have several of these spooky ghosts up the middle of the map too, so Loud's not going to be able to easily march up the middle. It's going to be a gadget on that left-hand side. Buys Jubileo a little bit of time. Oh, look at the Tornado go down. It's devastating. Firecrow can't even use the Hypnosis that he required. Kyodog doesn't land shots. Motep connects. Adino left all alone. This is another round for Eternal.
Yeah, to be honest, I can see the Motep having a lot of value, right? He range all of them. Even though Spike and Mina are not hitting too many shots, just putting them all together on the mid, and Gas is just tapping.
Spike charging up a super as well. Life plant down just to provide a meat shield. A little extra health points in the category for red roster. Motep, long range, trying to land some shots on Adino. It's been in this constant battle over the years of Brawl Stars. Long range sharpshooters into somebody like Max. If you're shifty enough, Max can get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are using the speed too early, right? They just need to hold for the opportunity. In this case, when they push, just speed, so they get a bit scared and they just come back. And yeah, I think they are playing a bit too risky when they just need to hold.
Firecrow certainly pressing the issue on this top right-hand side. Left all alone. Kyodog weak, can't be there for reinforcements, and Adino does have a hypercharged super ready to go. Loud, I think, are going to play around this. Late for these closing scenarios. They immediately delete a life plant. They need to start connecting with brawlers. Bounce shots everywhere. Kyodog, once again, without a great super. Cowway there to survive a little bit longer. Firecrow, 11,000 health points on that top right-hand side. Now moving to the left. Dashes, connects. 2v2 situation as Motep and Jubileo play these outside lanes. Firecrow encroaching. Bounce shot from Motep. A beautiful super will force Adino away. Hypnosis, not enough. Eternal, take a set.
Yeah, again, I think they went too early to use the aggression, right? We could see the Rico hyper, which was a really good momentum, but just wait 5-10 seconds and the storm is closer, they come closer together, and it's much easier to hit some shot.
So if I'm not wrong, the sentiment you're giving me is Loud don't have a flawed draft in this situation. You feel like they have a good start, it's just entirely on the strategy. You want to see the Ollie wait to these in-games. You want to see them use a Max Super, maybe Ollie combination, or at a bare minimum, just start making some tags with this Kyodog Super, right? I feel like it was just a lot of wasted opportunities.
I just miss a bit of patience there.
Okay.
I thought it's so funny, Pedro, you said the Rico's kind of forgotten and he has the time of his life. He's having such a fun time. In that moment, he dies because of a Mina ult combined with Spike, and after that, it was just downhill, really. So I don't know if it was a caster's curse. You're on our side now. You
have that power now.
Exactly.
Wield it with responsibility, young man. It is a tough force to be reckoned with.
With a lot of power comes a lot of responsibility, Pedro.
Yeah, I think that they should just look for matches all the time. Just Oli on Mina, Max on Spike, and Max on Jhin on Gas, and just the Rico running away from the Gas. That was the only one that was putting him low, so they need to retreat. And I don't know. I think they didn't work together, knowing the stage of the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Oli also didn't have the greatest of showings in this match. They definitely wanted him to have a bit more value. I wonder if it would have been better if they in the end had this RT that we kind of talked about before, that has is a bit more of a flex brawler. Super good at the beginning, but also in the end. Oli just kind of had to wait things out, and they got pressured back again and again, because in the early game they couldn't really do much with that Oli.
Yeah, it just felt like a lot of good choices, not great execution. I really do feel like if they play around the Ollie a little bit more for those in-game situations, I mean, Hypnosis is essentially free kills. Easier said than done, obviously. I'm not going to take away. Like, obviously, Eternal played that well, are a great team. I felt like there were a lot of misconnections there. I felt like I wasn't seeing enough Rico's shots grab kills. It was just kind of using the shot to put pressure to move the enemies back, but some beautiful bounces. I think they played around the windmill gadget from Mina in a really strong way, and it allowed Rico, that first overall pick, I believe, to be neutralized. And if Rico in a map that should be having a heyday isn't, I think that's the biggest compliment to a team. Eternal really handled it well.
We're now heading over to Safe Zone, and I'm going to make a very bold statement here, Pedro. So far, we've said Loud can win if they have the better draft, despite missing a lot of those hypercharges. Now, in the last set, they didn't have draft, or at least not as convincingly, and they lost it in the end.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for me, they have the draft, not super crazy, but they have the draft, and they did some small mistakes. And of course, Eternal was really good at punish it, really good at don't making mistakes, because they didn't do too many. And yeah, you can see that at this level, doing some small mistakes, it sets.
Safe Zone, it's up now, and Crow immediately first pick. I love to see that. Again, a lot of damage potential. We talked about those water brawlers before. Angelo is banned out, so Eve is the next best option here. Also in this map, where we talked about it a lot on Bridge Too Far, Safe Zone also has this water, and in the past you were able to also break open the right-hand side lane. It was the Colt and Rico map. Now, where you can't break open the right-hand side, is playing something like an Eve definitely comes in handy. Eternal now with their second pick here, still need something for mid. Brock is going to come in here to break open the map a little bit, and he's pretty good to hold down his mid lane.
Common culprit on this map for high safe damage too is somebody like a Melody. So especially with Chuck gone, we're kind of running out of those natural all-aggression brawlers. This is certainly one of them that's going to be half playing a lane, but half playing a way to get to the high safe and do damage. Crow has an easy jump. Byron there is basically just going to be able to instigate health points, just trying to feed his two brawlers to make sure that they can keep crossing deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, we have two kind of playstyle here. We have basically the blue team that is very basic, sniper on the mid, aggro on the lane, defender on the other lane, right? Basic, classic, 2021. We could see that.
Just the way you like it, right?
Yeah, that's the way you like it. And we have a lot of aggression on the other side. We have Brock, the 8-bit that do insane amount of damage, and you have, even in the defensive lane, which is the right, you have the 8-bit that can come aggro because he can walk over the water, so we can say it's two different. If the red team manages to put a good turret and a good aggression, they can do insane amount of damage in so little time.
Loud have been at the top of this region for a long time, now running it back for a third year in a row, but already in month number 1 of our 2026 season, Eternal challenging them, drag them all the way to a set 5, to even give themselves a chance at a grand final. Motep, somebody that looking to prove himself as a top tier player. Boy, would it be a way to put himself at the top of the region by beating number 1.
I think I just saw a Brock jumping into a Cathe face to kill her. That was insane, and he was able to do a lot of damage because of that. I mean, it's really good that you need to kind of do this kind of skill move, risky move to make the difference, and that worked.
Early pacing has been rather quick. Both these teams not shying away from dealing damage. Now Kawe, well established with his turret. Firecrow even dropping a hypercharge down, I think fully counting on maybe cycling that super, which he does. Puts it down, and look at this. A perfect drop. The edge of that circle, if it is crossing onto the high safe, will do damage. You're seeing about 1,500 HP every time it does so. Eve, though, able to establish a turret of her own. Now all the little spawners are going to be pests at Loud's side. Yeah, Loud right now is basically suiciding for damage. We will see later on the stats. That's how they win, lose, dying 20 times each. We saw already a hyper from Eve. Probably 8-bit is going to be close, probably to his hyper, and he didn't use it yet.
and the damage is even.
So Firecrow does have daggers, but not a lot of range, and especially with spawners coming in from Eve, Firecrow just has to back away. It's Loud heavily on the defensive side right now. They have to be careful. If Kawe gets his positioning, especially with the turret down, this could be game over.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage to get 1 or 2 kills and put the turret and Brock and 8-bit are alive, it's gonna be a lot of damage. Also, we see the Crow with the Hyper. He's gonna get super really soon, and that's also another shield. We are gonna see some really close ending here.
Motep does squeeze by with 1 shot, but not enough to trickle to 25%. Kawe, though, with a long-range shot, will bring Kyodog to his knees. This is something to look out for as well. Adinu does have that hypercharged super. They have to make contact with that safe and pierce through it. With 15 on the clock, they're going to be rushing up the middle of this map. Adinu knows the go time is now, dives in. Not enough, though. He's not close to making contact, and now Eternal, on the other end, are able to dish out damage. This is irreversible. In month number 1 of the year, Loud, number 1 from SA, have been put on match point. Not in the grand finals, we're still in the semis.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good how they played with around the 8-bit turret, right? The first one was really defensive, then the second one was a bit more closer with the hypercharge, and then once they are ready and they have the control, they put an aggressive one, they synergy, then Brock and 8-bit comes together, Eevee take care of the defense on the Crow. They did really good job.
A lot of drama in roster mania for SA. Some last-second swaps, and Motep, a pivotal part of that. Wanted to make a name for himself. Reunites with Jubileo, one of his old teammates. Has high expectations. SKC thought they could do better. Motep thought they could do better. Right now, they are getting results. Loud with early control up the middle of the map. Rockets raining down. Unfortunately, the main man I've been crediting fell immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of swap a bit the lane, right? They try the Brock to take care of the Byron, but no one can take care of the Byron. They just need to kill the Cafe as soon as possible, but they didn't.
Dino relying on that shield. A little gadget, keep him afloat slightly longer. Spawners on that left-hand side will slowly deploy as Kawe establishes himself in the right-hand end. Firecrow does have that super. Being puffed up with Kyodog heals, will dive in and instantly go down. Not a great interaction there for Loud.
Yeah, I think they make the call of putting the Loud, put the game a bit more chaotic, right? Cather right now is coming here and there, not only wasting super on damage, trying to get also help on the kill on Eve. I don't know if the best idea, I would go still for the damage. Maybe the Crow is the one that go jump here and there, but for now they are being able to control the game.
Feels like Firecrow's matchups are just difficult right now. It's been really hard for him to get up in the faces of the enemy team. The team play from Eternal has been highly focused on Firecrow. If they remove Firecrow, Kyodog as a Byron is not going to do enough damage. They have to rely on Adino at that point to hit those supers. He's not being fed a lot either. I feel like this is just a lot of great decision-making out of Eternal.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Cather has a bad matchup, it's like Eternal is doing really good as focuser when he comes aggro. He still have the HP, the healing of Byron behind, but they are doing a really good focus on her.
Firecrow just dives up the middle of the map, does find tags, but not enough for kills. It's still going to be Eternal raining down. Despite all of that, not a lot of a lead. They had control for the entire time, but you can see what this brawler can do. Firecrow expands his space, able to drag this well below 75%. Now they just have to worry about defense a little bit again.
Yeah, they are winning. They put the defensive turret on 8-bit right on the back. He's gonna help a lot on the Cafe, but they swap it. They are gonna go still more aggro. They're gonna get more damage, more shields.
Now Kawe able to let loose on the high save just a little bit more. They want to get to that magical 50% number. Just trying to pull up a few tags, and now Loud know that their tournament lives are on the line. They have to move up the middle of this map. Kyodog has a super available, has to play defense. Daggers going down for Crow. Well below 50%. Loud trying to climb their way back, but enough time from Eternal. 41% might be the magic number, and Loud simply can't match. 3 days before qualifiers, Motep goes to a new roster. Says, I feel overshadowed. What does he do? He drops a large storm cloud over Loud's head. Loud leave early, Eternal in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's insane what these guys just did, right? They proved everyone. They got dropped at some point of their career. They got dropped,
yeah.
Dropped from 1 or 2 teams, so they proved that they are good enough, that they deserve a spot on the high part of the leaderboard, and yeah, it was crazy.
And once again, for us, it's a win-win situation. Eternal wins. We voted for the other team. Our predictions are completely in shambles once more. This is just a theme that we keep following this month.
2026 started off with a bang, and all of a sudden, this is officially more than just a two-team race. Obviously, SKC have by no means secured themselves a spot in the grand finals, but for Eternal, what a win. Kawhi's been around this region for a long time, had a really good 2025, and now joins two teammates in Jubileo and Motep. Some familiar players with each other. They've had great results like LCQs and things like that. And for Loud, you could just see the devastation on Firecrow's face. I don't think they expected that, and I think to lose in such a close fashion has to add extra damage to the wound.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to see players suffering, right, that much.
Yeah.
I can feel it. But it's insane. It's insane to see some players that don't expect to reach finals, right? To give that insanely fight to the tier 1 teams, and I always good to see that. Stuff when they happen to you, but it's insane to watch it.
It's not only that Eternal played super well today, I also kind of feel like we have seen a different Loud. Compared to last year, they've been super dominant. Today, we mentioned that they weren't at their peak exactly. I'm super happy for Eternal. Either way, they moved on into the grand final in a 3-2 series, which we always love to see over here. We want to see as much Brawl Stars as possible. And now, we already mentioned it, Motep moves into the finals. He's now waiting for his old friend and teammate Pekka to potentially do the same. Semifinal number 2 is definitely one you want to stick around for. SK Kalalas versus New Height Gaming. It's Prozzy versus his old teammates from last year, and it's Pekka, that other player from that duo, Kenny.
It's really fun. I mean, no matter how you spin it, we're going to get to a situation where Eternal Motep literally might face SKC, which is the team they just swapped. They essentially made a trade 3 days before monthly qualifiers. That's insane. To do all this prep in the offseason, to have a game plan and just abort, and then for both those teams to make the grand finals, are you kidding me?
It is something we've definitely not seen before, Kenny. We want to have a look at our bracket and just what is our semi-final number 2 is exactly going to be here. We have SK Kalalas that moved into the semi-finals in a 3-0 sweep, Pedro, and then New Heights Gaming that had to go all the way, literally, even in knockout. They went to the last round of the last game.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the Motep, right? I don't know at this point if he's waiting on final to opponent. I don't know if he really won the quickest one on the paper. That should be NSG, or he really won the team that dropped him to reach final to prove them that he's better, right? So yeah, it's gonna be. I think he's gonna enjoy so much watching that game.
I think I agree with you. He wants SK Kalalas to make it into the finals to get revenge, or at least to prove to his old teammate that he's the better one. Now with Kawhi, who, again, they live together, so they have that synergy, and I'm sure the kitchen talk later is going to be more fun if they win it all. Ready? We get you back. I'm sure you just watched that match. You also had Loud winning it.
Yeah.
Why did Eternal win that one, in your opinion?
They simply showed up and played better today. They also defied my expectations in the quarterfinals. I think they're sort of on one today. I think they're bringing this fire and energy to Brawl Stars this year, and I think they're going to surprise us throughout the year. This first month has come as a surprise. Maybe it'll just become expected in the coming months.
We have the draft information also for those two teams prepared. So Pedro, with this being your semi-final match, we just pretend, how would you prepare and what do you take out of this draft?
Yeah, you can see always in Bridge to Fire, not that much, but you can see they're always having this aggro pick on it, right? Even if in Golden you don't really need it. In Bridge to Fire you have the Crow that you expect at some point to go aggro on the safe. So you can expect some aggression for them, so probably you will get ready for that somehow.
And then on the other side we have NHG. What sticks out there?
They play so many sets.
Yes.
I mean, I think you can expect them to play whatever. You cannot really follow the stats too much on them because they are always going to try to surprise you, especially if you, on the paper, you are the biggest team. So they will always bring, you can see the Shade, you can see the Mo, you can see the Ali, the Cathay, always something to put the aggression, to surprise, to try to make the play also. So instead of working on the draft, probably you need to work on team play to be ready for whatever they can do. To be ready to protect the focus that they do with that Ali, with the Mo, so you can, once you get the kill, you defend your ally, then you can push together in the team.
For the side of New Heights Gaming, what stuck out to me the most were their creative picks, I would say. So they had a Squeak on Golden Gulch, which we haven't seen quite often, paired it with a Tick, even though they had a Brock against them. So that shows some creativity that those newer teams usually bring onto the table. Also a Finks on Bridge Too Far, which we usually only see on Ring of Fire. So they brought in some brawlers that we haven't seen before. I wonder what they're going to show us against SK Kalalas. And as you said, SK Kalalas needs to be prepared to be surprised.
This is one of the things I think about that first match that New Heights Gaming played today. Bounty Hunters was part of that equation as well. Bounty Hunters, I think, made mistakes that New Heights Gaming capitalized on. When it comes to a team like SK Kalalis, they're number 2 in the region. I think they're going to make far fewer mistakes than Bounty Hunters did in that fourth quarterfinal.
These are the maps for our series. Here, Safe Zone is going to be our first map. We've already seen this map played out before. Do you feel like SK Kalalis and NHG, from what we've seen from them in the quarterfinals, are going to show some different drafts here?
I expect NHG to have something surprise. Like, let's say I think they're gonna bring maybe a Lily, maybe Daryl, something to be able to reach the safe. Sorry?
Jesse.
Yes,
Probably
I wish. And yeah, I think they are gonna try to surprise SK Kalalis. SK Kalalis is a team that have been really strong, so they know. I think they believe they need to, or they should believe that they need to surprise them to have a better chance.
So Jesse, Penny, and Daryl ready.
I mean, we could see the Penny. The Penny is really good in this map.
Penny actually does work here is the issue. But like, this is the underdog's dilemma where you feel like you have to reach into the bag of tricks in order to get the jump on a more established opponent that's expecting this stuff that, you know, wins most of the time. So are they going to be doing that? I think this might launch their creativity into overdrive because you already said we feel like those picks were creative that could have had to be dampened down by the fact that, look, we really need to win this and we have plenty of preparation. We have plenty of time to decide, hey, this is actually not a good idea, because I really think they focused all of their preparation before match day into that very first match. I doubt they have a single thing planned for the semifinal.
That's actually a very good point and very worth a conversation. How SKC, they wanted to get into the grand finals. They've prepared every single map from the quarters and also the semis. And then on the other side, we have New Heights Gaming, that they even made it out of the quarterfinals, which was a bit harder for them. I mean, it was a 3-2 in the end. Did they even prepare for the semis? How would you do that, Pedro, usually with your team? Let's pretend you don't make it out of the quarterfinals, which of course never is gonna happen. Do you even prepare for the semis?
Yeah, I think it always depends on your expectations and the teams that you have. Sometimes you obviously you never forget to train the quarterfinals, but then you always need to be ready for the next round if you want to hit the top.
Always be ready for everything, basically. We're kicking things off here for the semifinal number 2 on Safe Zone. SK Kalalis versus New Heights Gaming. Prozzy against his own teammates from 2025. Now with a new roster, the draft is rolling in. Chuck, for the first time, not banned out on Heist, immediately picked up from the left-hand side. And Pedro, what we usually like to say here, Chuck is kind of like a timer. He will do damage eventually, so you have to go up against him with either a lot of damage or defend him with a Cordelius or an Otis, for example.
Yeah, I think more about how do you defend the Chuck. We need to know that the SKCs are Chuck specialists. So they probably will have a really good main Chuck, but also for sure they know how to defend and give that time that we are talking for the Chuck, right? They will have Charlie, maybe Crow, maybe Otis to give the time to Chuck to do damage.
But if they are a Chuck specialist, why don't you ban him against them?
I expected him the NHG to ban it. Surprisingly, probably they are ready to, they insta pick it, so they are ready to buy very melody to it enough.
Yeah, you see these picks come in lightning fast from NHG, and also look at this, they banned out Otis. They're determined to bait this Chuck pick out of SKC. So that leads me to believe that this was planned in advance, which goes very contrary to what we were saying earlier about them not having something planned. So some of the neurons are starting to fire. I'm starting to make some of the connections. Did NHG believe in themselves so much that they can make it through that quarterfinal that they're making a stab at the grand finals?
Charlie to address the Pierce with her spawners, and then Kaze to address the Barry. It seems like they have the perfect matchup here, have counters to the brawlers of the side of NHG. But overall, we just have a lot more damage on the right-hand side with that Melody. Once she's unsafe, NHG is going to take the set.
Yeah, I didn't like the Kaze last pick. I think once you have the Chuck, you don't need any other aggression, the safe. I don't know if the Kaze is the best to stop the healing comp. And I think they're going to suffer a lot. Once they get on the save, they're going to get the damage enough to kill the team.
Here comes the healing. It's keeping Prosy and Winona alive and healthy, but that reload speed is starting to hurt just a little bit. Prosy dodges that last yo-yo from P.E.K.K.A, but stood in the path of the Chuck. You just can't be doing that. It's all the damage in the world on NHG safe so far. It's going to be a bit of damage and super fed to Wesley as well, but the posts are set up. The Chuck is there. The first shield is cracked, and SKC are in motion.
Yeah, 10 seconds after the game started, the Chuck was already full setup. It's you cannot let that happen, especially when you have something like Melody or Berry that put a lot of pressure on early, right? So that's a really good start for NHG.
SK Kalalis, they're feeling the heat. NHG are on their safe now. Winona dashing around has those notes going in a circle. Just 7.1k HP remaining. Wesley's also trying to hold the line over here, but the tempo lead is also present. 5% separates SKC from falling in this very first game. We'll see a hypercharge from KR to attempt that defense. Winona pretty much allowed to pass through uncontested.
I don't know if P.E.K.K.A stopped moving there, but yeah, I mean, it's we could see that once New Heights get to the enemy safe, they got I think three shields, right? It's insane. So yeah, they need to stop that from the beginning, get at least one kill, so the other 2v2 can be winnable.
How fast is that Chuck going to set up this time is what I wonder. Are they going to prevent the full post setup within just 10 seconds is what you called it last time, Pedro. We'll see 1, 2. That's pretty much what you expect from RHZ. Meanwhile, Winona has made it to the enemy safe. SK Kalalis SA have lost their first shield before the Chuck has gotten set up. That is the entire strategy here. You have to outpace the Chuck because the Chuck victory is inevitable. You just have to outspeed it.
Yeah, I think it's really hard watching this first game for Chuck to win this, right? He don't have enough damage. Sadly, the Charlie is not Charling at this point. But I mean, yeah, I mean, anyway, it's a really hard spot for SKC.
Just not doing the thing that she's supposed to do. And even when you are Charlie, those Melody notes are still going to exist. Once she's inside the cocoon, she'll still deal damage to the safe. It's really just a matchup that you go for when there's nothing better. Here comes the hypercharge from Winona. Impact and devastation. But Prosy is here. That ice cream's going to chip away at the safe and get one set secured in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, they are putting a lot of communication there to push all together. Once they are all together with the Berry especially alive, the Melody can do insane amount of damage. The Berry can heal the teammate at the same time that he's doing a lot of damage. So yeah, they did really good.
I want to know what you think about this Charlie, though. Charlie into the Melody. It feels like a lot of times it's not really the greatest matchup, even though that's what you kind of had to go for because you can cocoon Melody, but if she's on top of your safe, she's going to keep dealing damage with the nodes.
Yeah, I mean, the Charlies on paper should be a good tool to stop the Melody. You need to be careful when to put the cocoon, right, as you said. But I think, yeah, I think he couldn't, like, commit.
Yeah, real tough one. You can see it on the stats as well. 0% damage because, of course, Charlie's job is not to get damage on the enemy safe. That's sort of Christian and RHZ's job on their respective brawlers. On the other side, however, it is devastation and desolation at the hands of Melody and Berry. So much damage, but that's what you come to expect in this composition. And we went into this, Pedro, with you sort of favoring the aggressive healing type composition as well anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's as I said, they need to really play together. They need to try to surprise the enemy team, and that's what they did. Yeah.
No, it's gaming taking that first set. Definitely not something I had on my bingo card today. But with Eternal already making it through to the grand finals, might as well have two completely new teams. The season has just started. This is the very first month of the BSC. And we've seen so many new teams making it all the way through. I'm so hyped for this year.
No, it's very exciting to see a team like New Heights Gaming come out of the woodwork. And really, my main reason for predicting them to go this far is just because you have Prosy at the helm of the operation. They've already taken one set off of SKC, which has already blown me away. I was expecting them to, or like kind of expecting them to win their quarterfinal to start off this way versus SKC, just not in my expectations at all. So I'm likewise excited for the following sets, see if they can keep this draft going because it looked really consistent and solid into SKC.
Kenny was mentioning it earlier, how especially in this region, we kind of had the top two with Loud and SK Kalalas, and then everybody else. And now Loud's already not in the grand final. It looks like SKC's also not going to be there. I think that opens up a whole new conversation on maybe those older rosters with more experienced players are just experiencing that the newer teams, the newer players like Guesty, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that tomorrow, are bringing in some fresh wins. They have new ideas. They're playing a completely different Brawl Stars, and those older rosters don't really know how to handle that.
I think when we see this kind of new teams, remembering me a lot to last year to Novo, right? These are teams, young players that are not afraid of trying new stuff, are not afraid to exploit the meta, to play this weird comp with Berry on Heist, with Dag, with exploit the Oli a lot. And that's really good because they bring some new blood, new fresh ideas, new fresh meta, and it's really good. And we really need to learn from that. Yeah, we cannot be these all teams that still do what all people do, right? We need to refresh ourselves, and that's really good.
We've seen that especially in Guesty last week, and I feel he played fearless. He played even the Pierce, like a sniper brawler in the most aggressive way possible, was always in the opponent's face. He grew up with Brawl Stars compared to many of those Loud players, for example, SK players. He's just bringing in some new ideas and nobody really knows how to play up against it.
They'll figure out eventually. in time, and they'll learn the hard way as well. I think all eyes are going to be on him now, just as I think New Heights Gaming is going to be a far more respected opponent after this one. So they need to capitalize on this moment, really give it their best shot, as if they'd give it anything less. But this is really their moment to get ahead on points before they have a target painted on their back in the following months.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all teams need to get used to all this new fresh stuff. We have faced so many, not guesties, but so many guesties, so many new players that come, right? And yeah, I mean, it's really important to adapt yourself.
Not only with new players, we also have some new brawlers coming into Brawl Stars. And the Brawl Talk now finally aired, and we can talk about this new brawler. We now have 100 brawlers in the game. It's a super exciting thing, and the team definitely has worked hard to make this one a bit special. We had a little bit of an outlook on Sirius, and it's a brawler that is going to bring super new mechanics into the game because you can control the shadows of your opponents. Up to 3 opponents' brawlers are with you on the field.
If you like RTS, I'm sure you're going to like controlling all of your minions that you earn, empowering them also with the gadget. It'll be an interesting one for sure in the future. Heck, we don't even have Globert in the game yet. I think there's a lot to look forward in the next month of Brawl Stars. But bringing back to the here and the now, we're kicking things off.
On Bell's Rock, we're waiting for the first pick here from the side of New Heights Gaming. Sirius is going to be coming into the game. I do want to know your opinion, Pedro. Do you feel like, which of the maps is he going to be the best, or which mode?
Sirius?
Yes.
I think it's not about the map, it's about the brawlers you have in front. We need to probably, all the players will need to try out what's the best shadow to get, right? Because it depends on the shadow, this depends on the strength, depends on the attack. So probably it's more about you waiting for the enemies to pick it. So you say, okay, let's say Bull. Okay, you pick Bull, so now I have a good shadow, so now I can pick Sirius, you know?
So I pick bad brawlers, so you can't pick Sirius to copy my good brawler.
Yeah, probably it's gonna be something around that, yeah, probably.
That's gonna change the meta and the draft so much.
Or imagine the opposite. You pick Sirius, you first pick Sirius, so I pick Penny, Sandy, Shelly. I'm not Shelly, like Penny, Sandy, Jessie, for example. And now you cannot get my brawlers. Or you can, but you don't have the value. I don't know, nothing like that, but something like close.
Penny's probably going to be super good into Sirius, just...
Of course, yeah,
actually, her, because those shadows are always going to move in a pack. You can tell them where to go, but they're going to move together. I think you can't really split them up, right? So Penny's going to be super good against them.
I think you cannot, but always can happen like a Tara shadows because of walls or whatever, they split a bit. But yeah, probably, actually I was completely wrong. Brawlers like Sandy, like Penny, Jessie are going to be really good against him. But yeah.
Inside Pedro's mind, there's a little man running around and making notes on different virtual spreadsheets.
I mean, maybe when you get the player maining it, maybe they can even send the shadows there, then they get new shadows from there, so the shadows are split, you know? Because I think the shadows spawn on top of the brawler.
I think on Sirius,
yeah. So probably with the super you can tell them to go somewhere, and then when 3 of your shadows are there, then you spawn new shadows here. If you are really good, maybe the shadows you want there are not the same that you want here. So first you shoot to that brawler, then you send the shadow, then you shoot to Bull brawlers. So you get the tanky shadows around you. I don't know. But seems really interesting.
You're already coming up with strategies on just how to use this new brawler the best way. We're just getting our players situated, by the way, so just bear with us for a second. I'm sure that SKC needed a little breather after that first set ready.
No, I think so. This may play to their advantage. Yo, way back when, there used to be like some pretty big delays between games. I remember SK specifically taking their time between the sets to stop the momentum.
That was always a lie. One day we will sit and talk about that day.
That was a lie? Well, we experienced it.
I mean, yeah, another day. Topic of another day.
We're going to talk about this after
But yeah, I mean, these long breaks are really important because they really need to be ready, don't lose the momentum. The one that is losing, the one that is winning, the one that is losing need to get all the team together and get ready for the new. So it's really important to use this momentum.
And they had some time now to cook up the draft, so we want to have a look at that now. Mortis is going to be banned out as well as Gray, so they do not want to see any aggressive comms coming out of SK Kalalas. Rico, Pierce, and Nina are going to be banned out from the side of SK Kalalas. Three of the best brawlers on a map like Bell's Rock. I do like Gene. He's one of those flex brawlers we talked about, super good at the beginning of the match, and once he has his super, it's basically a guaranteed kill.
I want you to think about Gene's range right here that he has with the super and then rotate that in a circle. That is basically the invisible radius of pressure that he has once he has that pull. So you need to be thinking about how can you possibly block it, essentially. So, stuff with spawnables, things with little gadgets or abilities that make them dash away are going to be very, very important here. And Spike is one of them. You could, throw down a life plane. It's not how it was before. You can throw it out in front of you, but you might want to spawn it under yourself so that Gene grabs the immobile cactus instead of the one that shoots stuff at you.
Yeah, I'm curious to what are they gonna pick in the mid because most of the mid are banned. Like Rico is out, Mina is out, even Gray is out, and now if you want a thrower from part of SKC, you have the threatening of Gene pool, but I think they will need to go for a thrower to even risk it.
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely see a thrower coming in here on the left-hand side. I do like the Spike idea to put your gadget up against the Gene whenever he has a pull and play behind it. Now on the right-hand side, we have something to open up the map. Maybe some more long range comes in now. They have it also in the hand if they want to break open the map or not, so they can be the ones to pick a thrower. The other team can't really risk it here. It's not a thrower, it's quite the opposite.
I was gonna say that the blue team could last pick a tick, right? Even if they open tick have range enough to play in open, but against the Frank now it's gonna be a bit more tricky.
It's not going to be fun to play into that Gene either. Brock breaks open the walls, Gene fully capitalizes on it, keeps you poked down low with the constant barrage of smoke at the end of his shot, and then eventually gets a super that will pull you through even indestructible elements on the map. So final selection, thrower is still very viable here. You're just going to have fewer places you can stand around. You still got indestructibles to work with. Daryl, very interesting. One that a lot of times is actually on the forefront of my mind on Bell's Rock, but just lately has fallen off quite a bit. I think you also got to recognize that Daryl can afford to get blasted away by, say, the gadget from Gene if he decides to knock you back. You still have another role to work with if you want to kill confirm, and of course the natural synergy that he has with Gus.
And Daryl is so good into the Frank because whenever he's aiming to finally have that super he's worked for all game, he's gonna get knocked back, and no super comes out of the brawler. So Daryl, I do like it into Frank. We don't see him too often, but it could work out here on Bell's Rock, map number 2, SK Kalalas versus New Heights Gaming.
Yeah, I love the Daryl pick. I think is really good. We don't see it too often, but when you see it, because he has a really, really good matchup, and this is the case. I think the only problem they have on early is that they need to hold enough so that Daryl get the super, right? They need to hold those 30 seconds that he takes to get the super, and I think Gus and Spike are good teammates to do that.
Well, and yes, a good thing that they're facing a Frank as well, who can walk towards the enemy side, but also has to hide behind some of these obstacles. So they're not fighting a 2v3 or anything like that. In fact, they've actually acquired a little bit of ground. Helps that Pekka has a super that he's earned by doing nothing, so technically he didn't earn it at all, but it exerts pressure on the enemy side. They're doing a good job of also staying away from Wesley, not feeding him super for free. He's gonna get it at some point, but it looks like Pekka and Christian are already thinking about what they're going to be doing when that poison gets a little too close. Winona also rotating over towards the right side. Everyone's crunched in on the right. That's the pull onto Pekka. One roll, make it 2, but there's no shield from Christian.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they need to rotate. They won this one. They just need to rotate, running away from the Jhin, right, duffing the Jhin, and just wait for the opportunity where they are stuck, and then the Daryl can come. In this case, was Wesley the one pulling the Daryl in? But anyway, he was going to be able to roll on them, and that was an insane spike super that hit all of them.
No, that was huge. Well, the poison closes everyone together, and then you have AoE. The area denial that offers keeps everyone on the outskirts, makes their positions really predictable so you can hit those shots consistently. But look at the wall break now. It is a Jhin's Paradise. That's the predictive gadget thrown out by Spike. Not going to be able to block it from now on. I think Prozy's probably thinking about pulling RHC, but RHC's being very cautious to stay on the outskirts.
Yeah, they did try to push on the early, but they were able to defend it, that we talked on at the start, right? If they are able to hold, even if you have a Darwin on the team, hold the early, so they don't push you that back too much, and you're able to counter push, and then they have I think triple hypercharge, and they did really good.
Well done, SKC. They knew just what to do. They earned up their abilities. They had the Daryl in the right position. They had Daryl walk up aggro, just sort of wide walk forward into the Jhin, get pulled, no issue. The rest of them cleaned up nice and easy with the spike. We'll see if there's a different layout this time in terms of lane matchups.
Yeah, the draft is, for me, I really like it for SKC. It's really easy to work with that. It's really easy to make it work, and they are doing it. So they are playing really good and with a good draft, so they should not drop this set.
See if we'll catch any early game action here so far. Pekka has his super. Same goes for RHC. They're not being too hasty about it. New Heights Gaming also rotating their lanes, just trying to keep some action on Pekka. See if they can get him lower. Pekka in. It's an absolute bowling alley over here, but they survive. Got to give credit where credit is due. Wesley with the magic puffs. Ooh, a whiffed hand. It's not really that bad. A lot of wasted utility also for SKC. At least that Spirit Animal is going to be putting in the work. It's a takedown on Wesley. And one round in the books. They're just one away from taking the set.
I was going to say the insane amount of pressure that the Darryls does, just having the super and coming close slowly and slowly. He couldn't get the kill there, but he did pressure enough so the other two could hold the pressure and use the pressure to finish the kill.
And thankfully off of that push, he's also gotten a super back, so he'll be able to offer a bit more pressure here too. Can't really roll on Prozy, though Prozy's trying to make it really tempting because Prozy has to jump away, of course. It's not going to be too easy for Pekka to deal with. Excellent synergy from him and Christian. Pekka makes a beeline for the back lines. It's 2 shots on a Wesley to seal the deal. What a clinic put on by SKC. That was played perfectly. Yeah. What synergy.
Yeah, I think they were just waiting on I can imagine the voice chats, right? Just wait, and someone get the call. In this case, probably was the Daryl, and they really follow really good. They have that synergy. You could see that's a lot of work behind it.
Oh, man. Yeah, think of all the hours that they spent just trying to get that timing right as well, getting that mutual understanding between the teammates to execute in this situation. They only had one hypercharge Gus super to work with, and they made it work both times that it was online. Here is game number 1, where they just bowled through NHG, and then they did it again in the next one with this play right here.
And it's not only synergy, it's also about trusting your teammates, right? Trusting that Daryl is going to do his job. When you are Daryl, trusting that the spike is going to come behind you, that you are going to get the gas shield. Is all about the team play, and it's really good. Like, it was impressive.
No, and it seriously changes the way that you play as well. If you can trust in your teammates, then you're not trying to be the hero. You're not trying to go in solo and put yourself in these situations where you see a Daryl. Imagine you're in a ranked game, and your Daryl teammate rolls solo into 3 enemy brawlers. You're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm losing 150 elo right now. But no, far from the case. These guys are able to trust each other. They have this synergy. They've executed this play many times before in scrims.
Yeah, but we need to remember that they changed the player 3 days before qualifier, right?
Yeah,
so that's true. That's impressive. That means that also the new player that jump in, it's true that he was a Ratchet Theta teammate before, but he really knows what the team needs. He really understood the team idea, and they play really good together.
I couldn't agree more. So it's 1-1 in the match now. We saw New Heights Gaming surprise us all with getting that set 1 victory as efficiently as they did with a pretty hard outdraft on Safe Zone. There's one more in the books, of course, and we're headed over to Pinhole Punt for the equalizer. This set is going to put someone in the lead. Now, you've got a big ring of bushes. It's a bush map. You got speed gear to work with. So what brawlers are you looking at for bans, first picks?
Yeah, Nth, obviously. In this case, it's banned. So first pick, we could see maybe Pierce is banned to Mina. Okay, Mina some aggressive. You have also already the aggression. So whatever comes behind, you are free to defend of so many things, right?
Got a lot of mobility to work with. Brawl Ball, people are guaranteed to die at some point, so you can go ahead and zoom over, take up that space, move everyone forward. Be the forward attacking brawler that everyone else can sort of follow the lead of. Spike, always a pretty solid defensive option. You'll also have good scouting in the bushes because Curveball spreads out so much. You've got vision gear to work with.
Yeah, I mean, you always need to have a bit of range in this map. You always have to not only have the pressure that Mina does, but having something that comes behind you, like a Byron or a Finks. Also, you need a bit of Finks.
There you go. There's a reason he's the coach for SK Gaming.
So yeah, also you can expect the red team is missing a bit of aggression, like a Mortis or I don't know, like Carl maybe even, right? Something that can put the pressure that Mina is gonna put on your teams, right?
Okay. So we have the Finks. That's also like pretty good for checking out those bushes, getting control of it. Also, now you have that radius that you can throw down, slow things down. Otis, another really safe selection, just waiting for this final pick to come in. It might be possible that SKC go a bunch of safe brawlers without like a tank to execute so that they can lock down this NHG draft so they don't face a tank on the last pick.
Yeah, maybe we can expect from SKC now to go maybe a Mo, maybe a Lumi, something that can help on the mid, but don't really need to be attached on the mid, like can push also on the lanes. If you could put the sample of the Lumi, okay, Crow is good to maybe hold the time that you expect from NSG. So yeah, I mean, I think can work. You have also a really good early game on the mid because you have double shield now. You have the Otis splash, so they have a decent early at this point.
No, this is very true. Yeah, Mina with her windmill has to be respected. Throws down the shield. It's impermeable pretty much. Meeple now is going to try and lock down the mid. You're able to break some of those bushes. You can trap people in there. You could combo that pretty well with Spike Super also. Put everyone in a world of pain with stick around down on the ground. So I see a lot of defense from pretty much everyone. Have to also wonder which gadget Meeple's going to run. I kind of said it as if it was just a, guarantee that he's going to run Meeple's Mansion, but could be running, I think it's called Rage Quit. But yeah, blast everyone away, stuns them briefly. That might also be a viable option here in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, but I think he will go more for the box.
Okay.
I think they are, what you can see in the draft, they are putting a lot of effort on winning the early game, right? The box, we have to see the box.
There we go.
The Spike gadget even helps a lot. And probably the Spike is the one following the Mina, so Meeple should not need this too.
Okay, let's see it. Well, it's going to be a victory for Winona versus Christian on the right side. We'll see if there's a rotation over to Pekka. The idea is there, Winona actually decides to move back over towards mid, has a super in hand. Here's the Meeple's Mansion. Only one exit from this goal. It doesn't seem to be capitalized on too hard. Prosy moves in with a bunch of shots. Winona slides it through. It's the kill on the left side for Meeple that fully clears out the goal and gets this first one for NHG.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the star power of Spike. He's playing what used to be the heal one, right? Now it still heals, but a bit different, right? Now you heal when you hit with the super. That you also have with the Buffy, you have the fastest super, like the super comes really fast. And it's really interesting because normally we don't see that. He went for the cactus, so he needs a bit of defender against the Mina.
Against good players, even, you can catch them off guard with Fertilize because you know that they're going to be expecting that curveball. Here comes a move forward from Pekka, tried to dribble it. It's thrown away by Wesley, and Prosy sends it further down the field. It's only Christian now at the middle of the field trying to hold things down solo. Knows that he's going to have to back up and isn't even offered the chance to do it himself. Now the Meeple's Mansion is down. Prosy is attempting to make a solo play. What is this man doing? 1-2 shots, has a gadget to restore, opts not to use it. Instead, the ball comes over to the right side where it's passed to Christian instead.
Yeah, Prosy tried to score a goal alone. I think it's not the best idea, especially because if you don't, you pass them the ball. That would what happen. So maybe it's not the best, but this is going to be a goal.
Just like that, game in the books for NHG. And wow, to see them come back after set number 2 with such a fire behind their eyes is really impressive. It goes to show you that these guys got to be respected as competitors, even though they kind of came in as unknowns also.
Yeah, I mean, they prove that they are they came to win, right? They are not
Yeah.
just qualifying was not enough, and they need to put everything to win this because it's not going to be an easy match for them.
Well, I hope we get to ask him at some point whether they planned out their drafts ahead of time. Christian with a breakaway. It was completely open, and NHG couldn't catch up. That was a free goal that SK Kalalas hardly had to earn at all. They had one Brawler v2, but the left side was undefended. This time, Peck is going to try and weaken that left side once more. They had that initial mid control. This is the platform, a springboard, if you will, to throw this one in again, and I just can't believe it. No! Whiffed off the side. That was a free goal once again.
Yeah, I mean, in this Brawl Star that we have now, that we have so many hypercharge, so many jumps, it's really important to have the control of the ball. So it's really important to know if your right lane is dying or your left is dying to put the ball in the opposite side. So having the ball control is really important, like what we are seeing now.
Back and forth, this one right here. It's SKC taking game number 2. One more left. Both of these games so far have gone by so quickly. It's the aggression from SKC. It's like they lean forward in their gaming chairs a little bit, you know, assume that victory stance, and now they know what to do. They've hammered down this left lane twice in a row. NHG cannot let that happen again.
I think they're putting so much resources of winning the mid game, the mid at the early game, that when they don't win it, they are so behind, right?
Yeah.
So if you are winning every ballet, every ability on winning, and you don't win it, means that either you die or either you have no ballets or no ability. So the counter push is gonna be hard.
Well, still waiting to see who makes the first move. We'll see the double stack on the right side. It's responded to by SKC, but Peck is pretty low, has to rotate backwards. A super forward for Christian that doesn't really go anywhere, earns him a bit of hypercharge and nothing more. Prosy with a big move, baits out that gadget from Pekka, but it's pretty much a stalemate. Gets stuck on the right side between a rock and a hard place. RHZ and Pekka combined forces to take him down, and he was the last bastion of defense for NHG at mid. The control goes back to SKC.
I think they are fighting, like giving each other the control too fast, right? They need to get the control now, chill a bit. Look, they got the control and they already lost it. So they really need to work on not losing the control after this. Worked so hard to get it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, they're playing so safe. I think both opponents respect each other a lot now, which is interesting to say for SKC, considering they ought to be in the driver's seat for this match. It's goal number 1 for them. Who gets that initial mid control? Gadgets flying down. RXZ bumped out of the way just a little bit. Hypercharge now for Christian, going straight for Winona. Now Prosy has to throw down that super solo on the right side. Actually has a move here. That dagger can't catch up. It's an open goal, and we're tied.
Yeah, I love it. It's all about pushing and counter pushing, right?
Yeah.
You are wasting everything to come on me, and now I need to use the less amount of resources to stop you, and then I can do the counter pushes. Really, really good this team are doing right now.
Some hard commitments also on particular areas of the map that are just drawing them away from the left or the right side and leaving the goal open for someone to pretty much just walk it in. Hypercharge from Winona. RHZ is getting caught over here on the left side. It's a hypercharge for Prosy, getting a little bit desperate. Also, Wesley thrown into the air. Pass from Winona to Wesley would have been good if Christian weren't now respawning. It's like you said, Pedro, they're just being very respectful of each other, not really overcommitting now. Being a bit hasty also on some of the withdrawals, but now it's headed to overtime unless we see a score in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, they hit the back there.
Huh?
Oh. What is happening?
I can't believe it! Prosy could have dashed and gotten that. Or rather, Mina could have dashed and gotten that. Instead, it was a wide open goal left for the other team, and I'm just blown away. I can't believe that happened. A car crash at the goal line.
I think by mistake he grabbed the ball and walked into his own goal, and then you drop it, right? So NSG was really fast there to use that mistake to get the goal.
I would love to see that in the replay. Please show us that moment once more. And with that, NSG actually takes the set. That is incredible. A huge mistake here from SK Kalalas. And that seems to be a theme that continues. Loud didn't really have the best of days today. SK Kalalas with a fumble like this one. What's going on, Reddy?
Look at that right there. Pekka got it, but it bounced on the goal line, and he kind of wandered around before he went back to pick it up.
Yeah, I think when you die, the ball drops randomly a bit, and they were like it went to the left side instead of the one that was defended.
That is also true.
So Pedro, do you feel like it's SKC not playing as well as they might have last year, or is it actually New Height Gaming who are just really, really good today?
I think New Height Gaming is bringing some new strat to the table that maybe SK Kalalas didn't expect, and it's working, right? They have this a bit weird comp that is really important to play as a team, and they are doing it really good.
Reddy, what do you feel like? Is it the draft? Is it mechanics, communication? One of these things it has to be, right?
I think we can just kind of assume that communication is going to be good between New Heights Gaming, this pretty scrappy gang of people, Prosy leading the team as well. In terms of draft, I've been really impressed by their draft. I think they've outdrafted SKC a couple of times. They looked, not so confident in their very first match, their quarterfinal. In fact, interestingly, they're performing better against SKC than they did in their quarterfinal. And then just in terms of mechanics, I think that, there have been mistakes. But again, like SKC has made some pretty crucial mistakes here. I'd said the same for their quarterfinals opponent as well.
In East Asia, we had a couple of teams not even making it through the quarters that we expected. In the end, Intermission came out on top, and that was kind of what everybody thought would happen. Then in EMEA, we had a completely new winner. Gasti, in his first ever monthly final performance, he immediately wins it all. That was a huge success for them. And now in this region, once again, we have a few teams that make it through the semifinals that we might not have expected. Loud. I would love to see the actual stats, but I assume like 99% over at the website as well had them as the winners of it all. It would be so fun to have two completely new teams in the finals now.
Yeah, I think we can basically have players that have never competed in a grand final to be there, right, to win it. So yeah, I mean, we are getting a lot of surprises today. I still hope that SKC can still get to the last set, right? So we can have a bit more of Brawl. But I mean, yeah, it's always good to have these teams coming out.
So yeah, what we learned today, never not expect the unexpected. Eternal can make it through the finals. Pedro can actually cast, and Reddy looks very stylish.
Oh, I like that we didn't have anything unexpected or like. Well, actually, I should just take that compliment. I'm not very good at taking compliments, folks, as you can tell. But that's half the job as well. I wonder if I can get some predictions right, though. I wasn't right on that. Well, yeah, that's an important part of the job. Yeah, evidently not. I couldn't predict Eternal apparently, and I seem to already be wrong about Loud. And we'll see if I'm incorrect about NHG as well.
After those first few sets, would you change your predictions now?
Yeah, I would. I expected a stronger showing from SKC, pretty much. I think we see them making mistakes, which I didn't really expect out of a team that was #2 in the region, also like won monthly finals last year. Now, it is a different roster as well. They've got a new coach. They've got a new player in Pekka on the squad. And I would just generally say my expectations were a little bit higher for these guys at a point where I'm not really willing to say that I think they'll do better in the grand finals. Draft is a big part of it, but I think the mechanics, like some little mistakes there, like dropping the ball on the goal line was a big one for me.
Yeah. I mean, we still have 2 more sets to go, right? We still have maps that will go there to the maps, but map that can really be helpful to have this strange comp. But then we have the last shooting star that for me is the map where you can more play the all stylish comp. So if we get to the last set, I think SK Kalalas can still get it.
Yeah, I think for Shooting Star, it's one of those maps where there's like a handful of comps to play. Either you go aggressive, or you play Tick in mid. Piper, Tick, Nani used to be the only comp that you would ever see on this map when we didn't even have draft in the game. First up though, double swoosh. And this could actually be very well our last set of this matchup if New Heights Gaming takes it. Bands are already in here. Meeple, Mina and Frank Band out on the left-hand side. Crow, Ems and Terra on the right side. Otis is going to be picked up here as one of those mid-range brawler that's just super good against tanks. A very solid first pick in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Otis is obviously I would say even the safest in this map, but you can also combine it with a Crow, with his ban, so you cannot combine it with that. But we can expect Anti-Tank was going to say either Shelly or Spike. We can see the Spike, probably we're going to see the Shelly later on.
Chester
As
could work.
a hard commitment, yeah.
We could see from SK Kalalas they train a lot the Penny. The good comp, you need a special draft for her, but yeah, they also play the Macy as anti-tank. And with Shelly open maybe not need, but if you want a bit of range plus an anti-tank, maybe we can see that.
Okay, yeah. How were you thinking that? Yeah. What? Did someone like misclick? Am I seeing that right?
The special comp?
Yeah, that was what we were expecting. Not that special, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's straight up bizarre. I feel like this one's going to become much clearer with that last pick. Right now, that's surely thrown SKC off balance. They have to make a decision whether they're just going to ignore, keep the blinders on, focus on what they want, or whether they're going to play reactively into this Hank. We'll see the Mortis make an appearance. Mortis, yeah, thumbs up for me as well. Just great brawler overall, especially because you can get so much damage churned out in a short amount of time. You can use the Bats gadget. You can use the one for the combo spinner if you want to confirm kills. And you chain hypercharges as long as you keep that aggression up and running constantly. But beware of the Hank. You will get one shot.
Yeah, I mean, if your dash finish exactly on top of the Hank, you are completely cooked with the Mortis. So you need to either dash really far away or just run away of the Hank. But yeah, we see that makes it really good for the Hank because you are a good anti-tank and also you can respect the range of the Hank. So Macy can be really good. The bushes can be a problem for her, but the 1v1 she should be pretty good.
I would almost assume Maisie is going to be the gem carrier on the right-hand side. We now have Finks doing just that. I do like it. I don't know how good it's actually going to be against the Mortis. You can teleport yourself out of the way with a gadget, but you only have that ever so often. And the Mortis isn't really going to care about his shots getting slowed down by the Finks zone. So the super from Finks, the reason why he's so good on a map like Hot Zone, Ring of Fire, it doesn't really help him at all against that Mortis.
I will say the escape is really important. That's why you would call him a tank counter, is because he basically has 6 shots that are going to all line up when he's in close range. I think it's going to be pretty important that he can teleport away, given that the cooldown pretty closely aligns with how frequently Mortis would be respawned. Look at P.E.K.K.A. Holy latency right there. He is sweeping everyone up with that Saber. And the backlines have been destroyed. He is wise to avoid Wesley. He's moving so quickly that I really don't think they'll be able to keep up. Had that super, but dashed in an odd direction where he couldn't chain the bats.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about the 6 shot of things when we have a Hank Jane grabber on double square, right? I don't know how they turn the game around, but yeah, I think once they get this spot, things have a really nice pressure here. It's going to be really hard to kick him out.
And just like that, yeah, they have a 6th sense that allows them to zero in on the position of someone who's in the bushes. That's just shocking right there. That was legendary from RHZ, who undoubtedly has vision gear on, so that certainly helps as well. Looking at New Heights Gaming so far, they've got 7 gems under their belt. The right lane locked down. Wesley is alive and healthy with this super. P.E.K.K.A.'s just going to try and dip him on the delay right here. That's the combo spinner that he needed. No bats required. Another one, even getting greedy and going in for the gems. I can't believe it. And Prosy has no response.
Yeah, now that I see, it's really interesting to have that hand with the gem, right? Because Mortis can really kill you. And you can kill the Mortis and start, like, the reverse is happening. But I mean, the Hank is really interesting pick.
10 seconds ago, RHZ needs to get this hypercharge onto Winona on the right side. P.E.K.K.A. is the only one in range. 5 seconds to go. Now Winona's in the corner. RHZ with a Hail Mary. Can't get it. That's enough from Winona to lock down the game. And I just can't believe it that Hank is doing this. Yeah. They're at match point.
Match point for the underdogs once again today. Like, the Hank is working insanely good. Just the first, like, 10 seconds, I think, that he suffered a bit, then was crazy, even though when he got healed, he do enough damage so the allies can come back and help you to get the gems back. So it's insane.
One of the things you're concerned about as Mortis is that you're going to feed the enemy because you know you're going to be dying so frequently, and you just cannot afford to feed Hank. Look at P.E.K.K.A. just hanging on by a thread, but think of all the damage that he just gave to Hank for his hypercharge and for his super later on that he's going to use in response to Mortis.
Yeah, you can kill the Hank until he gets super, right? And after the first interaction, you are pretty much cooked.
And you just saw that. The bait as well. P.E.K.K.A. decided to go for a little drive-by and baited the super. Now Hank's going to have to work for that all over again. And thus the mind games begin. Is Mortis really going to commit on me? That is now SKC's weapon.
Yeah, he need what we said, that you need to try to dash maybe into him, but go far away.
Yeah,
really fast. So maybe even if he use the super and heal up, you don't get killed, right? So you can keep the pressure. So Christian can still get the gems on the mid.
We'll see if P.E.K.K.A. is going to try the same trick again. Maybe Winona can be fooled twice. Wesley on the right side throws down the super. It's an exchange. That's all it really is. And probably actually went better for P.E.K.K.A. because he's closer to his hypercharge now. We don't see a Fig super in sight. That was a pretty good gem carrier takedown that's going to exchange them onto Prosy, which is fine. He's not as safe against Mortis, but He's not really an aggro brawler either.
Yeah, and now Pekka knows exactly what's his focus, right? His focus is to kill Procy or grab Dodgens.
Oh, goodness, and a big TP. Look at that. Safe and sound to the back lines, and we might just witness a complete upset. 10 seconds to go. Pekka has some dashes, but he doesn't have the HP. Now down to 7. That's a spike super. Now 5 seconds. Pekka, his best attempts are not good enough, and New Heights Gaming have truly redeemed their name here. A grand finals upcoming for this team that repeatedly has failed to make it through the quarterfinals. Now with Prozy in command, they're going to the ultimate challenge in South America.
Like, what is happening today?
I don't know, man. Are we in the upside down? Like, what's happening?
I don't know. Like we could feel those underground underdog teams really proving not only in new draft, also in strategy. Like they're playing really good, knowing how the game is about. How it seems like they have tried the hang or trained the hang so much, right?
Do you remember March monthly finals last year? It was the Barry Frank meta, and it was just unbeatable. And you saw all these teams that sort of appeared to be really, really strong that month and then sort of faded into obscurity for the rest of the year. I don't think this is one of those. I don't think, can we really point our fingers at the meta and say, like, well, it's Buffy's fault?
New Heights Gaming is making it to the grand finals with a very good match to end things off here on Double Swoosh. Love to see that. Hank coming in, the Finks as well. 2 brawlers we haven't seen too often on this map, and honestly, after what we've seen so far from this February monthly finals, WWL and New Heights Gaming are my 2 favorite teams, my favorite underdog teams, because they're showing us so many new ideas. I loved that squeak on Bell's Rock. Yes, I'm mentioning it again. We also had a Finks from them on Bridge Too Far, something we don't see too often, and they bring back the Finks paired with a Hank gem carrier on Double Swoosh. I don't think we've ever seen that before.
I don't think so, but I think it was really interesting, right? Because you know what the other team is gonna bring. This guy was the Mortis, and you just bring something that just don't care, right?
Mortis does nothing against me. I'm invulnerable. Mortis, you can try and dash past me, but you're only going to fool me once.
Yeah.
Every other time, I'm going to nuke you with every single one of my torpedoes when I super.
I love the creativity, and I love even more when it actually pays off. We have some new brawlers in the game. Brawl Talk just released today, so we can finally talk about them. And we wanted to have a quicker look and opinions from my dear friends over here on Sirius.
I say watching Brawl Talk just for this moment. Let's get it. Brawler number 100.
That seems super strong.
How many shadows?
That doesn't seem broken at all.
Another ultra legendary.
He's a villain. Yes.
Just looking at him, he looks really, really strong.
I mean, seems really cool because it's a mix between thrower and sniper, right?
He looks like a star. I know that Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky, so they nailed that as well.
There's 99 other brawlers in the game, and he can take their shadows, copy their superpowers, and now he can also control them to a degree too.
Because it looks like he can do basically everything. He's a spawner, he's a thrower, he's a sharpshooter all at the same time.
Seems super strong, especially Hot Zone. It seems like it's going to be so strong.
Like easy to play and a long way to master, so I think it can be really good for competitive.
Depending on how balancing goes, I think this is going to be a must ban the second he's in the competitive scene.
It's going to be really tough to balance him, so have fun, Adrian.
At least he'll be ultra legendary, but no, this guy's gonna be absolutely busted.
That brawler is going to be so useful to hold down a lane if you have like you and your 3 shadows around you.
Your dearest matchup, like your lane enemy, is not gonna be your main focus because you're gonna prioritize to shoot at the mid maybe, to get his shadow because maybe your shadows counter your lane, so it's gonna be a mix of focus, where to put the shadow is gonna be really interesting.
I will absolutely be trying him out day 1. There's not a chance that I don't unlock this brawler.
I mean, we need to see more. I'm hyped to see more.
I'm excited to try him out. I'm excited to get to 1,000 trophies with him because it looks like it's gonna happen in about 30 minutes.
He's a little bit scary. They also say it's the first villain in the game. I sure hope he will take our shadows.
That was phenomenal. You guys did a
That was a spooky
phenomenal
ending.
job.
Nah, that left me a little. I was a little creeped out there.
That was the goal, actually. I meant to scare you too. But yes,
afraid.
Sirius seems to be super strong. We want to unlock him as quick as possible. If you want to do so as well, I think you have to get a win with every single brawler in the game to actually unlock him. So do that quickly. He's going to be so strong in leather, in rank.
You don't have every brawler?
No, I just won't win with every brawler.
Oh no.
You're going to win with Gale at least.
I've got that.
That's right, that's
bagged.
right.
Yeah, that's number 1. Bagged.
We want to have a look at the bracket once more. We're still in the South America Monthly Finals. Sirius is going to come to the game, but he's only going to be played next month. We're still in February, so of course we have... Wait, is that not Loud and SK Colossus in the finals?
No, it is not. In fact, it is 2 upsets that we were certainly wrong about. It went great. Round 1, 3 of 4 for me. I'm feeling hot on the day. Now we've got Loud and SKC, these 2 big dogs. They're going to provide, and they absolutely did not. South America, the future has never been more unclear. I'm open to it. I'm excited for it. This is somebody brand new. We didn't see either of these organizations win a single monthly finals last year.
The organizations, many of those players have never been in the grand final, and Motep is sitting there laughing right now. He's in Eternal. He did not play with, or isn't playing with Pekka this season, and they've been playing for so long. They decided to not stick together this year, just 3 days before the qualifiers. That's insane. And I'm sure he would have hoped to actually play up against Pekka in the finals. Now they're facing off against New Heights Gaming that have brought us so many new drafts. Let's see if they're ready for that.
Motep getting a quick bit of doom scrolling in before he locks in for the match. Just getting the dopamine receptors nice and primed for the upcoming mayhem that is bound to ensue with a couple of teams that we did not see coming to the grand finals at all.
And we already talked about their creative draft. We want to have a look once more at just what those 2 teams have showed us in the semi-finals, because I think the draft played a huge role as to why they're standing in the grand finals right now, Kenny.
A lot of unique brawlers, and I mean, obviously very different map pools, but I think it just goes to show they've used so many different strategies to win today. And even some of those not winning ones, brawlers like Grom, really mixing things up. So you're going to see the same thing with New Heights Gaming. So a lot of times with these underdogs, they have to pull off some crazy strategies. A couple that stand out to me today. Barry on Safe Zone, not really heard of in this current meta. And I mean, obviously, the Hank on Double Swoosh, are you kidding me? And it caught a W? Oh my gosh.
It was Gem Carrier too.
I know!
Yeah, the W swoosh seems to have panned out for them. Look at some of these bans also. I mean, it's not all buffies, okay? They have played this meta in a really interesting way. You know, we also had like some balance changes between the release of buffies and now, but I like their lateral thinking. I like their creativity. It absolutely has thrown their more established opponents off balance, but what are you going to do against Eternal now? These aren't established opponents. They made it the same way as you to the grand finals.
I'm a huge draft and analyst fan, so I also hope we get a little look, at least tomorrow, as to what is the meta of Latam now. So far, we had 2 completely different metas in East Asia compared to EMEA, and today it seems very different once more. These are the maps for your finals. Once again, handpicked, only the finest selection, and Open Business is going to start us out.
Yeah, I think Open Business is going to be a good one to start things out too, because compared to these other hot zone maps, this one really relies on either wall break or throwers as well. They can certainly get in the equations. A lot of times you'll see these 6-pick brawlers. I've even seen Larry and Lori in ones like North America just be pesky. We saw Barry, so clearly these teams are daring to dream. I don't know what's going to happen, but Stu's been everywhere.
I think Barry's actually a viable pick here on Open Business, so we'll see if that gets selected. You know, paired up with a tank or something like that. We've seen how powerful Frank can be. In fact, so powerful that I would actually be willing to wager that it gets banned outright. So a whole lot of question marks for us here up at the desk that we're going to have those questions answered very soon.
I hope so. Well, I just think Barry would actually be expected to be played on Open Business, so we're not going to see Barry.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how it worked so far with those 2 teams. I do think we're going to see a lot more Finks from the side of New Heights Gaming. They really seem to like this brawler, playing him on maps where we don't usually see him.
Yeah, I think Finks, Poco, a lot of these these hot zone mids, they'll definitely be a debate when it comes to that ban stage, but just with so many buffies going on right now, we have brawlers like Frank, Spike, Ems. It adds up to be a lot. You only get to choose 3. You got to choose wisely.
Yeah, I think that like all the buffies are coming out to play here, right? That is without question. On Open Business, even if we like move beyond that, are we going to see some of the funky play? What does he take again? Just going to say for New Heights Gaming? No, it was absolutely ridiculous earlier. So I just, just another one that I'm looking forward to seeing.
Dare to dream, ready?
Yeah. Thank you.
Dare to dream.
And keep dreaming.
Maybe I don't have to dream.
Maybe not. Who knows?
We'll see.
We also have seen a lot of Stu and Ellie from these teams here in the quarterfinals, at least. As soon as we kind of pointed out that this just might be the new Latam meta, those 2 brawlers, they stopped picking them.
I think more than anything, it's really the map pool that we had in the quarterfinals. I think Ali and Shade specifically really work well on Hard Rock Mine. They're not necessarily going to be one-size-fits-all brawlers. I mean, on Double Swoosh, I totally could have seen something like an Ali, but maybe not as much Shade. So I think just when we see these maps, especially when they're all consistent, teams kind of figure out their bans for those.
And we want to kick things off and now for our grand final for South America in the very first monthly finals of the month. Let's head straight into it. I'm absolutely vibing with the music, and I hope those two teams are as well. Neither of them was meant to be in the grand finals, at least if you look at the stats from the predictions from you at home as well. Event.brawlstars.com. If you haven't locked in your predictions yet, you're too late, but you can still lock them in for tomorrow. NA is gonna continue. We're now in open business. Poco is gonna kick things off, and that's a brawler you mentioned, Kenny. Such a strong brawler in open business.
I think so too, and as an early selection as well, one that's really standing out to me is Michael is in the ban stage, and I'm not used to seeing that guy, but it does go to show just how valuable throwers can be. So I wonder if this is something pesky that's going to allude to what they want to do later down the line as a strategy, or if they truly just feel like this brawler is going to be a real force to be reckoned with.
I'll tell you what, one of the first things that comes to mind when I see Dynamite banned is that there's going to be like a Frank or a Hank pick coming through. Frank is banned, so Hank, and honestly, it's in our recent memory as well. It was just used to great success on Double Swoosh. It wouldn't be such a bad pairing for that Poco. It seems like there's a little bit of a Hank idea as well, given that Draco is one of the greatest counters to Hank in the entire game, and it will have the sustain that would be typical of something that you'd pair up with Poco anyway.
This, to me, is such a throwback to like 2023 World Finals. Draco was literally played everywhere. Now he's coming, 24 actually, was played everywhere. And now he's coming back here alongside the things that I said New Heights Gaming would love to have their brawler, that brawler once more. They don't get him. It's on the side of Eternal Esports. They get Ash and Gray instead. And Gray on open business can do a double setup where once he has his hypercharge, he can teleport once out of spawn into halfway to mid and then once more into mid. So it's going to be a direct access, and with an Ash in their comp, that's going to be so strong.
Seems peculiar, but Ash is definitely a selection because of the Draco on the other side. Hank gets leeway as well. Hank's somebody especially...
They're stealing all of New Heights brawlers.
Well, I mean, better than they have it than New Heights Gaming. They just saw him win with it. I'd take it too.
So what's the mentality here? I'm going to set the tactical nuke on top of the exit of the Gray TP. Is that the mentality here? Because this is what you have to do into a Gray comp. First of all, you have to avoid feeding super for a very long time. Given that you have two tanks, it's probably going to happen basically instantly. That is if you want to have any sort of semblance of control on the zone. Then you have to deal with the infinitely respawning on the zone, by the way, brawlers who can also come in with a respawn shield. It is the grand finals. Eternal and New Heights Gaming, they both had to sweep the expected victors out of the way to make it to this one final stage. They've never made it this far. The Orgs have never made it to a grand finals before, and it happens now.
And of course, in South America style, both of these teams going to be rather aggressive. Double tank coming out of the Eternal squad. We've got Draco and Hank. Not too often we see them in a combination right now, and Ash, of course, getting in the mix too. This is going to be some counterplay. Those rats are really pesky to deal with for something like a Draco and a Hank as well, but I think Eternal are just banking on the fact that they can just force their way up the middle of the map alongside Cowie, who's going to be kind of instigating the middle of the map, while these other two operate on the side lanes. It's New Heights Gaming, though, holding firm in the middle, and now that they've got this great teleport established and a hypercharge off the backs of it, they could really excel.
I mean, forget about the teleport. Are they even going to need it, or will they just survive the entire time? They have already this Poco hypercharge to operate with. Cowie BR is out of the equation. Jubileu feeling the force of yet another. And once upon a time, we called this composition the Slambulance. It is Poco in some kind of tank. No double tank, but no double tank is required. The last-ditch effort now appearing from Eternal, but it's just not enough to disrupt a 2% necessity to win the game. That is an outdraft and a half.
They absolutely wrecked Eternal in that game. I mean, there were no signs of life coming in from the bottom hand of your screen. It just felt like the strategy was really coherent. I think this Ash is going to be an excellent selection to both of these tanks. I think on top of that, just Poco never going down and constantly be able to cycle that super, just completely preserve the teammates. One thing we have to look out for, you can't feed Wesley the Gray a TP early. He's already got it established. Now he's just charging down Jubileo. He knows that as long as he gets enough taps, even if he dies, his teammates got him covered. He just needs the teleport to provide for the team.
Failure on every single front. Wesley was given a free hook off the beginning, got another shot on Jubileo, and now has the TP, even gets a kill off of it. I mean, talk about killing two birds with one stone. It's the Ashe hypercharge to force Motep back, but that shield is putting in a lot of work right now. Cycle out those rats while you can. Loses a couple teammates along the way, but Prosy knows that they're going to be respawning. Does the diligent thing and teleports back so he doesn't get staggered from his team, and now they can move in as a unit. Another destruction of the wall. It's like they're not even trying to avoid the gray hooks.
Yeah, now a teleport through as well, so Wesley just gets on the front lines. Motep has to be the flamethrower his team needs, but it's not going to be enough. Wesley finally falls when Nona's still alive. Eternal have a chance. The more this opens up on the right-hand end, though, Jubileo can't really do what he's supposed to do. Hug that wall, pop a bubble, repeat. He's going to have to hug this left-hand side. Fink's now in an awkward position. Look at all the spawners. That's why Ashe could be such a great matchup. Thankfully for Motep, he did have a gadget in the back pocket, though.
And HG in the winning position, 15% to go. It's pretty much a guaranteed victory at this point. Ooh, the spins from Wesley. That wasn't very necessary. Calm down, son. It's set number 1. But it's a win nonetheless, and a dominating one at that.
I feel like this draft just really went wrong for me at the Draco pick because there were just still too many openings left to be countered out. And then I think doubling down and going the Hank on top of that, it really just like felt like the Ashe was going to be set up for success regardless of what they did. And on top of that, Wesley's gameplays in these early moments, he's able to use his gadget. He's getting walking cane every single time. Hank's hugging these walls. He's getting those tags super cycled immediately. It just never felt like NHG let go of the middle.
I feel like a common pitfall of playing this sort of composition is that you expect to just have the better brawlers. When you run these tanks, you think, okay, well, I'm just going to run at the enemy and then I'm going to win. And I don't know, maybe we'll just rock, paper, scissors it, have everyone run at each other and then see who wins. But no, there are micro plays that you can do. You can at least try to avoid the gray hook and not give him a shot for free. You can try to stay behind a wall so that he doesn't get the TP instantly. But that is what Jubileu offered to Wesley for free.
And just look at those DPS and kill stats on the Poco and the Ashe. Ashe might not be a brawler you see too often at the moment, but he's a direct counter to Draco, and then powered up by 2 supporters. Poco healing him, Gray teleporting him into mid, and Wesley actually showed that comp that I was talking about to perfection, that double setup with the hypercharge. Ashe was, even if he was dead, 3 seconds later, as soon as he respawns, he's back into the mid.
Yep. Yeah, it's just impossible and really overwhelming. And on top of that, had a great on-paper matchup into the enemy teams. I felt like there were just so many pluses for New Heights Gaming, and I didn't see the ceiling as much for Eternal. I feel like their jobs were much tougher just given the draft that they had.
Basically, look, you see the gray, you see the tank, you just know it's curtains already. Unless there's a strong counter, which is not what Hank was. Hank was the final selection. It was not what the doctor ordered at all. In fact, it probably exacerbated the same issues where Hank was immediately getting pulled by the gray, feeding the TP, and pretty much handing the win to them even earlier than would have otherwise.
I sure didn't order it.
No, well, oh, and yes, in training to be a doctor.
Mortis on the right-hand side. First pick here on Layer Cake. Maybe this time around Eternal shouldn't just take some inspiration from New Heights Gaming comp. They had the Hank and the Finks. It did not work out for them as well as for their opponents. They're picking up Ems, which is a brawler I noticed slid through the ban stage. She is probably one of the most banned brawlers today overall. She's not too good into Mortis anymore, I believe. With the nerf to her gadget, Mortis should have a very good matchup into her. Jane's gonna come in. He can also play a knockback gadget, so maybe that's a bit better.
A lot of area control for this left-hand side versus just blatant aggression coming out of Perosi and his teammates right now. Mortis a common pick right now. A lot of these bans, they've been able to get rid of some of the common threats. So Willow gone, Shade gone, Ali the Alligator still a presence here, I think, even on this map. I don't know if it's necessarily a click for that right-hand side roster, but I think it's definitely something, if I'm the blue side, I'm considering as a 6th pick.
My biggest concern is what do you do into this Mortis? Neither of your choices so far are good into it. Might even be in the books for New Heights Gaming to go ahead and give that treat to Mortis immediately. Also, considering all the terrain, it can be challenging to play Pierce here, but you are able to pierce through the projectiles, you know, as his aim would suggest. Once you have hit a few shots, okay, it's going to go through the obstacles. Final selection now. from Eternal, something to get rid of that Mortis, or at least have a solid defense against it. They know that the Blue Star is going to be going to New Heights Gaming right off the bat, so some way of getting aggressive.
Defense would be Otis. I was about to say I would like to see them with some aggression as well. Mina or Kenji would have been my picks here. They're going to go with Mina. They now have a very balanced comp here with the Gene. Once he has a pull available, you have so much pressure, and it's basically a guaranteed kill if you hit your pull. Ems to kind of just defend that Gene to go up against the Mortis potentially once you have your gadget and super available. And then as last, Mina to also create some pressure against your opponents. Really good draft from the left-hand side. New Heights Gaming once more with a bit more creative comp. They do have the Mortis, but yeah, we'll see how things are going to go down.
Early Blue Star to be expected from a Mortis, so Eternal will cluster up. Dominant showing out of set number 1 from New Heights Gaming. Rosie exploding down the right-hand side. A little combo spinner just for added measure. Not only the blue, they're adding a kill on top of it.
Nothing Mina can really do unless she has that super. It's going to be difficult for her to earn, and even then, does it really affect Mortis that much? I would actually say no. Mortis should diff the Mina, which had me scratching my head just a little bit when it was selected. We'll see if this can be flipped on its head. In fact, Brawlers have already been flipped opposite. It's upside down. Eternal now trying to migrate to the territory that was once theirs. There's going to be a respawning Brawler that New Heights Gaming have to deal with from the other side. It's Jubilee now approaching Wesley. But yet another kill as those two stranded and encircled Brawlers from Eternal are turned into stars.
They've been good all day long, and all of a sudden they're getting this grand finals, and we're not seeing a lot out of them. I mean, Eternal have had juice, but New Heights Gaming just seemed to have a recipe for success. They're up 9-0 in this game number 1. Still plenty of Brawl left to be played. New Heights Gaming unwavering, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Eternal sweep every one of them. They've been bountied. 3 kills, all even, but they've got the blue on their side now.
They have that 1-star advantage, but they don't have the Gene pull anymore. It was unfortunately missed by Motep. Gonna blast Prosy away. Prosy, for a second, looked like he forgot what to do. Yeah, a little crying pin right there, because that actually could have been a victory if Mortis had gotten the chain bats off, which he was lined up for. But maybe he's just saving it for the next push in. Here comes chain bats, make that 1 kill. Callaway says, oh man, this looks beautiful, delicious, as he devours everyone on New Heights Gaming and brings Eternal 1 star away from 20.
Sandbags go down, but they are useless. All the fighting has to go on the shallow side of the map. Super for Pierce, not enough, and the magic hand will seal their fate. Eternal all of a sudden coming alive, and we had to see something come out of them there, because set number 1 did not go their way whatsoever. It was all New Heights Gaming, and the start of that, I was nervous. I mean, really, things are starting to get carried away. Had opportunities there as well, but the second Mortis dove in towards that end game, Ims made a really smart move. Instead of dealing with Mortis, knew that if she just walked forward with a super, the other 2 Brawlers were cooked. That's exactly what happened. Oh, and a misstep there. Now all of a sudden, it feels like the ball's been passed over to New Heights Gaming. They're the ones making mistakes.
Yeah, what's the mentality here, that I'm going to get that blue star anyway? Something like that? Well, here comes a kill on Motep, who right there, it puts New Heights Gaming in the lead. Prosy on top of an invulnerable Brawler. He's just chasing down Kawe BR like his life depends on it. And it kind of does. I mean, his team's life depends on it. Eternal off of that is able to get yet another kill. And now the lead for NHG has turned into 1 for Eternal.
It gained them positioning, but no kills on top of it. It feels like Perozy's being a tad aggressive for me. Maybe a little reckless borderline. Wesley's still in the mid. Winona hasn't been phased yet. And now the pull goes through. Oh, Perozy went from being the man of the set early in game number 1 to now a reason why they're losing.
Pretty much. He's died 1-2 times now. It's a 3-star lead for Eternal. Now he's trying to bait out some attacks from Kawe BR, who couldn't actually be less interested. He's focused on the matchups that he does win on the right side. Kawe falls. Prosy is able to pick up those stars. He's got 4 hovering over his head now. But the tiebreaker is still won by Eternal. And Prosy really doesn't want to die here, but he doesn't have anything to keep him alive. No super, no hypercharge. He's going to have to exchange some stars for that. Hopefully get a team wipe later, because it doesn't look like New Heights Gaming are going to be able to get a kill otherwise.
Beautiful bounce back for him. 4 stars on this noggin. Winona on this right-hand side, still expanding territory. Now those sandbags will go down. Wesley can slowly approach. Going to be trying to work with this as a team. Now with that wall break going down, pushing them back as well. All they have left to cling on to is this little indestructible.
Interesting positioning of that treat. Winona threw that down in the little nook of that indestructible, the little Tetris L piece. The idea here is for someone to get a super and then move on top of it. Winona now creating the pressure and windmill down. Is there enough time for it to expire to create a big push in? 5 seconds to go. Wesley needs a huge super here. Prosy creates the pressure. So much CC flying everywhere, and it's just no good. Set for Eternal.
That was really well done. Eternal did not look great in that opening set, so I think for them to bounce back and see some semblance of themselves there, they made the grand finals for a reason. Obviously toppling some big teams. Both of these squads did. I mean, more than earned for both ends. But you can see it. Prosy was a little shaky throughout that. He's a tough task. I don't want to make it seem like this is an easy job for him, but it felt like Eternal were ready on the defensive end. They made those quick bounty calculations a lot of the times, knew when to go for kills, knew when to leave Mortis alone. Really good bounce back from them overall.
We were looking out for that Mortis. Prosy didn't have as much value as they probably were hoping for, feeding a lot, especially in that game 2 in the beginning. Kind of redeemed himself midway through, but yeah, wasn't enough still. Eternal takes this set, equalizing the score, and that's exactly what we want to see from a grand final.
We want to see it go to 5 sets, especially between the two unexpected competitors to make it this far. No stranger, of course, in New Heights Gaming. They had to go to set 5 just to win their quarterfinal. Surprisingly, an easier semifinal for them. Now they make it to the grand finals and they equalize things here in set number 2.
Yes, give us please more Brawl Stars. We want to see all 5 sets played out. So far, so good. It's 1-1, and Prosy did get the most kills in his team, but it just was not enough because in the end, Eternal got a few more kills.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, they got bountied at the end of the day. Sometimes, even if you get an equal number of kills, the blue star can still swing your way, but it did feel like, especially in that game number 1, things really started getting out of hand. Eternal making some good adjustments here. I think overall, the drafting felt a little more solid there. I didn't question it as much going in. No blunders or mechanical issues, really. That was the Eternal that I'm kind of used to seeing that we've had all day long. I really want to see how these guys handle the pressure, because for a lot of them, they've been here before. Prosy, the couple guys from Eternal, they've been in this spot. It's the other players on the outside that maybe haven't advanced to those regular semifinals and those grand finals that I'm looking to see how they handle the bright lights.
I think New Heights Gaming also have like some wind in their sails just from that semifinals victory that they were supposed to not win, right? Their journey was supposed to end there in the semifinals. They get like a few minutes break, maybe hear our opinions on the new Brawler series, and then they're right back into their next match with that wind just behind them, all that motivation, all of that fire, and the confidence behind them.
You could say that New Heights Gaming might be a bit tired. They had that 3-2 in the quarterfinals. Eternal had the same run in the semifinals, also 3-2 against Loud in the end. So both of them have many, many sets, 2 matches behind them. They must be tired at this point, but they're still showing up with the best Brawl Stars they can still muster. And so far, so good. I love what we're seeing here. No hypercharges missed, It's super good what those two are showing us here. We have Mortis once more as the first pick here on Sneaky Fields. I like him even better.
South America just love being aggressive, and this is a meta that really thrives with that. It's one of those things that I think these teams are so familiar with themselves, and I imagine the grand finals map hasn't been allocated the time maybe compared to the quarterfinals and the semifinals. That's just naturally how teams go. They prioritize winning, and then you kind of figure it out along the day. I think they know that if they don't take the Mortis this early on, it's just going to escape from them. You either have to first pick it and live with the result, or you let it go and give it to the other team.
Those situations always really suck, where you feel like you're forced to pick a brawler, even though you can sense all of the ways that it could go wrong, and you're already watching it unfold before your very eyes. Mortis is left open, and now you have to play it into Spike, and now you probably have to play it into another anti-tank. I would not be shocked if Otis is selected at this point in the draft, but also, you're looking at a potential tank matchup at the end. Shelly is a completely viable last pick, and it hasn't been banned out. This is a map where she's very, very good.
We're actually on Death Cap Trap. There was a little bit of a graphic mistake there. Our T is going to come out here. Makes, of course, a little more sense here than on Sneaky Fields. So far, we had a Buffy start with Mortis and Spike. Our T to round off the comp to give them that flex brawler that is just so good whenever he has a super to come up close and comfy to his opponents, but also at range. Could even play mid gem carry here, I feel. Ruff's definitely a lane brawler, uses those walls, can break open the map as well. I would expect them to show us something like a Gus here, a Pam, just something to actually carry the gems.
Really curious here. I mean, RT is not something I'm used to seeing in Gym Grab in general, so I was almost a little shaken a little bit. I thought, oh man, are we on like KO or something? In my brain, did I mess up? No, I'm just, again, South America just continues to surprise me. But these creative efforts have been fruitful. I mean, they're here in the grand finals for a reason. This is one of those moments where I'm just going to have to sit back and kind of figure it out. Why did they make this decision? I imagine a lot of it was probably for defense, so now they've got a mid carrier that if Mortis gets real aggressive, they don't have to fully commit to a tank. They can still have somebody in RT who can carry distance with his regular shot, and then if Mortis is up in your grill, you drop the static, you eliminate him immediately.
It seems like the mentality here is just to create a miserable matchup for Mortis into literally everyone. Pam also just going to not be an ideal matchup for Mortis. He can have all of his ammo sucked away. Now, if you are a good Mortis, then you're able to bait out that gadget. It's on such a long cooldown that you don't have to face it another time during that interaction. But pretty reliably, let's say you die into the Pam, it's going to be ready the next time you decide that you want to attack her. So there are 3 not so great matchups for Mortis. He's just going to have to be really, really quick.
If I play Mortis, I sigh whenever I see Pam, Spike, and RT against me. Definitely not the 3 matchup, but let's see what they can do because they are pros when we are not.
Yeah, I'm absolutely not, and I'm not afraid to say that. Jubileo expanding down that left-hand side, as you all alluded to. It's going to be a tall task for him. Goes out immediately. Scrap Sucker, Static, Spike super in damage. I mean, it's just overwhelming, so it's going to have a large shoulder on the other 2 brawlers, on Colonel Ruffs and this Max. They have to play a really good game. It's just, they're feasible brawlers, but executing the strategy, it's going to be tough.
Well, consider this. If Jubileo is able to bait those gadgets out of the opponents every single time, then I'm looking at 2 brawlers that have gadgets versus 2 that effectively don't. Here comes the RT base on the left side. Could actually be an easy one for Kawe to deal with if he had a bit more damage. He's also not going to farm super off of it. It's going to be Jubileo disappearing from existence, as you would expect into these 3 brawlers. Another attempt at getting some space for Eternal, but it's just not really working at all. They're shrugging off those asteroids like they weren't even there. Jubileo now going to be receiving a bit of hypercharge. There's a super as well. A return from Prozy back to the respawn. He'll be appearing in just a few seconds here to assist Wesley. Now chain bats once again, but Jubileo didn't even cycle his super. It's just all falling flat for Mortis.
Regular shot and a super on top of that because of the healing station, because of how beefy Pam is. It's just impossible to pierce through and get enough for a kill, even in a favorable number situation. I think they know that with 9 gems, especially in NHG's pocket, Eternal have to find a way just to get aggressive. They need to force a kill.
That's a treat waiting on the ground for Jubileo. Gets it, then gets rooted into the ground by Winona, who has the hypercharge and the super to cut Kawe BR from the rest of his team. Kawe's doing his best to stay alive. Also, it has the super ready to move. It's drive time, whether you have the super or not, Jubileo. 8 seconds to go. Jubileo slowed down just a little bit by the stick around. 5 seconds to go. Hypercharge, where's the super? Trying to get some attacks out of Prozy, but just not a chance. 3 terrible matchups for Mortis. Nothing that this brawler can do. Sentences the rest of his team to a 2v3 for the whole game. That's never a recipe for success.
This is one of the risks you run at first picking a Mortis, just any time. Especially considering the ban stage, there were so many options that NHG have just now listed 3 of them and listed them onto the map as well. When Mortis is a first overall pick, he's really aggressive. He's a great brawler, but he's counterable, and you're seeing that play out in real time. New Heights Gaming have 3 great answers, and it is shut down Jubileo. Look at this. 1 gadget immediately eliminates him. It's granted them a little bit of space. This is the first time we've really seen Eternal with a sizable lead in the gym count, but with low HP, Kawe immediately has to retreat. Jubileo just has to get in there, try and get a trade at best right now, it feels like, because just profiting in kills has been impossible so far.
Eternal actually inspired some confidence in me, though. Some belief that maybe this Mortis could work when they just dash all the way to the back lines. But once he's going into 3 enemies that have so much firepower at close range, not really a chance at all. If he decides he wants to dive the back lines, no. What back lines, man? I mean, you're going to get behind the 3 brawlers that are playing on the objective. Here's another attempt at pushing in. This Pam turret is untouchable. There's not a single counter for it on Eternal, and it's just not looking good at all. Like, maybe you could break open the wall. That could be your counterplay. We'll see the hypercharge now coming out for Max. Gets a little bit of hypercharge for Jubileu, but even still, the more he dashes in, the more he feeds the hypercharges, extra supers for NHG.
It's getting scary too, because now Eternal are relying on Mortis to be a gym carrier, so they need to be calculated with when they get aggressive. It's purple buttons for New Heights Gaming though, releasing the Spike one, now a super available as well, drops it on the right-hand side, Cowie forced to use it, Gadget, Mortis falls, Perosi does not mind being aggressive, steps up, grabs the gyms, Mortis can go back to being his regular self, but it has cost them the lead.
Jubileu now sneaking around the right side. I say sneaking, but it was painfully obvious what he was going to do, and that was explode upon contact with Wesley. It's happened once again. Amidst all of the mayhem, however, Eternal has somehow managed to keep pace. It's a hypercharge down. Jubileu would love to cycle his bats now and then come back for a hypercharge later. It's going to be the return bats. Didn't manage to cycle it. Got some more action out here now, and here come the Blender Blades from Prosy. Cowie BR had to stay just on the outskirts, and he did it so well. Stayed away from the Scrap Storm from Wesley as well. 10 seconds to go. A couple of gens to acquire. One more would pause this countdown, even only for a brief moment. Jubileu is able to pick it up, but it's just not looking promising that they'll keep this one up.
Numbers advantage, now the gym's being spilled out on the ground. Brosy doesn't get greedy, just grabs a couple, enough to make sure that middle gyms won't suffice for Eternal. So now they have to march up the middle of this map. Cowie using whatever HP he has left behind Motep. Jubileu flanking on that right-hand side, but the clock has diminished to 0. New Heights Gaming with a beautiful draft and a nice execution. They will extend the lead in set 3.
I feel like, you know, out of the Princess Bride, you fell for one of the classic blunders. One of the strongest brawlers in the game. We offered it to you as a first pick, and you took it without thinking about the consequences. As strong as Mortis is, you need to have the correct bans, you need to have the correct counters, and you got to pick it at the right time of the draft. None of that happened. Not a single piece of that happened.
NHG so far are truly drafting geniuses, bringing in those a bit of unconventional brawlers. RT here once more. We didn't really expect him to be that good, but it actually worked out wonderfully for Prosy, and the Mortis did not. Mortis first pick, you in the past always risked to get triple countered. Now with the Buffy, it seemed like he's just good into literally anyone. And New Heights Gaming found the solution to counter him still. Winona here on 7 kills, doing very good on that spike. So maybe that Buffy brawler is the one they should have picked up first.
New Heights Gaming have just really come out with some creative solutions today, and something like this RT I think proves that sometimes you can get away with just winning these on-paper matchups. We even saw at moments where RT would drop the static, leave his spot, and just follow the Mortis around. He didn't even care. He just left himself behind. He had his legs, and then he just took his head and he drove it all the way up to Mortis and chased him around the map. It was truly wild to see. I think one thing that's so respectable for me, and especially a region that's so chaotic and clearly for 2026 is all over the place, that these squads aren't just winning, they're doing it their way. It's a unique play style to a degree, which is just kind of awesome to watch unfold on the screen.
And everybody else has to get used to the new pace set by those new players. Shelly and Frank picked up here. Talking about Frank counters, Shelly's probably the first one that pops into my mind, so it makes a lot of sense to pick those two together. Rico was the first pick. Now we truly are on sneaky fields, and I like all 3 brawlers we're seeing so far. I would still like to see some more aggression on the left-hand side, but can they really risk to do that into Shelly?
I think they've already taken a big risk by just picking Rico. You pick Rico and you don't even know whether the walls are going to be broken open yet. And hey, guess what? Now you know for sure they're going to be broken open. But you've gone with one of the best brawlers for dealing with that. The issue is that, yes, you have this beat. She's okay. You know, if the walls get broken, then she's pretty darn good. But you have to get them broken to begin with. And I don't know if you can really rely on the enemy team to do all the hard work for you. If they decide to go for Griff, then like maybe I'll start to believe. Maybe they go like a Tara or something so they can soak up some of the shots. But Rico, it's basically just going to be a worse Colt once everything's opened up.
Yeah, we'll see how much of it gets opened out. Wow, hard anti-tank here. So Nita with Bruce the Bear, the spawner, is actually great into both of these because Shelly is somebody that typically can only focus one brawler at a time with her shotgun, and Frank is somebody that does not love to multitask either. So 2 polar opposites. I mean, on this left-hand side, it's some high DPS from Rico, a very meta brawler, but B and Nita, hard anti-tank options. And on the other end, we enable the tanks. We're going to grab Shelly, who's one of those better brawlers. We're going to let Frank shine a little bit. It's just, once again, this left-hand side, finding kind of not bottom of the barrel, if you will, but kind of further down the tier list of what anti-tanks we can grab.
Mina would have still been on the board, but they want to show us some defense now against no aggression on the left-hand side. Otis, a very curious pick to me at least, but at least they have some more range now in case, Shelly's breaking open the map a bit too quickly, which obviously wouldn't help themselves. Facing up against the B, both the Frank and the Shelly have to really have good aim with their supers to not get rid of those walls too quickly. I like both of these comps once more. Very creative picks on both sides. I absolutely love what we're seeing from Latham today.
I'm going to put my chips on New Heights Gaming for this one. I just like their composition better. I think that the Nita, like, it's a decent idea into the Shelly, except, hey, guess what? It's already not on the Shelly. Should be also getting bears down, but you also run the risk of, yes, just why would you run stun into the Frank when he can completely ignore it? Just little errors like this being made do not inspire too much confidence in me for Eternal to win with this draft.
Yeah, noise canceling is a really awesome solution to kind of dealing with that. So Nita no longer gets access to that stun. Frank's just going to hold on to that until absolutely necessary. It has fed Motep a hypercharged super, though, so Eternal with some serious pressure. They're going to dish this ball over to a Demogorgon that's marching up the top right-hand side of the map. Never thought I'd say that in Brawl Stars. Motep now marching on the right-hand end alongside the assist. All three members still standing tall. New Heights Gaming in their spawn, looking favorable for Eternal.
A bit surprised here. I feel like NHG have been put in a bit of a chokehold here where they want to break the walls, but they also don't. Now they must really want to break those walls. Look at all the hypercharged projectiles bouncing around. Frozy has the super, decided not to use it. That might have been a mistake, actually, because he would love to take down Motep. Motep now tries to perform a recon mission on this ball, actually puts it in a better position for New Heights Gaming at the moment because they want to have that ball closer to their side where they do have control of it. First bit of wall break over here. Jubileo is tapping that aim as quickly as he can to generate the proper amount of DPS to move Winona away. Aprosi is ready with the wall break that'll shut Kawe BR down.
B does not mind the open space. A lot of green grass ahead of her. It's going to lead to a free range session as well. Winona doesn't quite connect, so Jubileo migrating to this left-hand side. Ferozi now up in the faces, gets a takedown as well. 2v2 situation. Jubileo, long-range brawler, shotgun Shelly down as now Wesley makes a nice tap there. That could have been a big save. Just buying teammates a little bit more time to come back. Now Frank with 15,000 HP can take complete occupation in the middle of the map.
Oh, okay, I almost did a bit hasty on that hypercharged B super, and may have proven to be, actually, because Eternal's teammates were just nowhere to be seen. An interrupted super from Kawe. Prozy has him down on his last legs. It's going to be a kill on the left side. Motep does have enough HP to move on through. A super available for Jubileo. As soon as New Heights Gaming made it up to mid, they're forced back into their spawn. And Jubileo has the super, and he has the ball in his possession. A single kill would really open up this goal enough for a goal for Eternal. Jubileo wants that slowed, though. Kawe with a laser, rocket down the right side. No real response into that. And I'm going to have to eat my words here, Kenny. The draft has simply worked out better for Eternal despite everything that I thought.
It was clearly a squad that, towards probably a 30-second marker or so, were telegraphing that they were playing for the overtime situation. As the walls tore down, obviously B is one of the historical best in that situation because now they don't only have the paper matchups, now B has a wide open range that she can work with. Rico in this situation, normally a worser Colt in those overtime situations if you were, but into the enemy side, Frank has no range, Shelly has no range, Otis is their only long-range option, and he's mid-range to put it lightly.
Different approach this time from New Heights Gaming. You saw Shelly dash forward. You can tell how desperate they are to get that early game control, that they're willing to risk feeding supers to the enemy side. And here's going to come the first one from Motep. Huge pain in the side for Shelly. That's a brawler that makes sense to go for the stun on. Shelly, it's just one of her worst matchups in the game. Another early Rico hypercharged super. Make it double. Prozy managed to stay in the center, the eye of the hurricane, but still this ball finds its way into the clutches of Jubileo for the first goal.
Great job from Motep to keep his eye on the ball. Despite a Shelly in his face, Prozy did his best, but it wasn't quite enough there to cut off the shot. 3 brawlers, just too much space. Not enough for a single shot brawler to really deal with. And now a takedown there for Jubileo as well. Wesley running for the hills with low HP. Noise canceling for Winona out of desperation. Just throwing down a Frank super. That's felt a tad aggressive. And I think it's going to cost them. Motep looks for the open angle. A slowdown from Jubileo. They know they have the numbers. By that time, let this dwindle away, and Eternal will tie things up. South America's first grand finals of the year. They're taking us all the way. It's going to be a photo finish.
Hand up over here. Total miscall for me to say the draft was that chalk. I was ready to see a monthly finals victory for New Heights Gaming after seeing this matchup. but it truly does seem like there were not good matchups over here. Motep was just fine on the matchup versus Shelly. You know, you expect that out of a Nita into a Shelly, but I didn't think it was going to be strong enough. I really thought that Shelly dashing forward would still be able to take down a Nita. A lot of respect as we get into that brawler, and well done from Eternal.
Eternal's comp was super clever. In case NHG decides to open up the map, they have the B, who's super good without those walls. And if they don't, they just get completely rolled over by the Rico. I really like what we saw from Kawi here, time and time again, just cycling ults, getting rid of even a Frank on his lane. The DPS is surely going to show us the same picture. And there you go, 600 DPS. I think that's the highest number we've seen all day. I really like that draft from the left-hand side here. Also, Motep on that Nita, a brawler we don't see too often, but into this specific matchup, he had the perfect matchup.
Just preposterous to see 602 DPS. I mean, they were winning the kill category. They were the only team that scored goals. There was never a doubt based on those stat lines that the left-hand side wasn't going to win. I'm curious how pros would feel about that draft. It almost felt like New Heights Gaming boxed themselves into a corner a little bit. They draft Shelly and Frank, and then the other end kind of has a checkmate situation, if you will. We'll have Nita. If you want to keep those walls up, great. Nita's going to thrive. Bruce the Bear's going to eat, or Demogorgon Bear, whatever you want to call him. B, if the walls do come down, is there for overtime situation. It still is an anti-tank brawler. I just feel like they had multiple avenues to succeed.
Personally, I think that Shelly and Frank could have worked out if they have something to show for it, the last pick. And I was really not a fan of that Otis last pick. Another brawler that just has mid-range. If they had even a Bell themselves, something with a bit more range, they could have opened up the map and dealt with the aggression on the other side a lot better. Something also to address the Rico with Frank and Shelly. They can't really come up close and comfy to him. He's gonna be killing you before you can even come close. He just doesn't do much damage.
I feel like literally a thrower there would have countered both the Nita and the Rico, and just probably an error.
Just not the Otis.
Lack of foresight, pretty much. Yeah, just sticking to the meta. And I think for a team that has thrived so much in picking stuff that's not necessarily the meta, maybe they ought to stick with that, their specialty.
But our wishes came true, folks. We are actually seeing all 5 sets in a grand final. That's exactly what we wanted to see. We are out in the open, and whoever wins this set is going to walk away as the South America February monthly final champions. Angelo being banned out here leaves Eve as the second best brawler that can also walk over water.
Now, this is really interesting, too, because several sharpshooters have been banned out, and traditionally, Eve likes those situations, so not only can she traverse over water, now she has the little extra spawners, which do really well in the single-shot brawlers. So instead of feeding into that, they're going to stray away completely. They're going to click the Buffy brawler, they're going to pick the really powerful one in Spike. Look, if my monthly finals are on the line, I don't care to pick the NPC brawler. It's easier to hit those shots. He's just a safe option. I'm just not hitting a panic button, and I'm not losing a draft because of this pick.
No. And also, look, the lanes are so narrow on this map that it becomes a lot more difficult to consistently dodge the curveball, for example. We'll see Mina now from New Heights Gaming. You got a couple of solid lane brawlers. What's going to be your mid, man? I'm looking at 2 brawlers that can't pierce. They're facing an Eve. What is your move? At least they're single shot, so they should be able to play around some of those obstacles that Eve is undoubtedly going to be using to her advantage as she migrates lanes over the water. But they had the last pick to solve all of that.
I'm looking at those long-range brawlers now, the Meeples, the Byrons. I want to see something like that. And maybe a thrower. Not too great into Mina, but super, super good into that Spike. Gus, another one of those safe options so far. Many safe picks from Eternal in this last set. With the Eve, they can take over the left-hand side lane. With the Gus, they have a solid mid. Also not too bad once the smoke comes in from the side.
This is the safest I think we've seen our SA teams play today. Yeah. I feel like they've been a bit bold. All right,
there you go.
That's on me. And that's a hand up. They decided to completely go against that. So now Gus is going to be paired with this really aggressive Frank. I guess they just feel confident in the sense that they're going to be able to bolster this Frank. It's not somebody that's obviously in a map that's literally titled Out in the Open going to have the range battle. They're going to have to rely on the 2 other brawlers. They're going to have to get a super from Gus to feed that Frank. But if Frank can survive till the end game, he's dangerous.
8-Bit makes an appearance. We've been seeing a lot of him today, even though I think he's like okay, basically, but there's nothing that counters him on the field, so that's the thing that sticks out to me. Once this stronghold is created where he has that damage booster, that is where they're going to thrive. The struggle is going to be getting it, and I don't think it will really be that hard when there's a Frank on the field.
I would have liked to see a Byron still, something to bolster that Mina. They have the spike to address the Frank, but now I guess they can address the Frank with both the 8-bit and the spike. A lot of damage on the right-hand side, a really solid and well-balanced comp on the left-hand side.
Foggy future for South America. Two teams, these rosters, these organizations don't get to this spot too often, and now in a position to win the first grand finals of the year. The two Titans of 2025 out of the way. There is going to be a new #1 in South America. It's not a matter of if, it's not a matter of when, but it's if, it's right now.
It happens here and now, and it comes down to knockout, the most ultimate way of doing it too. With rounds on the line, could come down to just a single life for each one of these players. Just nice, slow, controlled for now. Eternal waiting for that poison to force NHG out of their little hidey holes. Winona's going to try and create the momentum, take up some space, and just like that, the ballet is complete. Decides to forfeit that earned ground because she didn't have any gas left in the tank to keep going.
Brosie's going to have to be careful. Can't stick out his head for too long. And now a turret going down. Wesley feels confident that they can use some resources to try and win this round. Now Mina dancing right-hand side. Goes up, lobs Coway into the air. Open space though. Oh, and it's a clobbering on that top left-hand side. 8-bit falls to the fog. Eternal clear every single one of the members of the enemy team. Beautifully done. It all went down in about 10 seconds.
Pretty much. Just knew how this one was going to work out. Everyone spent the entire round farming up their utility, and now they actually have some momentum for the start of the game. As predicted, that 8-bit is going to be getting its super very easily. The only problem, though, is that he's a burst fire brawler. He's dealing with brawlers that can, you know, deal pretty well around these obstacles. You even say Coway BR get a bit frisky, go for that gadget around the indestructible onto Winona, who narrowly avoided getting hit. For now, the control belongs to Eternal. We'll see if this is just a repeat of the last round. NHG making a similar move to last time. Winona dashes forward, throws down that windmill, and goes back. It is looking like a bit of deja vu here for round 2.
Coway should have that gadget already back and running too. The range on that is fairly large, so trying to catch somebody off guard. Instead, though, it's Motep just tapping. Now he catches Perosi in his grasp, a couple clobberings. It's going to be a takedown. Winona, the last brawler standing, windmill on the ground. Now the fog closing in as well, convincing Eternal game. It's going to be match point for them. They were the ones that were down in 1 point at this match. Instead now, it's them researching, coming back, finding a way here. Looked rather convincing that game #1.
It's not just any game at this point, it's for the entire monthly final. It could come down to just one round of knockout, but for now, it's a single game. Best case scenario, you have only 6 lives left here. You cannot afford to die. Eternal know that well, but they actually have the more winning composition so far. NHG playing a different style so far. They have Winona and Wesley in a more aggressive position. They're even thinking about moving Prosy onto the left side. We haven't seen the windmill thrown down this defensively just yet. We'll see if Prosy also has earned a super. Bit of a tall order also when you have Fertilize in your star power, because it is a little bit more predictable to dodge those shots.
Frank instantly able to get to this top-hand side. Eve can cross over water, so it's just Eternal constantly winning the early game race. Because of the presence that Frank has, really hasn't allowed New Heights Gaming to expand forward. They're being forced into these in-games, which is something I don't think they want. They have to change things up. They have to focus down an enemy brawler. They either have to leave Frank on an island, or if they have to find a takedown. Even with the popping pincushion there, though, not enough. The big man still has a shield up. Miss Gadget, so a little hope for New Heights Gaming. But all these brawlers with such low HP, they're focusing them down, doing their best. It's still Motep with the frag. A trade going out in 156 HP in a dream. Oh, it's even more damage. Jubileo's spawners were the ones that got the kill.
Eternal sweeping through this final set, and it looks like they might be able to end it here. Last-ditch effort now for New Heights Gaming. They're even sending Winona on the aggressive attempt at getting some damage on Coway BR, and while they do succeed in getting damage and positioning, they haven't gotten the kill. That is what they want in the early game. For the first time, we actually see Eternal in a different position. We saw 3 entire rounds of NHG losing in the same exact spot, trapped in their spawn. Now, with the assistance of that jump pad, They have Winona on the aggressive, but Jubileo has an ace up his sleeve. He has that hypercharge super that he's going to use once the poison forces everyone into close quarters.
If you're New Heights Gaming, at this point, you just have to try something different. If you're going to lose, go down swinging, and it's Wesley firing on that right-hand side. A first pickup, it feels like an important one, is now Eternal for the first time off to the Fog. No, they don't have a chance at this one. They're just trying to avoid feuding too many supers. Prosy gets a couple tags in there. Importantly, though, Wesley's going to walk into this next one with a hypercharged super. Jubileo, though, he's going to pop one instantly to kick off the round.
Priority is getting control early game. Winona smartly goes in with the windmill all ready to throw it down. Motep now with a hypercharge out. Could be a takedown to Winona. It is. It's 3v2. Prosy now with a hypercharge equipped goes for Jubileo. It just doesn't ring true. They have some positioning on mid, but a laser beam from Jubileo is all it takes. It's Wesley versus the world. This Soul Virus 8-bit stands tall among Eternal, but it's already clear what's going to happen. Firing against the wall, and Eternal going for the victory lap. Fleas attach themselves to Wesley, and they bask in this victory. The spins continue, the hearts out. NHG know it's over. Eternal are your South American champions of February.
Just a year ago, Jubileo got dumped. I mean, just straight up dropped for another team. Motep made a last-second swap, was worried he was going to be overshadowed, worried that he wasn't going to get the results with SKC. Guess who got the last laugh? Now to kick off 2026, Coway wins his first. Jubileo's back on top. And Motep, the world's going to know your name, buddy. Congratulations, 2026 to open things up. SA's champion of all teams, it's Eternal.
Congratulations to Jubileo, Motep, and Kawe. What a match they delivered. We get to see a 3-2 series for the grand final all the way to the end. Eternal has shown up with some creative drafts. Now in the end, once more with a Frank, with an Eve showing up tall. And what they showed us today, not only against New Height Gaming, but also against Loud and Ningam Segura and Olympus Squad in their quarterfinals. It was beautiful what they showed us here. We get Pedro back at the desk here because we get the chance to actually sit down with them and have an interview later on with them.
I mean, yeah, we're going to have the chance to talk to them, but I was right there watching the game. It was insane. I couldn't believe they one of the... not super impressive that they won, but I mean, no one expected, right?
Yeah.
But that was I mean, insane.
And
no words. Shocking,
how
yeah.
Motep actually live together, we mentioned that before. That kitchen talk tonight is going to be so nice. They're going to be celebrating, I'm sure.
Have to be. I mean, this is finally where living together pays off for them. Now that they're on the same squad, they can both share and bask in the glory. No more, maybe it's my month, maybe it's not. I mean, last year, a lot of the times, it was both of them kind of being sad, I imagine they didn't win the grand final. So it's really cool that they get a complete swap here in the new season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy for him, especially Motep, that we got to talk to him, right? He probably didn't enjoy the previous day before the qualifiers, and now he has his reward. I'm pretty sure he's really happy and really happy.
I think he's happy that he got to switch in that last second. We're going to have a look at just what South America actually showed us today. We got a couple of close matches, 3 in total. I'm super satisfied with that. We had a couple of upset once more. This is the 3rd day in this monthly final, 3 different regions, that has showed us that nothing is safe anymore. There's good old teams and a lot of experience. It doesn't mean that they make it into the grand final constantly again this year.
I suspect the same for tomorrow, to be honest with you, too.
Yeah.
I think NA has some fresh talent to show up. SA clearly showed it. It's some new old talent, right? I mean, with a team like NHG, for example, Prosy's somebody that's been around the block, a standout in the second half for me last year. Obviously, had some stuff to carry to the postseason, but now being with 2 newer teammates who maybe haven't made it to these grand final stage, this is a great building block.
Yeah.
Just making it this far, giving that experience, kind of feeling the nerves of what a grand finals is like, say, to your average quarterfinals. It's going to make all the difference in the world as we progress through the season.
Yeah, I think they need to be really proud, right? Getting to that final, being that close to win. It's really hard, obviously, but that proves yourself and to the team that you can maybe come next month and do it.
I do want to also give a shout out to New Heights Gaming and a big fat GGs to them as well. You gotta feel for them here. They were this close to also winning their first ever monthly final. That would have been a banger storyline as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane to me how consistently all these regions are being shaken up. Even something like East Asia, where Zeta Division ultimately won, which is unsurprising, but it's how they got there. It's all their adversaries of previous seasons being toppled. In EMEA, it's all over the place. We have rookies winning championships. We have these players who literally 3 days before 3 days before qualifiers, Motep shows up with a new roster, and now he's winning a grand finals. It's unreal.
Yeah, we could see in the very first day of APEC, the world champions losing in round 1, right?
Yeah.
I think they even lost 3-0.
Yeah, I think 3-1. Regardless, it didn't go to us at 5.
It was not even close. Then we saw the insanely Orc of SK Gaming also losing in first round. And it's always tough. But this is, it gives a lot of room for new players. It means that the ecosystem is growing a lot. There is not anything is granted, that even if you have been for a long time, nothing is granted, yeah.
That is very true. That's something we learned today, last weekend already, and we expect it coming in for you tomorrow in NA as well. Now we get the chance to actually talk to the winners of the South America monthly finals, and I'm going to throw to Pedro for that.
Sure. Motep.
Hola, hola, hola.
Hola, hola. ¿Me oyes?
¿Qué?
¿Me oyes?
Sí, sí, sí.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Felicidades, lo primero. Espero que lo estés disfrutando. Has sido el protagonista de un Rostermania muy, muy loco estos últimos días. Quiero que me cuentes cómo fue eso. ¿Te dropean? ¿Tienes claro el equipo? Una vez que encuentras equipo, ¿tienes estas expectativas tan grandes? Cuéntame.
Lo que pasó conmigo, voy a hablar de mi visión, pero algunas personas van a quedar como, no tiene sentido eso, pero para mí el mejor equipo que podría elegir era ese, y yo quería jugar con P.E.K.K.A por ser mi amigo, y después que pasó yo pensé, creo que eso es un señal de Dios ayudándome para ir a un equipo que voy a jugar con brawlers que me gusta. Voy a tener un equipo que mira los errores, va a querer cambiar, ayudar todo y confía en mí, que es lo principal, ¿sabe? Eso cambia mucho y ayuda a todo.
Yeah, from the beginning, I asked him how he felt when he got dropped, right? He really wanted, after the drop, to get this teammate that he has right now. And he told me that from the beginning, he really wanted this teammate, but he was attached to P.E.K.K.A because they are really good friends. So he wanted to try with him. So when he got dropped, for him was a signal of God to have a really good chance to play with this team, because he thinks really fit in synergy. He can really play the playstyle he wants to, and he's really happy because of that. No has tenido, Mote, la oportunidad de enfrentarse a tus ex compañeros, a SK Kalalas, pero han visto cómo has triunfado sin ellos. ¿Qué mensaje les das?
No sé, me gusta P.E.K.K.A, es mi amigo aún. No soy mucho amigo de los otros, mas que no deseo nada de malo para ellos, porque yo jugué mucho tiempo con P.E.K.K.A y es eso. Creo que no nada de malo y estoy muy feliz por mi nuevo equipo y está saliendo todo bien, ¿sabes?
I asked him that he didn't got the chance to face SK Kalalas, but if you have any message that he can give to their ex-teammates. He said that he's really good with P.E.K.K.A. With the other two, he's not that close at this point, but he don't have any regret, any bad feeling from them, any bad blood. He's just focused on himself, really happy with the teammates he have, with the result, and he just enjoying the day. Muchas gracias, Motep. Te deseo lo mejor.
Gracias. Obrigado, Pedro.
I sure hope they're happy. Eternal takes the win, and they are earning some very valuable points towards the season, Kenny.
Especially with Brawl Cup this year, first half of the season, really important. You know, we don't have 2x in the second half anymore. They've reduced that down to 1.5, and if there's points that are exclusive to Brawl Cup, I'm doing everything in my power in the first half of the season, especially for teams like this that are newer, at least with each other. You know, for a team like New Heights Gaming, getting that LAN experience is a big deal. For somebody like Perosi that's been around, not necessarily, but how your team coalesces with the best in the world, that's a huge learning moment. And even if Brawl Cup isn't the World Finals per se, it does set you up for success later down in the year. It's a valuable experience that it just, even in monthly finals, can't quite match, right?
Pedro, you've been here all day for your first time as a caster. I hope you feel comfortable here with us. And once again, you definitely have a spot here. You've earned that spot, and you've done a phenomenal job. Let's have one last look at our bracket of today. Which match stuck out the most to you?
I mean, the probably Loud against Eternal was a fire match. I could see the level there, some mistakes, but I mean, it's not. I don't get with the mistake. I get how the other teams use those mistakes on their favor, right? How you could see that they are pro players, they can do mistakes, but also it's really important also to have this sprint to get advantage when the other one do mistakes, right? And get it on your favor.
And that's how the leaderboard is shaping up so far. Of course, Eternal is sitting at that top slot, but everybody else that played today gained some valuable points.
It's crazy that we see both Loud and SKC not make that grand final, and there just so happens to be tied up. And this shapes up really interestingly for what I would say will be monthly qualifiers as well, because now Loud and SKC's task gets harder. Eternal and NHG, of course, naturally slotted against that respective 7 and 8 seed. So Sonadores, Ninglim, Segura, teams that obviously are worthwhile, that are on that borderline top 8 spot, but instead of facing like a BH or an Olympo squad, they get a little cushion there too. So I would say they're favorites to make it out of that upper bracket next month.
That's it already for our South America finals, but don't be worried, we still have one more to go. 3 out of 4 out of the way, and after those 3, I certainly learned that nothing is guaranteed. And I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I especially have my eyes out for those Team Electros and Elevate roster with some new talent amongst them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm already used to NA to be the more crazy region, right? When it comes to results, when it comes to ups and downs, and even seeing the other region being pretty much the same, I cannot expect other than it's going to be really fun. Tomorrow is going to be really, really fun.
Yeah, I think that upper side of the bracket is a work of art. I think arguably what could be the best 4 teams in NA are all stacked on those top 4. We've got the Wonderkins of 2026 now going against last year's standout in Vatic. We've got Tribe versus Elevate, which is normally a grand finals level match that we get to start the day. It doesn't get better than this, people. One more to go.
Thank you to everyone who tuned in today. It was a blast having you here with us. Thank you to the players for giving us such great matches today. And I'm sure we're going to have some more tomorrow. Tune in for North America just on Sunday, right? Yeah, after today.
3 a.m.
Tune in tomorrow, North America. I think it's 9 p.m. for us, 9 p.m. for CET.